Boys, the game's down. I don't know what to do. I have no fucking clue. I have been lost all day. I've been just sitting here waiting for the ping that Ashes is back up. And unfortunately, that ping hasn't come quite yet. So we'll be sitting here staring at the screen together. No typing, no yapping. We stare collectively until everything opens back up. The Discord PvP is going hard. Motherfuckers can't play the game, so they just want to be PvPing somehow. Bro, I swear to God, why don't we all just go to a different game on downtime days and PvP there? Like, why don't we just collectively, as a community, just kick the shit out of people in other places? New World PvP. Oh, suck my cock, balloons. Literally chortle my entire 2 inches just past your teeth because that's as far as it reaches. Good fucking God. Have you tried Albion yet? I have not. I've not played Albion. I watched some gameplay of it because at a certain point, a lot of New World friends were like, Dusty, you gotta go Albion. Like, we're going Albion, you gotta check it out. This is Insano style. It just, I don't know. I'm absolutely S tier. Yo, his Kitoto. What the fuck can I call you? Because I cannot say that. His Kitoto. Thank you for follow, dude. What the fuck can I call you? I need a nickname for you. So anyways, no PTR notes. I don't even know if the PTR is up. I don't even know if there's like downtime testing this week. Albion gamers are a different breed. That game looks like 1993 top down. Yo, what up, Wood? How you doing, brother? Yeah, like, I'm not opposed to that because I legitimately started playing video games with Diablo 2. So, like, I'm not even opposed. Like, I played thousands of hours of Dota. Like, I played a shitload of Diablo 2. Like, I don't mind, like, the whole, like, more top-down POV. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Half the time that I'm playing in Ashes in PvP, I'm pretty much top down anyways. Same thing with New World. Like, I kind of fuck with the top down from an informational standpoint. That was one thing that I used to teach melee players in New World, was any time that you can go top down in mass scale with a zoomed out camera, you essentially have a flying mount without having a flying mount. If I zoom my camera out all the way and I go directly top down, instead of looking forward and seeing like the wall itself, I look above the wall. I see the movement of the entire clump. I see the entire wave of people and how they're shifting. I see the openings. I see where the clumps are. And a lot of that is from looking fucking top down while you play. It's kind of a nice camera angle, man. I don't know, like, I don't do a lot of that POV stuff. A lot of people are like, oh, Dusty, why do you play with your cameras, like, zoom so far out? And I was like, if I wanted to see first person, I would go outside and swing a sword around and yell at people. Not gonna do that. I want to feel like I'm in a video game, not committing crimes. So I can fucking see. Yeah, people are literally like, people will come in and they're like, can you zoom in first person? And I'm like, I can. I don't know why you'd want to, but like, you can. Like, maybe if you're just fucking like clapping some like Vec cheeks or something and you really want to zoom in, I don't know. Like, maybe for ERP purposes, I could see myself zooming in like taverns. LARP journey. Yeah, I mean, I guess like wandering salesman ass type shit. Like, tally ho lads, search my wares, have an ass, merchant ass shit. I don't even think a gatherer would want it. Y'all see how many trees my dumb ass misses on a day-to-day? Like, I'll just be running along and you guys are like, Dusty, Willow. And I'm like, the fuck you mean, Willow? I haven't looked at my monitor in 3 minutes. The fuck you mean I ran by a tree? Like, imagine if I was in first person, dog. I'd be fucked. Yo, Phoenix, what up, baby? How you doing today? Just decorate the B&B like Ash's Tavern. Yo, wait a second. We gotta like charge an admittance to the tavern. That'd be fire. Together my level 25 building codex. And the named mob grinds are gonna suck. Yeah, so that was one thing that I want to do today. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I want to go through and I want to piece together a set. And like, it's not going to be... By the way, Zine, is Marsington in guild not your Mars? Is there a second Mars? Like, has a second Mars hit the towers? Because I thought... Oh, that's not your girl. I thought your girl roasted you to 25 this entire time. I'm not even gonna lie. I literally thought your wife, as a first-time player, cooked your shit to 25 while you were picking flowers. I'm not even gonna lie. I have no clue who sniped the name. That'd be so fucking funny. Well, that's what I thought this entire time. I literally just thought you were picking flowers, and then you looked over, and she's like sitting right next to you just fucking cooking shit. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I thought. I thought she was like, where do I go to level now? And you're like, what the hell? What are you doing? What the fuck? My flowers. What do you mean level? Yo, Shipples. What up, baby? How you doing today? Should be crafter. Gameplay's been hard for her to learn. Gameplay's hard for everybody to learn, in all fairness. It's a big ass game, dog. It is it's a large game with a lot of shit. Yo, chatter, what up, baby? How you doing today? Boys, I'm sad. Like, especially after last week. Last week had me on demon time. I legitimately, the first week of Freshies, put up like 100-hour week on stream. And my sleep schedule has been so fucking borked since then. So honestly, like, these 2 days of like normal behavior, like I sat outside in the sun for like 2 hours almost before I started stream. It's 70 and sunny. And so I pulled one of my Adirondack chairs out and I was like sitting with my feet kicked up. And bro, I swear to God, I was watching YouTube videos. I drank a Celsius. I was watching birds and shit. And I was smoking Bolskis. And then I did some stretching. I did a little lift ski. And then I went back outside. Dude, it was so nice. I looked at my phone at 2 and I was like, ain't shit today to do anyways. Like, I'm just going back outside. I played so much this last week, I don't know what to do with my hands today and tomorrow. Bro, it's so funny. Everyone always comes in and they're like, Dusty, what do you stream on like the downtime days? And I'm like, Ashes. What do you mean, what do I stream? I'm like, I'm an Ashes creator. They're like, what do you mean you stream Ashes? I'm like, oh, we stream Ashes. We have done legitimate like 10 plus hour days where we have pulled up a video and then got so sidetracked for 10 plus hours that motherfuckers will just come in and chill all day. It's insane. It's insane. So there have been many streams. It started out as like kind of a meme where we would do like react days, and everyone very quickly learned that my reacts to like a 7-minute video take like 3 hours because I believe in transformative content and I yap a lot. So like, it became somewhat of a tradition to essentially stare at a screen with either a paused video or this screen and somehow just discuss pretty much everything Ashes. We do have a couple goals that we actually have to hit today, though. I do need to make a new tank set considering the name mob drop rates and stuff. Now, keep in mind, we are in the middle of an econ revamp according to Steven. So that is one of the biggest things to keep in mind. We're going to be getting that very soon. Reward tables, crafting, like ratios, pretty much everything. So should be good. I don't want to go too heavy in the side of like all of this is inaccessible, so we panic. But I'm kind of going to play around which areas are accessible and which areas are not accessible, and what gear I already have in certain slots. So that's going to be the goal. It is a process to farm pretty much anything at this point in time. But I believe. Emu, Crack, what up? What you guys doing today? Leon, hello. So jealous of you guys being able to smoke weed. Bro, it's legal up here. Yeah, it's legal. It's the same thing like if I had a nice glass of scotch, if I was a drinker, I would have been sitting on the porch. Emu. Thank you for the 3 months. Like if I was a drinker, I would have been sitting on the porch with a glass of scotch, just kind of like, you know, sipping. It was relaxing as fuck. And that's just the equivalent. I don't really drink. So like, I'll go to the dispo, I'll grab an ounce, and then an eighth of something like, I don't know, complimentary. And then we chill. So that's kind of the routine. I got some nice sunlight today. I'm gonna probably, I think the next few days are supposed to be nice. I got all of my planting done around the house. I got like some grass sods put in areas that weren't growing in well from my seed. Pause. I spread grass seed, not my seed, the grass seed. And then I have some like flowers that are just transplanted and stuff. So probably, I don't know, if I'm feeling froggy, I might play golf tomorrow. I might play golf. I don't know though, dude. It's like 65 to 70 degrees for me is insanely beautiful. Got the node planner command. What if I told you I forgot to set it up? What if I told you that I forgot to set that shit up? Managed to get a 13 at least last night. No jump bug. It's random. Got it to work for a bit after I reported it and had to relog for memory leaked and it was Bork again. Leon, I got stuck in the floor of Forge yesterday. I don't know what happened, but we were farming. And next thing I know, I turned into a turret. Like I couldn't move. I couldn't get out. I couldn't jump. I could dodge, but I was in the ground. And I wasn't like through the ground. I could still attack as long as things got within range. It was one of the strangest things yet. I was legitimately like half stuck in like the floor of the area. And then like my torso was out and I was just like a fucking zombie swinging from the grave and shit. So yeah, that was fucked. That was very strange. But an unstuck helped me. You couldn't unstuck with yours, right? And do it in PGA 25 and IRL. Bro. IRL golf streams that go crazy. I am gonna have the backpack up here. So Corla's putting together the backpack, bring it to Vegas. After Vegas, she's coming back up here in between Vegas and Iceland. And then after Iceland, coming back up here. So I could make her follow me around on a golf course. Well, I put up, I don't know, at this point, probably like low 90s. At this point, I mean, I didn't play much last season because I was streaming and working so much last season. I pretty much missed all of last summer. A fundraiser for yourself. What do you mean a fundraiser for yourself? Wouldn't that just be me charging people to come play golf with me? That doesn't sound very cool. What if people just want to come hang out and golf? I feel like I shouldn't charge people to come golf with me. Maybe you can like pay for my round if you want. A fundraiser for yourself is crazy. The DustyWhy charity golf tournament. What's the charity? Me. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We charge people to do it. The ashes land at the door. Bro, we just invite people back to the cribbo and like, I just got a bunch of PCs like in the kitchen and then there's like 2 in my bedroom and stuff and there's just a sign that's like, please stay off the bed. And then I got another PC in the stream room and we got like fucking 3v3s going. God, the entire apartment would be like 150 degrees. Oh, God. You wouldn't shake my hand, pay money to play in my tournament. Bro, genuinely, a fundraiser for yourself is so insane. I feel like that would just be like a dono goal. Like, X amount of dollars, and then we rent out a golf course for the day. And then I fire festival you guys, and we show up, and it's like a mini golf course. I feel like that'd be good. How are the courses in Maine? Good. I mean, we have munis. We have 9-hole, like, hole in the walls. We have Kineo, which is an entire course that is on a mountain that you have to ferry out to. Sugarloaf is another course on a mountain near where I grew up. Then we have Belgrade Lakes. We have Sunday River on, like, the higher end of things. Kineo's a very, very scenic course if you hit it, like, August, September-ish. It's literally... Hold on, I'll pull it up. Kineo Golf Course. Mount Kineo. All right, let's see. Photo gallery. Okay, talk to me nice. Talk to me nice. I need to find something good. I need to find something that actually, like, demonstrates where you go. It's a fucking painting. God damn it. I want to just show people the mountain, Kineo. These motherfuckers, they have a photo gallery on their website, but, like, they don't actually have good pictures. This is a pretty good one. Kineo is more so just about, like, the location of it, and open image in new tab. God, why are people taking this shit on flip phones? All right, so Kineo, this is Mount Kineo here, and it's like a very, 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 like, steep face. And then from the outside of it, it's Mount Kineo. Oh, maybe I should have just looked this up. Open image in new tab. What's up with the resolution being so small? All right, this is like the area that you'd be playing in. So it's like right near Moosehead Lake. It is it's beautiful. Then you have like Sunday River and Belgrade Lakes are going to be probably the two, like, quote unquote higher end courses. Sunday River Golf Club. Sunday River is fucking beautiful. Let's see. Sunday River right now is actually my, like, my fucking lock screen on my phone because of a picture that I took last time I played there. Here we go. Open image in new tab. This is Sunday River. So it is basically right in the foothills of a bunch of mountains in a very, very small town. It's called Newry. It's in the Bethel Newry area. Two incredibly small towns. They are a very, very, like, ski-oriented area. My buddy Doug, Bitter Galaxy in chat, is actually like a ski coach. Yeah, this shit is beautiful. So Sunday River is insane. It's so fucking good. Yo, what up, Daddy Tom? Belgrade Lakes. Used to go on vacation there when I was a kid every year for like 10 years straight. Played that course a couple times as well. Dude, Belgrade Lakes is beautiful. Belgrade Lakes is beautiful. I was born and raised in Maine, still here. And like I've been explaining to people, right now it is 65 degrees and sunny out. And I was outside before stream just sitting in the sun, like just absorbing it, just manifesting. It was beautiful. I was like photosynthesizing in that bitch. So the thing that I love about Maine is we have kind of like these upswings in the seasons, right? It's we're coming out of winter, we're going into spring, and then, you know, we're going just through the entire cycle. And when you're coming out of winter, 65 degrees gets hot as fuck. And then when you're going into summer, you have like the jump into the 70s, into the 80s, and you're like, oh my God, this is insane. And then summer peaks. We get a few days, 90, 100, 100 plus humid days. And then as it's ticking down, 65 hits going into fall and like this time of the year. And you're like, oh my God, this is so fucking cold. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, so it's cool. And then you have winter, and winter we all just stay inside all the time. So that's also very nice. So Sunday River is... Oh, I think this is another one. Let's see. They have good pictures on there. See this post. I don't want to log in to see the fucking post. I don't want to log into Instagram. I want to click on the post and I want to actually see it. Open image in new tab. This one? Okay, yeah. This is another one of Sunday River. Like, that's just what foliage looks like here. A golf stream was, golf with Steven stream would go hard. Yo, golf stream with Steven would be insane. That would actually be so fucking nuts. We should make a form that collects interested contacts if it would actually do that. Ash's land we're talking about with Orphan here. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Like, that would be something that they would have to do as like an entire stew though. Like, it would be fun as fuck because we would just go there and cook people. But golf time? Golf time. It's always golf time. It's always golf time. Looks like the Shenandoah Valley here in Virginia. Oh, I've heard that shit's beautiful. I've heard that shit's beautiful. Winter is fucking season. Winter is streaming season, baby. Ain't nobody doing shit in the winter except fucking and sitting inside. So that's when we stream a zillion hours a week instead of 80. That's gonna be the big thing. Belgrade Lakes is so nice too. Let's see. Wait, what? I don't want to search with Google Lens. Is this... I feel like that's Belgrade Lakes. I'm trying to find a picture real quick for Belgrade Lakes because Belgrade Lakes is another very, 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 very nice course. It's like right on the water as well. So this one isn't as like peak foliage season. But like you're right on the water here as well, surrounded by the lakes. You've got a lot of water on the course. It's nice, man. I love being up here. It's so beautiful. But Belgrade Lakes and Sunday River, those are like the expensive courses. So those are the courses that, me personally, I only play like once, twice a year, if that, right? Other than that, and I didn't even play much last year. But the mountain courses, but we have a floating green. Oh, floating greens are sick. Floating greens are sick. I feel like you'd be a 10-inch handicap pretty easily if you played more. I was shooting 2 years ago, playing pretty consistently in the mid-80s. Nothing amazing, but you would think that I just hit the shit out of the ball, right? Low-key, I'm like a mid-distance drive into an iron onto the green into a 3-putt and telling myself that I hate golf. Just genuinely. Like it's kind of like that level. I didn't even hit a driver off the tee until about 5 years ago when I learned to swing one, because I always had a very baseball swing, and I'm 6'5", so I'm very lanky. So I kind of like, I hit a hybrid off the tee for the longest time. I just put it at a cool, cozy, like 240, 250, and then I would play my irons, and then I'd be fine. Would you carry a good drive, like 275, 290? Yeah, I would say probably like on the lower end of that. I'd say probably like with trying to shape my shots more. Like if I swing out of my shoes and like don't value any like follow up or anything, well, I could 290 all day. But when I'm not good enough to just like smack the shit out of the ball and know where it's going to go. So probably on the lower end of that, I would say like 275, 280 on like just normal swings. So yeah, pretty okay. But my mid-range irons are where I make my money. Like I don't make money, keep in mind, but figuratively my money. Like my 5 to my 7 are my strongest clubs, and then my touch around the green when I'm off the green is good, and then when I'm on the green I'm going and I can't fucking do anything. So that's my flaw. Yeah, what of a Journal Bear? Was there a reset on Ashes yet? May 1st to August 4th, we're in a 3-month stress testing period. And then on August 4th, we start phase 3. Phase 3, we go to 24/7 server accessibility instead of 5 days up, 2 days down, which we're in our downtime days right now. So typically during the downtime days, we chill, we yap, we hang out, we find something to do. I have a few Ashes related things. excuse me, that I need to do, that I need the guild to do as well. So that way we can plan out our next week of content. But we're basically testing a ton of core systems right now, from econ changes, which are ongoing, time to kill changes, which are ongoing. Basically the new player experience, questing experience, a lot of things are in the middle of getting all shored up. So does it reset again for phase 3? Yes. So basically they are up in the air on whether it'll be a full wipe or whether they'll keep this server shoal up and then just open up new servers. Now, the community as a whole is kind of the sentiment, like the economy on this little 3-month stress test is already a little wacky because of some things that happened with some exploits early on that they're figuring out. So we're all of the consensus between the econ right now being fucked already and the actual like developments that will happen between fixing these econ things, these exploits, the kind of like culmination of the revamp to the questing experience, first time user experience, a lot of that. That will make everything entirely different than it was now. So August 4th, we think that there's going to be just like a full wipe. Personally, I don't think there's any way that these servers would still simulate what they want August 4th and beyond to simulate. So in the meantime, we are awaiting the launch of the summoner. So Steven has dropped a few things about the summoner, a few new tidbits of information. That's within the past few days. So we'll do a little wiki dive on that shit. Summoner has changed a few things. Originally, we were under the understanding that the base summoner class was going to have 3 summons potentially, and then other classes would have fewer, other classes would have potentially more. So what was clarified recently was that the summoner base class, base archetype, primary archetype, would have 1 summon. And other classes could have up to 3, classes being the primary archetype, secondary archetype combo. So pretty excited to figure out more about that, do a little bit of planning, see if there are any resources available on Codex yet with what we've learned. I don't think there's a private test realm test today. I don't know when the next one is. I haven't heard any word from our birdies that are in the PTR of any like ramblings on that side of things. So past that, no PTR today. Word. Yeah, it seems like it's been quiet over there on the PTR end of things. So yeah. Reset August 4th is what we're all planning on. And then August 4th, we'll also go to 24/7 server accessibility. Wasn't there a big leak on Summoner, or was that in my dreams? You probably dreamed a little bit of it, but there were a lot of resources that did come out related to Summoner, including some like concept arts for types of summons. So we do have a few things to check out. In addition to that, I'm going to go through today and I'm going to make another gear set, because a lot of the gear sets that we've been making and planning around, to be completely honest, it's going to be hard as fuck to find. So we're going to see what we can do. We're going to try to get something that's easy to source, but also keep in mind, Econ's getting revamped. Reward tables, drop tables, everything is probably a week or so away from getting a nice update and a big Econ patch, according to Steven. So I don't want to invest too heavily in this like contingent setup just to have things normalize. Is there a quest line for a set of gear? There are currently 4 quests that you can do in the new player area via the surplus token chains. And those quests will get you surplus tokens, which you can trade with a surplus vendor to get your first set of gear. But going past that, there are a few quests that have like specialized gear pieces as their reward. So like there's the Argolian chain that gets you a necklace. That's a caster neck right now. Very, very, very good caster neck. A lot of people are doing that just to try to get the neck. So there are quests that are giving gear. Keep in mind, we're in the middle right now of an entire revamp to questing. So we just took out at the start of this period on May 1st, a lot of the vendor acquirable like gear pieces and goods past that very, very, very intro level 0 piece. What they added in were these new surplus token quests and a chance for people to get that initial gear set all squared away. So Steven has said that they want to work this more fluidly into the first time user experience, the new player experience. So that way there is a like an intro, you know, a little bit of a handhold where players are like, okay, I'm not completely naked fighting mobs that are meant to be hard. So that'll be nice. That'll be very nice. Wait, are you guys talking about the viability of lifesteal? I tried lifesteal a little bit on Vyra. I have thoughts on it. I had a build that was 97% plus lifesteal. And lifesteal and ashes is a little bit of a peculiar thing. Like a tiny bit of a peculiar thing. Because lifesteal, cathartic on bard, kind of in right now because of 50% chance of lifesteal. Yeah, lifesteal in ashes is a 25% chance to get X amount of damage done as health. So like you have a 1 in 4 chance to proc your lifesteal that gives you 50% of your damage done from that. With the full Carfin set, Longsight Bow, Gatekeeper's Will, Greatsword, 2 earrings, necklace, 2 rings, you're able to push up with any high rarity stuff 100% plus lifesteal. It's kind of nice. It is kind of nice, especially as you go up into like AoE stuff. But you do also have to sacrifice a bit for that. So I do kind of think there may be some viability to kind of like hitting your power diminishing return bands, going into full lifesteal with like your extra carryover, maybe pushing up like 80%. I don't know though. There's not a lot that's just going to be doing like constant. I don't know. There are quite a few classes that do constant mass ticks of damage. So it could be interesting. I wouldn't be shocked to see like a power scaling lifesteal max HP build come out for a frontliner at some point for mass scale, where they're just like, why is nobody dying? What the fuck is happening? And everyone's just like perma chunking up. I don't know. I definitely feel like it could, I feel like it could shape up, but I don't necessarily see that. Fighter as a lifesteal build. It could be nice to push further. Oh God. Yeah, if you're able to get your power scaling up, you'd be good. What up, Pear? What are your thoughts on group finders? I feel like 90% of my gameplay is searching for a group and where it's good to give feedback. My personal thought on group finders is that they are only necessary in games where there is nothing else to do during that time that you're searching for a group. And in Ashes, it's important to keep in mind that even global chat is not going to be something that is available long term. It's going to shift to more regional chats and more like what's in your area, right? So it is meant to, from a certain standpoint, be more difficult for solo players, right? Be more difficult for people that aren't a part of a community that is putting together those groups. And in my opinion, I think part of Ashes gameplay is it almost ushers you into like, find the community that's trying to accomplish your same goals. Try to get yourself into a spot that benefits you as a player, where you can also benefit that community and grow. And I think that Group Finder is something with Ashes gameplay in particular that probably won't find its way in, because a lot of that is a way for solo players to just kind of like avoid that social part of it, right? And while it may be an inconvenience for people finding groups, while you're looking for those groups and spamming in global chat, which also will go away, you can be working on professions. You can be gathering, refining, crafting stuff, setting up consumes. You can be finding a solo mob grind to go to. There are a lot of things that solo players can do, especially as, you know, someone who's active in the world. Right now, there are a lot of towns that are working on buildings, and those buildings will help further like server progress and infrastructure. So while you're looking for a group, you could be fulfilling buy orders in towns, getting citizen bucks to buy your cape at level 20, and helping, you know, the towns that you want to support develop and helping the server develop. Let's find a way to find a community to play with people. The implementation on his bulletin board. Starting a group at X and Y time. Sign up, turn up to reduce downtime. I mean, what would be the benefit of the bulletin board instead of just kind of like the, I don't know, leaning into the existing community side? Because in terms of like a group finder, in my opinion, is entirely different than saying I'm looking for this. Because realistically, people still won't show up. Yeah, like, even though people see an event on a bulletin board, that doesn't ensure they're going to sign up. The most efficient way to find a group if you're a solo player would be to run over to the area that you're trying to farm if you really just want to target that. And like spamming in that area, X class looking for this, and then hoping that a group that is over there or a group lead that's over there still needs people. Long term, that's kind of what I would think. I think that while a bulletin board isn't something, you know, like a posting where it's just like, oh, show up here at this time. While that's not something that would completely, like, you know, break immersion of Ashes type gameplay, I also think that a lot of Ashes is truly built in, like, the player to player, like, actual interaction side of it, and not like, I don't know, the AFK interaction side, I guess. It's kind of a hard way to describe it, but I feel like they want people actively getting out there, searching for things, finding the groups, finding the places, and we see that a lot with like the future outlook on global chat, and that going the way of more regional chats. If you are in Frostgrave Fells long term, right? Like if you are over here and you want to come down to do Carfin, you're not just going to be able to be like, you know, from Frostgrave Fells looking for group Carfin 25 tank. You're going to have to come over here, dock here, run over, and then be like, you know, I'm looking for a group for this. Or you can get a group of people around here all together for it, right? This interaction is people playing together. Yeah, I mean, this, like, forces people to play together, and keep in mind, like, the spamming of a chat won't really be the longest term functionality of it. Like, if you're a pub player, you will still be looking in chat, but keep in mind, if I post a bulletin board that says, we're gonna be here at this time, there's no obligation for me as the leader or anyone else to sign up. And there would be so much potential for grief on that with just like fake groups, fake signups, like everything. I think the probably like best way to go about it is that real-time group search. You know what I mean? Want to reduce the time people spend looking and increase the time people spend playing together. I don't know what the best implementation is. Well, so that's the thing with Ashes. The time spent looking is because you're not in a community that's doing the same content. And that's, I think, the missed step. You're saying I, as a solo player, have to spam global chat to look. That's not the intended gameplay loop of Ashes. Your intended gameplay loop of Ashes is finding a group of people through either playing together or through other means of like networking, reaching out to people. You see a guild that has a bunch of people at your level, you message them and you're like, hey, do you need people? And that's kind of all of it. You know what I mean? It's not this autonomous, like I get placed with people on my level immediately automatically. You have to put yourself out there, and that's Ashes. It's literally like technology wise, not like technology wise, but like gameplay convenience versus inconvenience wise. It's on the level of like vanilla WoW. Right now, you have your like your area chat, your global chat, which essentially is where people are recruiting. You have your auction house, very primitive auction house. It's honestly, it's meant to be. It's not meant to be linked up. No summoning stones to areas. Honestly, WoW had more quality of life with fast travel through like Griffin Masters, and if you were a horde, disgusting. Flyables. Huck Tui. But like, it's the no group finder. It's the no summoning stone. It's calculating your time and everything there. You know what I mean? So I think that's the biggest thing. Is it just me, or will the best harbor nodes be the ones on the inside of the map? That way you're closer to the other continent and close to content. It depends. How they weigh like the deployment of ships and stuff. If you're doing like ships for whatchamahoots, if you're doing ships for like caravans and ship for commodities, then it could be more beneficial to have that outside spawn, because keep in mind, like long term, if you have harbor nodes that are here, which we have one here, basically that'll get you over here faster. The ones on the inside of the continent, like, you know, Sand Squall Desert here, that's going to be an awkward spot because you deploy here and then like, where are you going? Are you going out to here? Are you going over here? I mean, if you're going there, that's going to be good, but like, I feel like everything does kind of work out, especially with like the outside nodes. I can see Pelagora having a node if it's, you know, here or something like that. There's definitely a positive and negative to each type of node. I heard servers are up, you're just banned. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I've been exploiting way too much. I'm out of control. Not from my experience, may not be representative of everyone, but the best communities I've joined / been a part of, the ones I played with, then asked for a guild. The worst have been try sign up after looking for guilds. Right. So like, you looked for a group of people, you found a group of people, and then found, through looking for a group of people doing level appropriate content, probably in the area, an appropriate group to be with. That's the intended gameplay loop. Yes. Yes. Like I guess it's just grasping that there's supposed to be a level of inconvenience, I think, Pear. Everything in Ashes is inconvenience mixed with convenience in the right places. So like non-linked trading posts, player markets, that's a level of inconvenience that's meant to be a core gameplay loop. And so a lot of people would be like, oh shit, this feels really bad, but that's meant to feel a certain level of bad to make the rest of the gameplay loop feel good. And that inconvenience of initially finding a group, that friction of like, wow, it's so hard to get in. And then once you're in, you kind of like cling to that group, right? Because that group is going to be what gives you the convenience, the quality of life, the leveling, the progression. And through there, you're forming those bonds a lot quicker because of the actual like input. If you didn't have to work for the groups, you join a good group through a group finder and you're just like, oh shit, all right, we're good. It's done. I'm gonna go find another group, tap it up, head out, and you're good for the day. You just find another group in the group finder. So I do like that you actually have to work for stuff. Scuzzle said as well, Wiki talks about taverns and nodes. Taverns are going to be fucking sick. Taverns go crazy. I think there are going to be ERP hand jobs in the taverns, but that's my take. That's my take. Yo, what up, Seedless? Just tuning for the first time, considering buying. Recommend waiting, or is there enough content / player base to enjoy it? Personally, I think it depends on what you're looking to get into. It is, in the current state of affairs, a true alpha test. For me, it is about enjoying the core gameplay loop as it grows. Right now, it's a very well intertwined loop of like PvP, PvE, everything in between. Seedless, thank you for the follow. It's like, it's a full PvX iteration of a loop. So even if you want a PvP, you have to PvE. You've got a mob grind. You've got a quest. If you want to go the questing route to level, you've got to get your base sets from PvEing. And when you're killing a mob, you have a chance to either get like the weapon or armor drop from that mob's loot table or a recipe. You get the recipe, you send that to your crafter. Your crafter basically learns that recipe. Once they're of the appropriate level, it's added to their craftables. Then you farm up materials. Now, if you're mob grinding, you're probably going to get grays, greens, maybe blues. And if you're really lucky, maybe a heroic. But above heroic, there's epic and legendary. And unless you have like god tier luck, like once in a fucking blue moon level luck, right? You'd probably be better off getting struck by lightning twice while winning the lottery, holding the winning ticket, than you would be finding a Lego drop. Just genuinely. It's probably not going to happen. So once your crafter knows the recipe, you kind of like go farm up what you need, materials for that. And once you get those materials, you'll have the same rarity scale as you would weapons. Material rarity input directly scales with the output of the weapon or armor that you're crafting. So basically, like, crafting is the best way to get the best gear, and it's a very heavy investment to actually have that top tier level of crafting. Right now, even the people who have spent their time investing in crafting, gathering, refining, all of that stuff as their big gameplay loop, they're waiting on town progression. So basically with towns, it's not like New World where every single node player-owned area just has all of the crafting stations and they all level up in each town. You basically have a finite number of plots. There are 6 different tiers to towns right now. We have 1 through 3 unlocked. More are going to unlock as level cap increases. But basically, once it's a village, tier 3, you can start occupying your empty plots in your town with buildings. And so there will be 85 player-owned nodes. And basically, as towns expand, level up, they get more and more plots. But there's an entire node planner where, like, all of the mayors of different nodes are working together to make sure that everywhere has everything. So personally, I came in December 26th for my first time. I had 7,000 plus hours in New World. And when I came over, I was pretty clueless. I mean, I had access for over almost a year at that point. I'd watched dev updates. I'd watched, you know, them dropping system videos, kind of like watch from afar, right? And when I hopped in, it was pretty blind to the actual gameplay. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm expecting an alpha. And I'm going to be completely honest. They don't pay me. This shit in alpha feels better than way too many games live service launches. I'm going to say, right now, we have the desert, the riverlands, the tropics, and the turquoise sea up here, and the June Dark going down to the south. So our next starting area, which will be in by August 4th, and ready for those August 4th fresh starts, are going to be in the anvils here. Then you'll have the Dunes and Kill Mountains. This is going to be like a swampy area, I think, and then this is a Badlands area. Then we have this entire continent. We've got a biome a month for the last 2 months with basically the tropics, the Goondark, and then the original timetable is at the end of this month for the first implementation of the anvils, and then we'd start testing it as a second starting area in July. So, keep in mind, hit with the ad. Word. Ads giveth and taketh away. I don't know if you're still in the ad or not, but we'll pray for you. Use his referral. Zine, you're such a salesman, dog. You're such a salesman. Holy shit. Can't wait to see all of Dunehold in a corner of a tavern chanting things. I think they're going to be racist. I'm not going to lie. Like, not like racist, but like they're going to be a bunch of drunk racist dwarves. Just sitting in a corner of a tavern. Ailed the fuck up. Unable to speak. Unable to do anything. There's going to be both. Well, the IRL racist people will get banned. The IRL racists will get banned. I'm just saying. Like, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. Yo, what up, Creel? It's a bold understatement. Yo, what up, human? What up, Merc? Adeptus, how you doing, my friend? How do you moderate that, though? Will they have voice logs? They'll probably have GMs like Invis in the taverns. I wouldn't lie. Exclamation guild. Exclamation guild, Zine. You're trying your best. Scary. I mean, if you want to see what happens 24/7, I mean, keep in mind, if somebody says a bunch of racist shit and a bunch of people report them for it, I'm sure they're going to have some form of like a recall on that. Surely. Surely. I mean, considering people get banned for like in-game voice infractions in pretty much every other game, I can only assume Intrepid, like with all of their capabilities, all of their investment between like real-time GMs, everything there, like I definitely think we won't have to worry about that. Seedless. That's actually one of the biggest nerfs for content creators right now, believe it or not. Where's the multiple reports? What of enemy guilds? Just say you said this. Well, that's why they have human verification. There have been multiple people whose accounts have been flagged for things and then investigated and then cleared. Yep. Intrepid does things the right way. They have in-game GMs. They have a customer service team that actually reviews each case on a case-by-case basis before actually acting on it. It's beautiful. In the P2 ban wave, they banned 3 accounts for excessive racism, either in their name or in chat. So it's not an AGS system. Correct. Correct. You can't just mass report someone and be like, this person said but, and then they get banned. Correct. They review every single thing. Yes. And if you want to see the like in-game GMs in action, you can do exclamation train and see what happens when people are mob training. Parrot, you don't actually need a GM in every tavern 24/7 on every server. That's not the thing. games have ways to review people's like in-game voice inputs. Many games, Ashes is not the first game to do in-game voice input. I promise. It's very policeable. A lot of games police it. It's very possible. It's very possible. Yo, Seedless. Thank you for the primer. I appreciate you. All the chat logs and voice log shit is recorded and saved. Yes. So can you use referral to take my Prime sub? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's one of the biggest nerfs right now. So if somebody makes their account, you can't like posthumously use the referral code or anything. It's perfectly okay. I don't make any like real money or anything from the referral, but since you made your account, you'll also have a referral if you have friends getting into it. Make sure they use it before that. But basically with that, anyone that uses your referral code, 15% of their purchases come back to you as in-game currency for the in-game store when that's added. Ashes will never have pay to win, pay to progress, pay for convenience. It will have a transmog and die store so you can get drippy. And if you have friends that also want to play, you don't have to pay any real money to get drippy. You'll just get free skins and shit from the store. So, from that standpoint, it's just kind of free support. When the game launches as well, keep in mind, there's no box cost, no DLC cost. It's a $15 a month sub. Your first month of game time is included in your Wave 3 pack purchase, as well as $15 in that in-game store. You also get a 90-day period with the Wave 3 pack purchase from your day of purchase, where if you're not happy with the playtest, you just put in a refund request on the website, and you get all of your money back. Every single penny. 90 days, no hours limit. So I always tell people it is right now, as an MMO enjoyer and someone who, if you're like me, has been waiting on an MMO that's going to potentially have long-term staying power in Evolution, that could be Ashes. What to say, there are 95 people in here and Dusty's offline. Chat, can someone tell Gravon to refresh? We've been live for over an hour. I think Gravon's staring at the offline screen, guys. I'm pretty sure Gravon's staring at the offline screen right now. Wait, tell him to refresh. No way. Nobody tell him. Oh no. Oh, poor guy. Bro says oops. Yo, Gravon, welcome in, dog. Happy to see you. How long you been checking stream for? Valorant records all matches. Yeah. So definitely, I would not worry about it. In terms of like voice chat toxicity and stuff, all of those logs, those are like viewable and reviewable on the Intrepid end. They have data on everything that players do. Yo, Susnov, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, anything that is done in game is reviewable. They know where people go. They know what everything happened, what everything is. It's a lot of storage. Wonder how much that costs. I don't know. That's not in my realm of expertise. I don't discuss the financials of things that I don't know, but you could look up games that have in-game voice chat that ban people for voice chat. And you could probably find an entire plethora of games, from Call of Duties to Dotas to pretty much everything. I believe League is like the only one that doesn't, right? It's only like League and Marvel Rivals that don't right now. What else that's like multiplayer as fuck doesn't have it? Man, you remember Modern Warfare 2 lobbies? Back in my day. How long do downtimes typically last? Tuesday, Wednesday are the current downtime. Starting on August 4th, it is 24/7 server accessibility, or as close as possible. We do get patches implemented throughout the week, especially since like until August 4th, we're in a stress testing period. So there's one server right now, Shoal, and that server has every playtester in the world. As of the first weekend on Saturday, we had a confirmed player peak of over 8,100 players. Now, keep in mind, we currently have one starting area in the Riverlands. We'll have another starting area here by August 4th in the Anvils. Then we'll have two more by the finished version of the map over here and somewhere over here, or what we were thinking. So you'll have the elves and the orc divine gates in there. So it's going to be huge. We put in 8,100 plus concurrent in one starting area. Absolutely massive considering their original estimate for server capacity was 10K, and we haven't even started testing dynamic gridding yet, which is a huge server backend infrastructure that's going to bring a lot to player capacity. So that's going to be fucking huge. By the time August 4th hits, the stress testing will be done. First time user experience. I actually keep this pulled up in case I'm ever feeling sad. But in between now and August 4th, it's dynamic gridding, which I just mentioned, second starting area in the anvils, a full revamp of questing and first time user experience, transition to Unreal Engine 5.5, which brings us performance and them tools and shit. Economy and stat balancing, which we're in the middle of right now. Pyrai, Renkai, and Nakua, which are your island dwarves. Then your Summoner drop. So that is all going to be happening in between May 1st and August 4th, in addition to all of the backend server infrastructure that we're getting. So it's genuinely a massive time. Everything is evolving, everything's growing, everything's refining. There are changes that people are receiving well. There are changes that people are receiving less well. And it's important to remember that we're in a state where we're playtesting everything. So with that, all of the feedback, all of the constant feedback goes into that. Music festival from Thursday to Sunday. Wait, that sounds fun as fuck. What kind of music? I learned so many new combinations of very inappropriate comments in the old lobbies. I learned how to initiate in a few different languages because of Dota 2. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. I'm not even going to lie. Atlanta Breakaway? Oh, that sounds fun as fuck. Well, I hope you enjoy. Be safe. Drink a lot of water. Motherfuckers be like passing out at festivals and shit. I swear to God, people don't realize festival or concert, a lot of water. Enjoy festival or concert. Festival or concert, not a lot of water. Pass out and do not enjoy the shit. Very simple. Very simple. Chat. Hydrate. Yo, what up, Percy? If you try to flag, if you flag to try to push a group out of a spot and they die to mobs, do you get corruption? No. So if they are like fighting mobs, say I'm tanking the mobs and you flag up and, you know, start contesting me, right? If you get me low and then the mobs kill me, I don't corrupt. If you flag up and hit my healer and make them heal themselves or mana drain them or sleep the healer and I die because of that, that's not going to corrupt you. So those are considered kind of like the ethical ways to contest an area without mob training. Now, the way that you don't want to contest an area is gathering a bunch of mobs and then dumping them on the adjacent group that's just trying to live their fucking life, because that's mob training. That's what people get in trouble for. Somebody in chat yesterday was a known mob trainer on Vira, and they were hanging out when other people were mob training and we were talking about it. And they were like, Dusty, I got banned for 5 days for mob training on you in Carfin last phase. They were literally mob training on the top floor of Carfin. And a GM saw them and came down and they got a 5-day. One of their friends got a 5-day. One of their friends got a permit. Like, I tell people, bro, mob training is not good to do. Now, the one that was in chat said that they have reformed. They're no longer a mob trainer. They now play the game in a normal way and contribute to the playtest, which I love. I love that there was a 5-day that went out for it. I love that there was growth. And I love that they're contributing now. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. So I always tell people, man, like, when I'm relaying that people are not going to want to mob train, when I'm relaying that, that's not like for my personal benefit. That's for them. I'm trying to help. Because a lot of people are like, nah, there's no way mob training's not going to get me in trouble. And then they'll get a 5-day and then their account's going to be flagged forever because of that. And they're just going to be like, oh shit, well, what happened? What happened?
Absolutely S
Yo, Ciso, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I get mob trained IRL. Bro, I got my cut a while ago. It's because I sat outside today. Yeah, I don't know. When did I get the haircut, chat? Last week? Something like that. But I went a little, you know, a little professional with it. So we're vibing. But yes, I appreciate you. When was I in here last? I don't know. That's your fault. It's not my fault. The day before? Bro, before my cut, May 6th, 3:58, 21 p.m. Is that when I got my cut? What do you mean? Wait a second. Beer is water, right? Yes, beer is water, Dr. Pepper's water, and coffee is also water. All of that has water in it. Thoughts on preventing flagged players from CCing unflagged? I get it, like how being able to flag and just CC healers and stuff does suck, especially when groups are AoEing, right? I definitely get that. I definitely see that side of it. I just don't know that like preventing people from CCing someone that's unflagged is the way, because like, well, it may have viability for mobs, then you never have any competition over like Braidwood or anything. It's if I get to the Braidwood first, I get the Braidwood. I have flagged up and tripped a motherfucker over wood many times. And I'll do it again. If I see you going for wood, I will grapple you off of the wood, I will trip you, and then I will roll over, wall behind me, and I'll start chopping that goddamn tree. They have to flag to CC? Yeah. The unfortunate set of circumstances is when like the CCing happens in like a solo cleric group while you're pulling a lot of elite mobs, and like it is what it is. I would say that's a very small scenario of actual PvP engagements, but there is also the validity to flag back. Now, if somebody has no mobs on them and they're a full 8-person group that's sitting there CCing every one of your group except for your tank, watching your tank die, it's gonna be a little hard to deal with. But at the same time, that's part of the competition for areas. Have they mentioned how much the map will be lawless/forced PvP areas? Lawless zones, in terms of like land, will be the areas that are not yet incorporated by like player-owned nodes. So there are nodes in the June Dark, but they don't have their player-owned towns. The June Dark's intended to be like a level 50 area, but it's artificially downscaled right now. So once these are added, that's not going to be lawless. Same thing with like as we expand into the anvils. The anvils will probably start out lawless when they first add it. Then they'll add player-ownable nodes and stuff like that. So from there, they'll kind of like expand the map lawless, and then it should be non-lawless. I would still expect some lawless areas throughout the map, just in terms of, I don't know, hopefully like maybe eventually world boss spawns and shit. But either way, I'm sure there will be some, and then the entire open ocean will also be lawless. I don't know if there are any other specific areas that are intended to be lawless, like long term, but everything out here is going to be lawless. And in the tropics, you also see a lot of smaller islands that aren't a part of any like node ownership that are also lawless. So we may see some small land masses be lawless, maybe some small areas like within everything that are lawless, but yeah, we'll see how it all shapes up. But in terms of development progression, it'll be the areas that are not yet player owned, and those will go lawless. Do you hear about Polar Guild members getting money from Speed Caravan hackers? No, and they didn't share it with me, so I'm kind of pissed. Huh. Dusty's lawless. I'm chaotic good. Yo, what up, Crackalackin'? Can't wait for Summoner class. Oh my god, Summoner's fucking insane. I'm very excited for it. I mean, I'm a tank main, tank enjoyer through and through. But like, for me, I've tanked in every MMO in my entire life, and I played Summoner in every ARPG in my entire life, and those are the two genres that I played first, and the two genres I played the most. So, me personally, I'm very excited for it. Yeah, what up, Guggen? Good morning. Is Dr. Pepper a soup? Yeah, I feel like technically. I feel like most things that are liquidy are soups, right? I'm pretty sure. Healer has anti-CC, so you don't have 2 stuns. Doesn't work on high-level groups. I mean, if you don't have 2 stuns in an 8-person group, I don't know. Summoner first or tank? Me personally, I'll be playing tank as my main, but summoner is going to be a dabble for me. I don't necessarily think that summoner will have enough to pull me off. It may, but I don't foresee summoner as being like a super hard initiate type class in Ashes. It may be, but I picture it as more of like that supporty type beat. And I'm hoping that tank continues to be that very high risk, high reward, frontline initiate, like all of that. So I feel like high value spots should be lawless areas, even if it's just a small area. All dungeons should be lawless. I don't necessarily think all dungeons should be lawless. There are ongoing econ changes, and there are also intended forms of competition for those areas. If all dungeons were lawless, people are already complaining, I can't farm Steel Bloom, I can't farm Steel Bloom. It's either EU farming it or it's Polar farming it, blah, 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 blah. Like, if everything was lawless, that would just prevent everything. I think you'd have a banner you can place down. You do, it's called a guild declaration scroll. I don't necessarily think that guilds being able to just full lawless an area would be, I don't know, the most fruitful thing. Like, I think the guild deck system is intended for that in a sense. The current day America Private Empire. Yeah, guild decks and node wars exist. People don't want to do them because they don't want to lose. Well, people don't want to do guild decks right now because they're 20 gold a pop. Like, we made a guild deck scroll and it's expensive as fuck to pop it. Now, not everyone is going to care about that 20 gold, but what do you do against mixed parties and Zerg alliances? You compete for the mobs through a lot of different means, and then you flag up for PvP as well. Yeah. We've seen, even without lawless areas, EU versus NA pretty much every single day at Steel Bloom for the competed for areas. And if they were able to just drop lawless banners as guilds, that would prevent every other player from being in any adjacent area as well, because all of that would just spill out. I think there is already like more than enough competition in terms of like competing for mob tags, then escalating to we're going to flag and CC you. If you flag back, we fight. To if you don't flag back, we'll see what your like Zerg is comprised of. We'll deck the biggest part of your Zerg, even if we only kill half of your Zerg, because that's only, you know, that's all that's there from one guild. Half your Zerg is now dead, right? I think there are many ways to go about things. Mob tags are silly though. I mean, that's preference, I think. How would you rather do mob tags? Do you think it should be the first hit in an open world game gets the entire kill credit? Because I don't necessarily agree there. How long do the war decks last? Up to 2 hours. In terms of guild decks, the scroll says up to 2 hours right now, but I don't necessarily think that time limit is working. At least it wasn't a 2 hour cutoff in P2 previously. You could definitely have them up for longer than 2 hours, but basically it goes up to a max score. And also after 1 hour, either guild can forfeit to end the war. 100 people's are just killing everyone. Yeah, I think a full lawless banner would be I don't know, a little rough. I like mob tag giving a percentage of most damage being a second deciding factor. Yeah, in an open world competition, I feel like that's healthiest. First hit should get like 5% credit at most. Not whatever it is now. Nobody really knows exactly what it is. Some people say it's up to 30%, but the wiki says it's intended to be 5 to 10%. You also have to remember that if there are 3 groups competing for a world boss, that 10% is massive. The more people get in on the actual percentage splits, right? If there are 4 groups and we got the first hit and got a 10% bonus, that means we have to do 16% of the total damage, basically, if everyone's doing like a roughly even split. Like, we could get out DPS there and still have 26%, and still, if everybody else is doing like roughly equivalent damage from those other 3, we'd be able to get away with it. So the tag is very, very impactful the more people get into it. That's why so many people try to reset world bosses and boss pulls. But it's definitely a number that's going to continue to be tweaked. I think some people have like said, oh my God, this is 30%. I don't know that it's 30%. I don't think it's that high, but I agree. I think 5 to 10% would be good, but once they remove gear drop, flagging will become more of a thing. Just too punishing right now. What do you mean once they remove gear drop, flagging will become more of a thing? Do you mean like from corruption? So like the corruption system itself is in a more punishing state right now than it will be long term. That is definitely true. But I don't really see the corruption system going to a point where it ever like is not enforceable. You look angry? Me? What do you mean? I'm not angry at all. I spent a lot of time outside today. He's cooked? Do I actually look angry? I'm not angry at all. No, I had a great day. Look like you need... What? It's a weird thing to say. Are you okay? Why are you guys being weird? Brother, I'm literally fine. I'm literally beyond fine. I'm so confused. People are saying I look angry and like I need to take a day off. I'm so confused. I'm very confused. I don't know if you guys are just trolling. I'm pretty sure you guys are just trolling. It's probably... What? I think they're trolling. I'm pretty sure they're trolling. Yo, Stage says, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm pretty sure they're trolling. Dude, I literally sat out in the sun for like 2 hours before stream today. I'm very confused. I thought I looked great today. I woke up early. I like showered and got ready for the day. I chilled and then I actually took a nap and then I went out in the sun. It was beautiful. I'm very confused. They're used to stuck inside, haven't touched grass, Dusty. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate you guys, I guess. But I think it's very hard to tell someone's like mental state through coming into a camera, like a camera. Yeah, I appreciate you guys, but I most definitely don't need to take a day off. And I promise you that I'm not angry, stressed, or anything, dog. Life is beautiful. Life is legitimately beautiful. I appreciate you guys, but that's assuming a lot. Like, that's like me reading how you guys come into chat with your first message and be like, are you having a terrible day today? I don't know. Is the day night? Yeah, this is day and night bardcore. Yes. Yeah, what up, Oshi? How you doing today? I hope you're having a great one. So, in terms of corruption, I don't necessarily know that long term the gear drop is even going to be like taken off, because with this, the higher chance of dropping of carried raw materials and gear, weapons, or armor when the corrupted player dies as part of the corruption system. If you go on a murder spree and you have 10 PKs under your belt, then you might start feeling a significant dampening to your skill effects against other players. I don't want to give necessarily a number or curve for players to extrapolate prior to us having the ability to actually test these ideas and where those numbers are going to lie, but I would say, what is the intent behind that dampening? The intent isn't to limit the fun of the player. The intent is to provide a give and take or risk versus reward. And the risk of continuing down the road of crewing corruption is not only the loss of your gear and amplified death effects, but also your ability to perform in that activity from Steven. So I would say long term, like, we will most definitely have gear death. I absolutely think so. But it'll probably be a much slower accumulation as Blight is balanced in that long-term system, because Blight's essentially a cumulative PK score, that gets kept track of as a stat on your character. And even if you have no corruption, but you've killed 30 people over the last 5 days, and you worked off that corruption, your 31st kill will accrue much faster corruption, and so will your 32nd and 33rd, regardless of your corruption states. So that's intended to help curtail the amount of corruption that's happening. And then, let's see, what else do we want? Oh, bounty hunters. A corrupt player's location is revealed to bounty hunters on their world map. Corrupted players may kill bounty hunters without acquiring additional corruption score. Corrupted players' combat penalties do not apply when battling bounty hunters. So that's going to be a really cool system, in my opinion, for people that do want to go, like, corrupt, people that don't want to go corrupt, people that want to, like, chase that shit. I was having a terrible day until I come to chat. You shoot me up. Yo, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you, Amana. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy being able to do what I do. I'm sorry if I have a grumpy face sometimes. I consider myself very lucky, dude. Like, right now, keep in mind, I never have my viewers visible. I don't know how many viewers there are. I don't know how many subs there are at any point. I never have that shit visible. But what I do know is this is a downtime day for Ashes, and a lot of people are just yapping and chilling. You know what I mean? I consider myself very lucky to, even when the game is not up, even when nothing is happening, I love what I do. I'm very thankful that people show up and hang out. Like, that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Never grumpy, never, honestly, a bad day on my end, dog. Last night, I slept, I woke up, and I basically got to look forward to getting on stream and hanging out all day. So that's a big thing. Never grumpy, genuinely no stress on my end, actually. I will say, I wish I could stop sleeping so damn late and, like, get swole or something, but. Here's a grubby. I thought that's what I was saying. The opposite. Yeah, I was confused. I don't know. Maybe. If bounty hunter kills you, then you drop no gear, but if you get killed by another people, then you drop. When you are fighting bounty hunters and you die to a bounty hunter, you will still die in the normal way as the corrupt player. But as a corrupt player, you typically have stat dampening. So when you're fighting a bounty hunter, you'll be stronger and you will not corrupt further for fighting a bounty hunter. It's the opposite. So flip what you were saying. If a bounty hunter kills you, then you do drop your gear and the bounty hunter gets a reward for killing you as a corrupt player. If you kill the bounty hunter, then you don't get any more corruption. Why would anyone want to be a bounty hunter? Because you kill corrupted players, you get their gear and you get a reward for doing it. Yeah. That's a big thing. Yo, wait, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So a bounty hunter sees a corrupted player and gets a bonus for killing that corrupted player in addition to the normal corruption. So no one's ever going corrupted. Yeah, I mean, corruption's supposed to be something that's not common. Yeah, like, I think that's a big thing. Like, corruption is supposed to be a big deal that is punished. This is the entire system. It's supposed to be a huge risk to kill someone outside of a war deck. Yes. There is no incentive to go corrupt. There's zero incentive for a player to go red. It actually gives you negatives for doing that. Very significant downsides from Steven. That's what it's intended to be. There is no incentivization to it other than you non-consensually player killing someone. Book. Yeah. PK versus PKK. Yes. So Blight is also, like we mentioned, that like long-term tracking, right? Yes, there is. Dumb Dwarf took my ore. Well, trip him, flag him up and trip him while he's getting the ore, and then you're fine. You have CCs. Bard can marionette. I can grapple. I can trip. I can stun. You can do a lot to stop somebody from hitting it. You don't have to full kill him, though. Yeah, stun him. Start chunking it. It's my go-to. Yeah. You gotta hit that. You gotta hit that CC on it. Dude, I'm doing very well today, Puka. I appreciate you. It's fucking beautiful out, dude. It's so good. Get off the stage, off the cliff. Yes, fiddle to the face will stop any form of gathering whatsoever for a few seconds. Yo, Gary Mustang, thank you for the hydrate, dog. And Percival. You had one as well that you snuck in. I just managed the concept in here the other day. Oh, this has been a long-term thing, Puka. This has been something that's been in the game permanently. Yeah, this isn't like a new update or anything. Corruption is like one of the core things of Ashes. This has always been here. Yeah, this is one of the core things of open world. Corruption is in, yeah. The bounty hunter system is an evolution of corruption that will be in through military nodes once those are added. But like corruption's already in. We've had people like already corrupt. When you corrupt currently, you get stat dampening, you lose gear when you die. And currently the only ways to farm off your corruption are either grinding off a shitload of mobs while you have a minimap indicator that you're corrupted, or fucking die. Now, long term, there will be more ways that you can get your corruption off. You'll be able to do some consumes, some quests, a lot of that. But corruption is not intended to be something that's rewarding in any way, shape, or form. So keep in mind, player-to-player trading, interacting with vendors or NPCs, unequipping gear, and the ability to access storage is disabled for corrupted players. Previously, it was stated that corrupted players could not store items in public warehouses, but could utilize private storage within their freehold. Corrupted players will still be able to enter and leave their freehold buildings, but may not deposit or withdraw items from the storage. There is a 60-second timer to log out while corrupt. Good morning, Corla. Force disconnecting the client during the cooldown will leave the character in game. There's yeah. That's not in yet though. The 60 seconds not. You can full chicken. Interesting. We should test that. Wait. I saw some people training mobs to the AFK people near the storage. Oh god, I took some epic wood and a lot of other wood from a body. Bruh. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Corruption is significantly more punishing right now until they add more to it. I think corruption's still going to be punishing, by the way. Like, corruption is not intended to be like a good thing in any way, shape, or form. Like, another quote from Steven, just to put in perspective. We incentivize players to fight back or to participate in PvP through the flagging system, but not to PK, not to go corrupt. He iterates like a lot that corruption, while it's an option, is not something that they want people doing frequently because it is not going to be rewarded. The primary means to remove corruption is through death. Multiple deaths may be necessary to remove all corruption. So corruption score is granted by killing other non-combatants. That corruption score whittles away slowly based off experience gained or death had. Dying removes a significant portion of a player's corruption score. Significant portion. Gaining experience will also slowly reduce a player's corruption score. A quest may be utilized to reduce the PK count of a corrupt player in order for them to accumulate less corruption in the future. It's a design shift from a religious quest being used to directly reduce the corruption score. Killing a mount's going corrupt is the first thing needing to go. Yes. Yeah, I think mount baiting for corruption is crazy right now. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And you can't just make it so people can kill mounts freely. Like, it's a pretty rough scenario because you can't just have people killing mounts freely. You can't have people that are not able to kill mounts. You fix that in the options. Yeah, that is true. Wouldn't you have to have your settings like not on in order to hit the mounts? Because you should have the first one unchecked and then the bottom three checked, and that requires you to force PvP to actually hit stuff. There should be a blight level attached to negative effects. Should give a buffer to accidental mount corruptions. Should there be a blight level attached to negative effects to give a buffer? What do you mean a blight level attached to negative effects? So like different PKs result in different things. I believe that's a part of the like the PK system already. Let's see. Corruption score has a scaling impact on the efficacy of the character's skills in PvP combat. Nope, that's the corruption score itself. That's not the accrual. Where is it? It mentions somewhere here that killing like a lower level player gives you more corruption. Fuck. I just had it. Increase with each non-combatant. Chances. Oh, the wider the level disparity between the players and the higher the attacker's blight, the more corruption they gain. It doesn't mention anything like mount specific or anything, but turn on must be force flag to harm and heal others in combat, and turn off AoE ability to hit non-combatants. Yeah. I think those should be kind of on by default. I'm not gonna lie. Your mount is flagged? Your mount's not flagged unless you flag. Yeah, no, your mount's not automatically flagged. You want to hit non-combatants during world boss. Wait, no you don't, because then you'll corrupt. You'll flag regardless. If you... Right, but you flag regardless. So you would just Alt-F. That setting doesn't do anything for you. There's no benefit to having that setting like auto on when anybody walks in range. Because all it means, you can still CC people at world bosses, but you have to flag. If you CC them and they die, you still corrupt. Not if they die to a world boss. No, you can CC somebody, you flag up, and then they die to mobs and you don't corrupt. That's one of the big, like, workarounds for corruption right now. Not if they die to a world boss. Right, but you still PvP flag when you CC somebody. If I'm not flagged, but I cast a CC on you, that CC flags me up. You cannot cast on another player without flagging for PvP. That's not a thing. What those settings do is stop somebody from walking into my intimidating aura as a tank and getting hit by that intimidating aura. That's the biggest thing. So basically, like, if you do not have those settings on, people can drop their unflagged mount when they're not flagged in the clump, and then your damage will cleave everything, and that's how people actually get corruption baited. Like, that's the big thing. If you have those settings on, like if you have everything checked, you can still flag up and cast on someone. And if you have them unchecked, you can still cast on them and flag up. It's just having those settings properly set up prevents you from getting corruption baited. There's, in my opinion, no real reason to even like have those in place. I also saw you can heal enemies. What's that about? That second one is for healing people like that are also flagged. So like say somebody is flagged and they're outside of your group and you try to heal them. You would have to flag to be able to heal them with that setting on, instead of say you're a cleric and somebody runs through one of your heals while you're unflagged and they're flagged and it flags you. So both of those are basically ways for you to not get griefed by somebody running through your shit. This is confusing. Yeah, I don't even think they should be settings. Basically, if you don't have those correct, any AoE, I think I accidentally healed those EU guys. Wait. No way. I think I accidentally healed those EU guys. Is crazy. That's so fucking funny. Okay, yeah. So basically, those settings are made to make you like, if I want my abilities to act on somebody else, I have to flag up if they are flagged up. I have to match their state. So if I'm a healer, my tank is flagged up, but I'm not flagged up, I can't heal them until I flag up. So you have to like match the state, and that's basically a way for you to control it, instead of like, I have my intimidating aura, which pulses once a second. Somebody sees me with it up, and then somebody runs up and goes, I'm getting dusty, and then they run into my AoE, and then I'm flagged up, right? Or they drop a mount that's unflagged, which won't flag you up for hitting. You know what I mean? Because even if there's a bad part there, I did damage then healed. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I'll look at it. If those are settings, they should be on by default. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I absolutely think they should be on by default. Just that fact alone proves Ashes devs have 10x the IQ of any MMO team to date. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good setting. Pretty sure they're trying to eventually remove the ability to CC non-flagged players. See, I don't like that, by the way. If you remove the ability to CC non-flagged players, it becomes a race to whoever hits a node first controls the node. A lot of node competition in PvP over nodes is because I can run up to you. You're hunting a fucking scorpion. I run up to you and trip you over the scorpion, and then you're like, hey, Dusty, I didn't like that. And then you trip me back, and then we PvP. If it's just a race of like, I get to this first, it's mine. You know what I mean? I feel like then you just need to outright hit me. Right, but if you're not flagged, then I would have to corrupt to stop you from doing it. I would need to be able to do something to actually, like, stop your action. And if you're not CC'd, or sorry, if you're not flagged and I can't CC you, I can't trip you, I can't stun you, I can't grapple you, I can't marionette you as a bard, even if I'm flagged, if you refuse to unflag, me hitting you wouldn't stop you from getting the mount because you'll get me to 50% HP and I'll just be petting it to death. You know what I mean? And then if you corrupt, you get punished more. I don't necessarily like the idea of not being able to CC unflagged people because you do flag. You know what I mean? It's more fun than it sounds once you accept that as part of the game. Yeah. I got stunned by a fighter that force flagged on me while I was harvesting flowers. Yeah, and then you just turn and kick the shit out of him. Yeah. I actually like the concept of something like negative corruption from another game. You can preform by killing mobs, and if you have enough points, you can get away with killing someone without going corrupt. Solves a lot of problems without accidentally corrupt. I mean, maybe with a different game systems, I don't necessarily think that that's something that'll be coming like Ashes-wise. I think the Ashes equivalent to that would be, keep in mind with Blight, that's going to be your long-term like cumulative PK score. And there will be ways to reduce your Blight. So that's kind of like, I would say that's kind of like a similar system, Verox. I don't necessarily think that we'll see something that's like a full, like, I preform this like good guy score so I can get bad guy score. But it does seem like, you know, I killed 50 people today. I gotta go get my Blight down so I can kill a couple more people tomorrow without having this super high corruption ramp up, right? So there will be a little bit of a way, like if you are a player killer, like if you are a corruptor, to kind of increase your ability to PK. But again, it's not meant to be something that's like rewarded, right? So I guess if I have non-combatants, if I have include non-combatants with AoE healing them. Yep, you've been doing that. Yeah, what up, Razor Blade? Is there a good new player guide video to help go over everything, including how gear works with enchants and stuff? First things first. There's a lot to go over at Ashes. That's why we're on the wiki. So the wiki is an insane resource. In terms of going over everything, that would be like a fucking multi-day video. I put in about 900 hours right up like before the start of this server on May 1st, in between like late December and May 1st. And I still learn new shit every day. Keep in mind, more systems are coming in as well. So just in terms of gear progression, you have deconstruction, tempering, which increases the quality within the same rarity bracket. Then you'll have gear ascension added later, which promotes something to a higher rarity bracket. Then you'll have enchanting. Then you'll have socketables. Like it's deep. There are a lot of systems in Ashes that go so many levels. With that being said, that's the advantage to this. YouTube videos can only cover so much of the depth of only one of the systems. And here we answer a ton of specific questions for people all the time. So it is definitely an overwhelming feeling to hop in. And that's one of the big things that, honestly, I like. A lot of video games, especially MMOs, you hop in and it's this like very, very narrow look. It's like, I continue on this straight path. And I like just being dumped into this big world personally and being like, oh, fuck. Like, what do I actually do here? And that little bit of like exploration. You know what I mean? How much of that depth exists and how much of it is just in the wiki? Depth in systems? Oh my god, it goes fucking crazy already. Yeah. Like, obviously, a lot of the systems are stood up comparatively to, like, where they will be in their finish state from gathering, refining, crafting, everything like that. But there are already, in my opinion, a lot of systems that are very, very core systems that present a low floor for people to get into and a very high ceiling for people to master. And we see that from progression 1 to 25, gearing from 100 power to 200 plus power, PvP presence, PvE presence, world boss control, gathering mats. Like, from every single system, there is already so much that players can do to impact, like, their output in the system. And of course, a lot of systems, excuse me, a lot of systems are more in their, like, core iterations. A lot of them continue to get more of their, like, developmental depth as well. But with each of the systems being sandboxy, that alone provides you so much depth in itself. It's all player to player. It's a heavy emphasis on that. And anything player to player, in my opinion, is kind of like a cheat code for depth. Because players will always evolve, always get better, always get more efficient on the high end. NPCs are set. So removing all of the player goods on any medium to high level of things has already set more depth to the entire, like, validity of crafting. The entire emphasis on making sure you have recipes, making sure you have mats ready. So the depth just continues to come. For me, I feel like systems aren't really going to be, like, solved in Ashes, especially long term. It's pretty cool. And again, we are nowhere near, like, feature finished, but as we get there through phase 3, I think you'll see a lot of that, you know, outwardly noticeable, like, oh shit, this is deep but makes sense. Some of the systems right now, they have a lot of the, you know, the early depth, but there's not enough of that introduction of players, so they don't get to see the depth, right? So it's an important thing to keep in mind. The introduction to those systems is very important too. Very important. So notable, the players get to see immune as well. In terms of, like, full CC immune, Eddie, dude, I really don't hope I hope they don't do that. If you can't CC non-combatant players, that makes competition not good. I don't know. Saw a caravan the day last week's play. I said defender and then I saw 11 people as attackers. Yikes. That's a little unfortunate. Yeah, Vans can be a little bit of a risk. Vans can definitely be a little bit of a risk, but I think the current CC lasts way too long, though. Each class has a CC break, but yeah, like, incapacitates lasting 30 fucking seconds is crazy in my opinion. Being CC'd for a whole 10 seconds? Wait till you get double diddy darted by a rogue. Shockums, how long can you double diddy dart me for? Any of my rogue players, like, what is the longest amount of time you can incapacitate me for? Because keep in mind, rogue with expanded tool belt also has the double diddy dart. So even if I shake it off the first diddy dart, I'm getting a second diddy dart right to my other nipple, and then I'm going to have 2 diddy darts and 2 nipples. I think it's 26 seconds. 15 seconds with a bleed, then you can use it twice. A CC so nice, I'll have it twice. Good fucking god. What's the cooldown on it? Like, the cooldown on Diddy Dart in between the two 15s, you get 2 charges of it. It's a 15-second CC, and then a second charge. It's interesting. Dueling against Shock. Shock plays a rogue like Shockums. And he, CD's like 40 seconds, I want to say, per dart. Yeah, it's pretty sizable in terms of, like, the actual cooldown per dart. Like, there's also DR, but it's not bad. It's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. And then you factor in, like, marionettes, you factor in a lot of shit, you factor in the follow-up CC. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of in-caps, and in-caps will be a lot less noticeable in, like, large scale. But, like, I feel like in-caps right now, even in I don't know. In caps and small scale are always stronger, right? But the second you're hit by an in cap and you only have one CC break, or your CC break's not up because of the other CCs, you're like, well, I guess I'm just taking thousands of damage. What about Mez? Oh, God. Oh, God. Mez lol? Bro, Voil, you should look at old Phase 2, like the 1v1 tournament, and look at how good Bard used to be. Bard would literally get a res dump, Mez, Lullaby, and would just jump into melee range, and while people were going... They'd just be getting Lullaby ticks, and Lullaby was hitting so fucking hard. A rogue can take you out of the fight completely if they just CC focus. Yes. Yes. There have been times where a single rogue has gone on me. I have popped my CC break through one of their like large CCs, and they just have another follow-up CC ready to go. Ready to go. Isn't that the class? Not one-shotting people. Not one-shotting people. Oh, are you saying rogue? I think it's okay for a rogue to be able to do that since that's a class. I mean, rogue's strength is always going to be CC, but as of right now, you have to remember, rogue as a class has S tier movement, S tier damage, S tier, the only mana burn, by the way, AoE mana burn, S tier CC. The only thing that it lacks is a ton of AoE, but even if you advantage trip, you have a full melee range AoE trip. Like, it's everyone in melee range just gets tripped, which is insanely strong. So, like, the thing with rogue that I've been trying to discuss with people is we are at a point where we're level 25 cap, right? Looking at the rogue's kit, what does it not have in its kit? You know what I mean? If the game's balanced around 8 players and rogue specializes in picking one player out of a group and bullying him, then it's fine. Oh, sure. Group comps are always going to be relative. And rogue's numbers will be absolutely tuned down. Rogue, as you add in more players, falls into everything that a melee does. But rogue in and of itself may be enough to completely change the comp dynamics of entire groups. If you're one cleric and you run into a rogue comp or even a double rogue, you're just fucked. You're just fucked. And again, the thing that I'm trying to point out with rogue specifically, with pretty much every class, people are like, oh, I could see this coming in the latter half of the tree, right? What could be added to a rogue that it doesn't already have in a rogue kit? Nothing. Nothing. It has a complete kit at level 25. Whereas most classes, most primary archetypes are incomplete right now. Rogue is supposed to be a king of 1v1s, in all fairness. Like, Rogue is a very good 1v1 class. And I do think, like, there are a few things on Rogue that are a bit strong. And keep in mind, this is something that we've heard direct feedback on because we built a Rogue kit that was literally borderline unkillable, that had 20 plus seconds of 90% plus evasion. Physical and magic. We sent that up to Intrepid and got immediate confirmation that that was not intended, and the Rogue design team is looking into Rogue scaling numbers because it's not working as intended. That's direct confirmation that we've had. So with that in mind, Rogue is already in a spot where, like, its evasion is scaling additively. It's real good. So again, I wouldn't be shocked to see Rogue get hit with a very hard nerf bat after a slight rework. Pretty much every single class has received revamps. A Vanish, a Threat Redirect, a Stun that doesn't break stealth, a Disorient. Don't you already have a Vanish mechanic? You already have a Vanish mechanic. A Threat Redirect. Could see that. Could see that. A Stun that doesn't break stealth. That's fucking awful. That's fucking awful. I already hate the concept of all of that. Just purely thinking about what WoW rogues have that Ashes rogues don't. Keep in mind, comparatively to WoW rogues, Ashe's rogues have way more mobility in stealth, way more options in stealth, and they also have a 5% damage max HP threshold before their stealth breaks. He said what could be had and not what should be. Touche. I personally, I wouldn't mind rogue as much if I could fish them out of stealth. But there's nothing that I can do that's a reasonable amount of just like fish damage to get 5% of their max health ticked off and get them out of their stealth. And it was originally 10% of their max HP as well, and they nerfed that shit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like rogue stealth break threshold come down a little bit, but they do also have measures in the 8v8 balance to account for that. You keep a mage in your group for anti-rogue, they pop eye, you may be able to see that stealth. But again, I'm pretty sure the stealth is going to be a lot more mobile than a mage with an eye that's going fishing for it. So, I don't know. I feel like rogue already has so many openers in its kit, so many closers in its kit. Such a fucking great kit. Mana burn too, by the way. Mana burn is, Mana burn is something. Let's build a pure health rogue. Pure health, mana burn, caltrips as the emphasis. Yeah, you just go the full utility rogue and you just drop caltrips and then you go in and you advantage trip everyone in your caltrips. 19-second poison up time, 20-second cooldown, by the way. Oh, sorry, 1 second cooldown. 10k rogue poisoning you and invis for heals. Yup. Our stealth is broke anyways. Still see all of us or at least some of our armor. Okay, yeah. The fucking cloak of visibility is most definitely a nerf for you guys. That's true. Sleep dart's more or less a disorient. Diddy dart is AIDS. Diddy dart's AIDS. I love seeing more soft CCs in general as a mage. Let me pick between freeze being a 2-second root or 3-second slow, etc. That could be cool as well. Yeah, just like intensified chill instead of freeze as kind of like an augment where it's like your chill can now stack movement reduction up to this % or something like that. Like you can now put a second stack of chill with this ability on a target. Could be pretty cool. This or that choices that impact gameplay. Yeah, ability augments and shit like that. That's one thing they did mention a lot on the topic of like what a rogue could receive in its 25 to 50 kit. Augments are going to be a big thing. Even as a tank, I can already think of like 10 different augments to like 5 abilities that could be entirely impactful. One of my favorites that I hope we get is an AoE grapple. I would like to take the 25-meter range on grapple and the 20-second cooldown, flip it up a little bit. So instead of 1 targeted grapple, I have 5-meter range grapples that shoot out, 3 in front of me, 2 behind me, pull people into a frontal cone in front of me, and that's my initiate. It has a shorter range. It's got a longer cooldown. It's got a quite short range at 5 meters, by the way. But it allows me to clump bust a little bit. Tank should get a black hole ability, agreed. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Call me delusional, but Diddy Dart feels ass outside of 1v1. Yeah, Rogue's a small scale specialist, I will say. And like, even in large scale, Rogue is going to look for those small scale scrappy fights. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. Rogue does have, I would say Ashe's Rogue does quite well comparatively to a lot of rogues by design and mass scale too, though. Like, obviously, mass scale, if you jump in too deep, you're gonna get fucking nuked. But I feel like Ashe's Rogue kit does give them a lot more options than like a lot of traditional rogues where it's like you show yourself for more than 10 seconds, you're full cooked. Let me swap Blink from a CC break to 2 charges instead. I don't know if I'd get rid of the CC break. Oh my god. No, that's, yeah, stuff like that's really cool though. How's the down day? Is it down day? Is it down day? It's a good day though. We're hanging out, we're yapping as usual. We're gonna be doing some gear planning as well, but I spent a lot of time outside today and I'm pretty sure I got a sunburn again. But it's worth it. I needed to like red up a little bit because the red turns into tan. So I made sure I pulled up my sleeves today like this while I was sitting outside. So it was nice. It was nice. Tank should get a magma chain ability where you can literally dog walk mobs, pull them around. Like a fucking Bat Rider ult from Dota 2 ski. That'd be fucking hilarious. I would put a cleric on a leash and then just drag them around the back line behind me, snap them to me, trip them, and then teabag them. I like when Carlos sent me the class build. Oh, yeah. Carla's been cooking. She's been conferring with a lot of different people to get banger gear sets together. So it's huge. We also got a lot of good recipes for that. So it's nice. I got the Ruvidium focus recipe the other day, and I think that's your guys' bisque, because that's the focus that has healing power. Tatum torn ACL confirmed. Oh, poor guy. ACL or Achilles? And Mavs confirmed not trading one pick. Well, Cooper Flag to the Mavs. Jason Tatum to the injury reserve. Ruvidium focus huge. Yeah, we just got to be able to make it. I got the recipe. Achilles. Word. Surgery happened today. Well, I hope the recipe. I hope the recipe for the Achilles is available. I hope the recovery goes well. I would say better focus is the one with 450 HP. I can't heal if I'm dead. Yeah, but I also think it's a lot of value in the slots personally. So like, for me as a tank, there are a lot of pieces that have HP, there are a lot of pieces that have fizz power, and there are a lot of pieces that have crit. And part of what I try to do gearing wise is figure out the most efficient pieces in that. So some things may be worth a trade-off, other things may not be, depending on like each individual piece of gear. Say you have a lot of armor pieces that have spell power and healing power, so you're juiced to like diminishing returns there. HP, that's like your big secondary scaler, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, any in my build, I have one Ruvidium one that has HP. HP as in healing power or HP as in health? I just want to make sure we're on the same page, because health is your second scaler, like after you hit your power diminishing returns, right? I'm pretty sure everything that I've heard still is like get your power until DR breakpoints that you want, and then health scaling. I'm assuming HP equals health. Yeah, I just want to make sure. One power, one health. Word. What even is the power cap? Exclamation DR will get you a rough list of power to, like power rating to power breakdowns. That, of course, does depend on like class, and that is just a rough list in terms of the spreadsheet, but I'll pull it up on stream for you. And that'll kind of explain why I target the things that I target. Hold on. All right, cool. I wanted to ease you guys into the flashbang, and I kind of like edged you with it at first. All right. Flashbang coming in 3, 2, 1. So, basically with your power rating versus power, and again, these are going to be rough numbers, but this just shows how the diminishing return brackets start to hit. So the big thing is to keep in mind the total ratio of things. So with that, once you get up to like 200 to 240, that's when you'll start to see it actually ramp up. So at 200 to 210, it's a little over like 1,100. It's like 1,149. And then 240 to 250, it's 1,549. So it is it's a pretty large ramp up in terms of your DR breakpoints. And then you go 1,666 from 250 to 260. So there's a large amount of kind of like ramp up to it once you get into those DR brackets, which is why a lot of people will target this very friendly area to start of 200 to 220. Right now, I'm in this 170 to 180. So as I get a few more pieces, I'll just be able to jump, and jump. And I'm basically 2 good pieces in terms of upgrades away from being 200 plus power. So that's also with having a lot of max HP pieces. So, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of like max HP versus power for me as a tank versus crit scaling, it's all a matter of like what can I get efficiently in which slots. So there are a few pieces that have HP that I'm just like, this isn't the most efficient scaling of it. I'm gonna opt out of this type stuff. So, class is good, but it does have less abilities than other classes at the moment. What's that, mage? Blight stat is kind of counterintuitive. If you kill people in fair PvP, your blight's gonna build up. No. Blight is only for corruptions. Yeah. Blight is just for like corruptions and non-consensual player kills. Blight is in the game right now. If you've corrupted, you have blight on your account. You have blight on your character. So My healing power right now is 190. God damn. What the fuck? You're juiced to shit. That's fucking huge. How the hell have you had that good of luck on gear? Steel Bloom farm like crazy, just holding it down with a raid? Anyone's getting ads covering the whole page on Ash's Codex? I mean, sometimes, yes. Yeah, they do be adding over there. Very juiced. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. Everything good. I'm so confused. What do you mean everything good? Why are people saying that? Yeah, everything's amazing. Why are people coming in saying that I like... What? Yeah, everything's amazing. Is this just like a community troll that you guys worked up? Like 3 people have come in and they're... No, like... People have come in and they're like, Dusty, you look grumpy today. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm like, I'm sitting here smiling. I went outside today. I'm like a little sunburnt. I know it's a form of hello, but everything's amazing. Everything good today? It's terrible. Everything sucks. I can't function without Ashes. I'm coping. I actually, the worst thing is I got a little sunburnt today. I got a little crispy up in the shoulder region. So it's okay though. It's okay. I'll put aloe on that bitch tonight and we'll be vibing. Are you good today, Hank? How the fuck are you? Are you guys okay? Are you guys sad that there's no Ashes? Cause like, I'm happy. I'm worried about you guys. Ready for some yapping. You look okay today? I'm feeling terrible. I look terrible. I am terrible. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. You don't look happy. What about now? Is this happier? It does hurt to frown. It really does take more muscles to frown than to smile, guys. That shit stresses my face out. I don't want to get wrinkles. I got a very, very non-wrinkly face. As long as I sleep well. It's CeraVe day and night. That's the secret. Yo, what up, GP? How you doing, my friend? What a 7-day a week in the Ashes world. Yes. Yes. I can't wait for 7-day uptime. It only takes 4 big muscles to extend your arm and bitch slap them. Define big muscles. I don't really have that going for me. I'm a little lanky. So like if we take the big out of that, then we're vibing. But is that August 4th? Yes, August 4th will be the phase 3 start. Will be our 24/7 access. I can't wait. No more Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, boys. It's gonna be so fucking good. We will genuinely be up so unbelievably tremendous as soon as August 4th hits. And all these changes that we're working on right now are making sure that the August 4th servers go off without a hitch, go off incredibly smooth, and are here for the long term that they're supposed to be here for. I'm excited. I can't wait for it. I am also out of water. And you know what I can't wait for? My next drink of water. August 4th wheat. Yes, everything right now, in my opinion, everything right now, in my opinion, is prepping for August 4th. I'm not even gonna lie. That is basically what happens. And then by the time August 4th hits, we're prepping for the betas and launch. Because hopefully August 4th will be in a spot where there aren't a lot of like rollbacks, wipes, ideally. Now there may be. And if there are, we'll adjust. We'll play with it. We'll learn. We'll figure out what we need to do to keep rolling, and we'll keep rolling. But every single phase, every single jump in for us, every single point where we're just like, you know, improving as a community, it's huge. It's a big opportunity. So we use the rest of these 3 months to get set up as much as we can. And then by the time August 4th hits, we're set up a lot better now than we were previously. I think I'll run to Northeast Desert Harbor and Northwest Tropics Harbor van this weekend. I think it'll take less than 5 hours. Van or boat? Like, van. That's going to be rough. Where do you imagine the other 2 divine gates would be? There's an older version of the map that has them. I believe one of them is going to be in this foresty area, the Elven Divine Gate. And then the orcs are going to be like up here. In like this area, I believe. That is what I think. Oh no, elves might be over here actually. It might be like elves and then orcs over here or some shit. But Yeah, the elves are in like this foresty area. I think one of these is gonna be like a fucking just beautiful, beautiful forest. So, but yeah, I would assume they're gonna be pretty evenly spread through here. And then your furries are underground. Furries always underground. What race will you play? Probably Dunir. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Unless like the Nakua looks sick, but like racials won't have a power output bonus. Those will be kind of like accessory bonuses. So think like a lifestyle skill bonus. So maybe if you're like a Dunir, you get a bonus to like mining rarity or like mining quantity or something like that. If you're a Nakuan, you may get a bonus to, I don't fucking know. Oh God, what would actually be a Nakuan bonus? Yeah, there could just be so much either way. But it'll be like more accessory bonuses to the races instead of things that are deterministic of like race class combo. So it won't be like, oh, you're a human. You have more like, you know, proficiency with great swords. Like it's not like that. Also cosmetic bonus. Yeah, different armor sets looking different ways. That is also true. I've got to keep track of which one is the fucking drippiest. Yes. Yes. Van through the water. Oh, you're going to be there for 6 hours. You're going to be there for 6 hours. Yeah, that's going to be... You'll be there for more than 5 hours. Oh, yeah. I think the last word was having background bonuses, similar to D&D, separated from race, covering normal racial bonuses. GP, do you have any idea of like what the quote-unquote background bonuses would be? Because wouldn't those just be things that are like lifestyle skills and just like small accessory things, like no power scaling or anything like that? I hate cosmetics so much. I didn't get any since my Alpha 1 days. Only cosmetic in game, not from store. They have said that like the coolest, most recognizable stuff will be intended to be like the play to earn stuff instead of the pay to earn stuff. Now, cool is always relative and like what people like is always relative. But I think putting an emphasis on like earned rewards in terms of like big, like flashy items and like things that are super recognizable. I love that. Now, you will always have the level of player where it's like, I want to have the best gear, but as Seat just said, I want to look like I have no gear. So like, I could transmog an entire GG set into just like this peasant set. I could walk up to people and they'd be like, visual inspection, like, oh, Dusty has no gear. And then they'd PvP, and then they'd be like, oh, wait, why'd I get one-shotted? Like at Grey Peak, one of the EU Rangers had like astronaut shoulders. He had the black feather tunic, the chest. He was pretty kitted. And so I knew that he was geared as shit. I messaged him and I was like, you're kitted. What's your power? And he was like, 220. So there's like a level of visual inspection and visual polish that comes in with all of that. That's pretty cool. Can't wait to RP against the hook on my Samoan dwarf. He has talked about how they may tolerate the Nakua, but they won't be accepting. Always be sad, Steven. So anti-player inspect, core MMO experience for me. Player inspect in an open world PvP oriented thing, in my opinion, is a way to get into a fight with somebody after knowing how hard they hit. I think it's very detrimental for PvP itself, because I would be able to walk up to somebody's group, inspect all of them, and see if we have more power, we can PvP them, we can push them off. If they're more poorly geared versus somebody that's better geared, like, we're going to avoid a fight. If someone's like insanely geared comparatively, I think that it is something that, in terms of like PvP spin-ups, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. Unless it only lets you inspect their gear skins and not stats and stuff, but only after transmog's possible. Yeah, keep in mind, it's not just a PvP game. Inspect has negatives for PvE too. Let me take you back to the WoW must be this gear score to do this content. Line up in chat for gear checks before you fill a pub spot in my raid. Inspecting and damage meters are a way for you to lock people out of content if they don't have stuff that is what you want from a PvE standpoint. If I'm putting together a group and I need a certain drop, I would be able to inspect you and see if you already have that piece of armor before actually like inviting you to the group. I think later on you'll recognize the name of the guy. It'd be like, I know him, he's too strong. Yeah, that already happens. Yeah, and I think that's the intended system. I think that inspecting another player is... this group is trying to fight damage on name mobs with us, and we can see what they'll that they all have more power than us from gear, so let's just leave. Yeah, there are a lot of things, in my opinion, that I think would be a detriment from inspection, and like... I've seen inspecting used to lock people out of stuff more so than I've seen it used to include people and stuff. If you see someone that's insane, you can always just be like, yo, what gear are you using? And if they decide to tell you, then they tell you. That's the social sandbox. Withholding information is entirely within the realm of social sandbox. That's something that a lot of powerful guilds do to have an edge. So yeah. Toxicity will live regardless. Well, I think that alone kind of, you know, agree to disagree there. I think that core design wise of Ashes, I wouldn't really expect to see an inspect. Don't water it. Yeah, genuinely, like, if you have systems that promote toxicity, then toxicity will be able to happen a lot more. If the toxicity forms from people being in groups together and not meshing, I think that's a lot different than I'm not even getting in groups because I don't have the gear to do this. Because I have an optional setting to allow people to inspect you and how much they can see. Inspection off, visual inspection only, visual and stat inspection allowed. Or you could just ask somebody what their gear is. I think, like Max said, being able to link gear in chat's a huge quality of life improvement. Yeah. Being able to link pieces of gear, I think, would also be a huge thing. Like, genuinely, there have been a lot of times where I've been wondering what another tank is using, and I say, hey, what are you using? I'm using these pieces. I dueled somebody. They were doing like 50% more damage than me. I said, hey, what are you using that I'm not? And then we talked about crit damage scaling, and I learned. I think stuff like that leans more into the actual like social player-to-player environment than I just inspect you, see what you're doing, and copy it. You know what I mean? You had 25? Oh yeah. I finally, I was like, man, I've been gearing up. My gear's fine, but like, I'm getting 25 before servers go down. I was fine with telling people like, yeah, I haven't prioed 25 because you only need 20 right now for gearing. But yeah, I got 25 shirt up yesterday. So I'm sitting at 182 power, I want to say, and like 6,500 plus HP. So I'm not going the full like brick wall. I tend to, with my target, I'm going to be like 210-ish power, 220-ish, 200 plus crit power damage rating. I'm at 190 right now. And then hopefully 7,500 8k HP. I don't feel like I need much more than that, and I feel like the actual damage potential that comes with like the force crit pop and everything like that from tank, I already feel it too. Even if like we're fighting really well geared guilds, like if I get on a cleric, the second I get on a cleric, they're like, oh shit, why is this tank hitting so hard? Where is all of my health? I don't see a benefit for inspecting even talents. Doesn't matter what the best build is. If the person plays a different build, it suits them better and has better output with it. And if you're losing to something, again, I think player to player, the best, most sustainable system is asking. I think, in my personal opinion, a lot of people suck at video games now because they see somebody doing something. They say, give me a guide to do what you do. And they copy the armor, they copy the skills, but they don't know how they work. So, in my opinion, I think that Ash's system of, what are you doing differently than me? You choose to tell me, and I say, oh, why do you do this? That's better for player to player. That's better for people actually learning. And I think in a world where everything, MMO-wise for a while, and ARPG-wise, and honestly everything-wise, has been streamer man with camera, tell me what to do and do it. It's nice to be able to say, this is what I do, this is what this other person does, this is what this person does, and this is what this person does. And it's all different. And this is why I do what I do. But here are the benefits of doing something else. What would you like to do? Someone comes in and they say, Dusty, what's the best class? And I say, what type of class do you want to play? Do you want to cast spells? Do you want to have, you know, primarily like bow arrow type abilities? Do You want to be melee. MMORPGs for years was about no-brain people. Yes, deadly boss mods and weak auras were the start of the downfall of the MMO genre. It took the actual brain, the actual learning, and the actual evolution of players and progression away from so many actual players. So, as a result, everybody became used to, I watch this guide. I don't even watch a guide. I go on, I look up this guide that tells me where to put my abilities, what abilities to use, and what rotation to use. I follow that exactly, not knowing why the rotation does what it does, like what optionals I can do to complement the rotation, anything like that. I get all this gear, and I don't even know why I'm getting those pieces of gear, or what those pieces of gear are cumulatively doing, or how they feel in my gearing. I don't know what I could switch out for alternate pieces during the progression. So if I'm missing that one best in slot piece, I don't know where the fuck to go. Like, there's a lot that was detrimental in MMOs, in my opinion, from the linearization of information. Yo, Garib, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I think that it was extremely detrimental to have such streamlined, centralized information accessible, I feel like. But should be 2 reasons to kick someone from the guild: terrible performance, and obnoxious behavior. Oh, kick someone from the raid. I don't know why I read that as guild. I was like, I wouldn't kick someone from the guild just because they were bad. I read that as guild at first. Yeah, and honestly, in terms of like a raid kick, some people will be like, you don't know the content, you suck. Some people will be like, before you get to the content, hey, if anybody doesn't know this shit, please speak up. And that's another thing with MMO players. Everybody's afraid to be like, I don't know this. Can you explain it to me, please? I feel like that's a dead thing in a lot of gaming right now. I've never done this. Is anyone familiar with it? This is my first time. Then you have somebody that tells you about mechanics. You have somebody that tells you what you need to dodge. And you don't die over and over again and get kicked. Thoughts on lifesteal for tanks? Want to try it out, but not sure if I'm wasting my time. I built a near 100% lifesteal set. Keep in mind, lifesteal is a 25% chance on hit to get X amount of damage back as life. I think it's mid for tanks personally. I think that we would sacrifice so much between power and raw HP to get that lifesteal. And lifesteal, in my opinion, since it's a 25% chance, is going to probably be more of like a mass scale thing. For like consistent damage dealers. As quirky as it sounds, like lifesteal for mass skill maybe on a tank could be a good form of self-sustain, especially up in like fat initiates. But low-key, I can almost see some like weird meme build coming out where like a range build has lifesteal and a shitload of like HP and just enough damage scaling to pump, and then they just sit in AoE chokes and drop abilities. But the lifesteal sounds inconsistent. Yes, that was the thing that I disliked about it personally, was the inconsistency of it. I tried it in some PvP, some PvE, and the time that I noticed it the most was mass scale pulls. We were in Snake Circle, Daytona, pulling 20, 30 pulls, and then I was getting a lot of lifesteal. But in like 1v1s and stuff, it's not like this big consistent proc. It's not like I have a 100% chance to lifesteal this amount. It's like an RNG chance to steal up to the percentage lifesteal that you've stacked on your gear. I'd say fighter. Fighter could be solid. Tank will be hard for new players. I mean, every class has a layer of like hard and easy for new players. I think tank is something that's naturally a little more punishing for new players just because you have to like tank. You're going to be group dependent. You'll want healers. Excuse me. But pretty much everything in Ashes is group dependent. You're going to want groups in Ashes for nearly every form of content. I think soloing as a tank is probably one of the rougher classes to solo on, just because so much of our kit is like dependent on getting up in people's faces, and mobs and stuff like that. But we do still have a good amount of solo potential. You just have to get comfortable with like the range weapon as well. Every class has a melee and a range weapon equipped at all times. I think tank is very learnable. It's a bunch of different like situationals. You have defensive abilities, offensive abilities. Your threat gen is good, so you don't typically have to worry about people ripping threat off you as long as you're using your abilities wisely. And you got a lot of good combos too. Some force crits, some AoE, some single target. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I'm convinced a lot of people write intentionally bad builds in Icy Veins. Honestly,
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
I low-key thought about that in New World one time because everybody, whenever there was a change in the New World Bruiser meta, would come into my chat and they'd be like, Dusty, what are we playing this patch? And I considered multiple times just telling people the wrong shit and just getting all of the gear myself and then just becoming Thanos. So many people that played my role like valued what I said because they knew that I wouldn't lie. And I really considered just one patch only. Just being like, yeah, you guys are going to want to gear with this. It's this hidden tech that you just haven't seen. There's some scaling that you don't know. And they would have believed it. Do you like dishwashers? Is this like a D's nuts joke? Dish washing D's nuts on your forehead? Yeah, I like to put plates in a dishwasher. Yes. Yes, absolutely. 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 Crix wrote the mage one. Crix also resulted in a fucking quest being a bottleneck now. What's his real intent? Is it to help the people or is it to sow chaos? Because if you guys get a caster trying to get that Argolian chain, it's the latter. It's like Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Ow. Envious probably shares more info and tech than any other guild does.
Not about Snake Circle.
I was supposed to get water 20 minutes ago. I'll be right back. I got 2 more mobs to kill for the neck. Fun times. Hoofsy, go kill the mobs right now while nobody's online. That's gonna be your best bet. That'll be your best time. All right, be right back. Envious told him. I actually don't think Envious told me first. I won't lie. I won't lie. I feel like it was commonly known that that was open.
Also, Envious doesn't exist anymore. RIP Envious.
I'll be right back. I feel like the current MMO scene is a bunch of breedable subby wubbies that currently just want to be told what to do by everybody by a big dommy streamer. I won't lie. Everyone just says, give me a guide for this, give me a guide for that. I sent you a sick website to make a build. Better than Codex. Oh, really now? Oh, fucking really now? Better than Codex, you say? Why is it that it's 65 degrees out, but my nipples are hard? Peep. I shall. AOC build planner. The ultimate Ashes of Creation build planner. Okay. Got it. All right. What do we have here? Can I put it over on this side of the page? Can I like drag this? Oh, interesting. That's where your gear goes. But I want to move it over to this side of the page. What do you mean? What do you mean? I feel like with the new numbers, every 1,000 magic power on items equals 10 magic power under stats. Is that true or just me? Diminishing returns will impact that a little bit. So this is basically your... Hello, Lurker. What up, Corla? What you ermin'? Did I show my nuts or something? What'd I do? What'd I do? So basically with the power returns, this is like a rough look at where it all be. Where it all be. Nothing you did. What'd you do? Did you poop your pants again? What'd you do? I don't know what's going on. Either way, this is what your like rough power rating looks like. Nothing. Everyone's coming in chat so weird. Everyone's like, Dusty, you look like you're dying. Dusty, you look stupid. Dusty, you look mad. Okay, so basically as you... Doing nothing is an issue in itself. Yes, do something. So basically once you get up into like 200 plus, you're going to start to get into more start power diminishing returns. But you can get this by doing exclamation DR. If you guys are like big spreadsheet users, it's theoretically impossible to hit 500. The highest confirmed that I saw was about 273. And you're about to look like an FBI informant. Hold on. All right, there we go. The highest that I saw confirmed was about 273. And that was not this phase. That was last phase. But that was a fighter that barely had 3k HP. So I wouldn't plan on being incredibly tanky if you're trying to scale up that much. When you add an item, it shows in the stats page. Oh, word. Okay. Mace or sword as a tank, and why? Mace because I said so and I'm the streamer. Just kidding. Mace, personally, in my preference, it is going to be a higher fizz power ratio than sword is. And in addition to that, we have a couple of very solid maces. Now, long term, if there were swords that were able to match the output of these maces, I personally would go there. But we have a very, very... select stat. We have a very high max HP option with a couple of... Wait. Can I sort? Nope. Oh. I don't like this. That wasn't supposed to happen. I want to go back to the other one. Max health. Can I sort by this? Where's my max health scaling? Is this it? Okay, huge. So, in terms of max health scaling, you have a few options. You have Iron Greatsword, which is... God fucking damn it. Voil, I hate this website. You have Iron Greatsword, which is going to be just under 1,000 max HP. And that's giving you 1,100 Fizz power, right? Just as the base. If you get a Beast Warden's Prod, that's going to start out, keep in mind this is one hand, at very similar Fizz power rating, as well as very similar max HP, and you get to throw a shield on. So, right now, Igneous Striker drops from Forge. That's our second best. Beast Warden's Prod drops from a pocket dungeon that is down here in Squall's End that's not open yet. Then from there, you have Ruvidium Mace. Ruvidium Mace and Iron Sword are both going to be solid options in terms of the HP. Ruvidium Mace, 737 to 756. Iron Sword, 646 to 663. But then you look at the power rating. Physical power rating on the Iron Sword, 557 to 572. Ruvidium Mace, 848 to 870. So I currently have a gray Ruvidium Mace. Igneous Striker is the next step up. That drops from Bellow Smasher in Forge. Pretty low drop rate right now. Friend just bought that Striker for 22 gold in the mirror market. That's very solid. That's very solid. Are you gonna have these gear publicly listed somewhere other than the guild in your guild Discord? I will make a gear guide at some point once I get my gear actually assembled. It's a little bit hard to put together like an actual gear guide when everything's all fucked right now. So I want to, excuse me. I want to wait until the actual like econ changes with like drop rates, reward tables, yada, yada, yada. Like those are all set up. And we know that those are going to be a little bit more long-term before I'm like, go here for this gear for step 1, go here for this gear for step 2. As soon as everything kind of like settles in, this is just a 3-month like fuck around and find out period. The changes to attributes actually came in about a few weeks prior to the end of the P2 servers. So there's still a lot of cooking to be done, especially as biomes expand. So I would expect in terms of like just a full YouTube thing, probably like prepping for August once a lot of these like loot tables are actually present in terms of more of a long-term thing and we know how it'll shape up. Because for all we know, they may decide to like take Igneous Striker completely off the loot table. Yo, what up, Porcini? How you doing, baby? I hope you're having a great day, dude. I appreciate you coming through. I hope the streams have been well for you lately. Hope you guys have been having fun with the reset. See you guys kicking around. But yeah, I will be doing, I will absolutely be doing a gear guide. So, I can already feel how annoyingly privileged will people feel and make new players annoyed. What do you mean? Did you see that dude with long hair on the plane that got bothered for not showing ID by 3 people till he pulled out his FBI badge and everyone walked away? Wait, what? No, I didn't. Interesting. We've been having fun? Good, dude. I'm glad. I'm glad. It's been a blast on our end as well. We're in the point right now where we're getting the check of like, okay, we had a few really like committed groups push up. We need a few more really committed groups to push up if we want to be on that next level of competing for areas. Because like we're in the spot where if we go take over a small area that's not worth it, we can get whatever we want there. But the second we try to step into like the really, really, really hot areas, it's a little tough. So we're in that kind of limbo right now. And we're trying to push through that. And I'm hoping with what we do this upcoming week, between having everybody target their gear sets that they want to shoot for in this downtime, between me going back personally and leveling 20 plus groups during next week's playtest phase, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. I think it'll be really good. We have 2 PvP guilds. We're getting, I don't know what's going on with the other guilds, but we have casual guilds too somewhere. They're just not up yet for some reason. I don't handle that though. Is Summoner coming soon? In between now and August 4th. Will be Summoner. My guess is kind of like late June, early July, probably. So, what's the name of your guild? I run cats. Well, I help run cats. Basically recruit, and then smart people run cats with abs in the background. But we're just kind of like everywhere all at once. Send to react when you get bored. I don't actually react to stuff on downtime days. I'll probably watch it while I take shit. That's when I usually consume content. Although today I was kicked up in an Adirondack chair outside, like with my feet up, just smoking Bolskis, sipping a Celsius, and watching some YouTube. So it was nice, dude. It was so chill. It was such a beautiful day out. I got a little sunburnt, but it's okay. So, Voyle, you said you like this because it has the stat breakdown as well at the end. I like that. Made a build with like 30% MIT, 213 MP, 30% crit. Ooh. Ooh. Is you mention world boss or PvP fights? World bosses happen at 4 a.m. we sleep normal schedules for the most part. And honestly, like, server resets happen pretty much everywhere, randomly throughout the day. We just haven't had a good lineup with that because my stream schedule is pretty set. But we've been in a lot of fights throughout the map. Obviously, we're doing our own shit right now, but everywhere we go, anytime somebody flags, we're always there. We've had fights against Fed groups, Aura groups, EU groups, pretty much everything. But we do still have a lot of people that are in their leveling process. We have people that work real jobs and shit. A lot of new players too. We need cats on holiday for late night and EU players. No, honestly. Yeah, the guild is definitely most active during my stream time, which is like 2 p.m. to midnight EST, which is kind of unfortunate for the world boss timers and shit like that and a lot of the big breakouts. But yeah, we're kicking around pretty much everywhere. But what guild are you in? Yeah, no, having some more EU presence. I mean, honestly, even our EU players are just always there. Like when we're streaming. It's pretty constantly there. I have a 30-player friend list of late night players, so I have groups. Get them in. We need the DOWNTIME players. Like anytime that server resets happen right now, I'm like already in bed. Most of the time just full sleeping at that point, like mouth open, mouth breathing. We've discussed a lot like the current world boss structure. And I think the favorite idea that I've heard from chat so far is like when servers go up, instead of just having the world bosses up, you would basically have the timer that starts ticking for your world bosses. Now, long term, it probably won't be as much of an issue because you very likely won't have daily resets that just spawn the world bosses once a day, at least hopefully. But if we are going that route, I heard a really good idea from chat where it's like once the servers go up, instead of the bosses actually spawning, that starts your like countdown to their spawn window, which is a multi-hour spawn window. So then once the servers go up, even if people know the spawn window, as soon as that's available, people are going to be sending scouts over. People may have alts parked over there where common spawns are in all of those different spawn points. And stuff like that, I feel like would be so much more enjoyable, in my opinion. Instead of, because let's be completely honest. I got a lot of people that just work normal jobs. We're playing the long game. We're going to be here for a long time. This is an alpha. I'm not going to make my people get up at 4 a.m. for a world boss if they don't want to, considering all of FEPC loves us and we can just hop in on world bosses, whatever. I think Steven said some bosses like Firebrand won't be on a timer. Oh, yeah. The Firebrand event's actually really cool. Hold on. Because it transforms Steel Bloom. You don't work normal job? Me? No, I stream full time, fortunately. Very, very fortunately. But a lot of people in the community, they do work normal jobs. So I hope most world bosses aren't on a timer. Yeah, I think that would be ideal. I think that would be very ideal. But yeah, I'm very fortunate, very blessed to be able to stream full time, especially with Ashes not even being out yet. The community is incredibly supportive and is basically the reason why I'm here. So it's huge. It's coming from somebody whose alliance gets like 75% of them. Yeah, I agree. Zine, you're only part-time disabled and you have one working arm. So like really, you're abled. Like, because you take away half of it. Let's see, where is the Firebrand predicate event? There's a predicate event that is a world event in Steel Bloom. Oh, wait. Following the Orb of the Ultimate Essence. So they renamed story arcs to modules. But basically, this is what will summon Firebrand. So the Orb of Ultimate Essence is a minor module in Ashes of Creation. Due to their work with the cultists, the Forsaken Blade residents of Citadel of the Steel Bloom had become 2-star Flameforge variants during this module. This was originally referred to as a relic, but may be superseded by Horn of Firebrand, which is the actual relic. So Steven said the Forsaken Blades have gotten this. Oh, wait, this is Jeremy. The Forsaken Blades have gotten this fire empowerment, so they're now stronger and they're answering to the cultists. They gave up some of their freedom and autonomy while working with the cultists for this increased power. So now during the story of this quest, we've gotten word that they're trying to attempt to break into the vault now using some kind of relic. And we're in our quest to prevent that from happening. So essentially, you go through this story arc or this module, this world of like whatever you want to call it. And upon completion of this, this is what will spawn Firebrand. And I don't really know, like, where, you know, everything like that we'll be looking at in terms of, like, facilitators, kickoffs, anything in that realm. But we'll be looking at something. I meant like a player chart because the drops not always listed on Codex. I don't know of anything player made. In terms of current world bosses, I think Codex is all up to date. Right now, in terms of drops, you have the health regen set. Maverick, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You have the health regen set from Tumok. Even Tumok 1's kind of ass now. I'm not even gonna lie. Firebrand's loot table is overwhelmingly ass. It's a like a one-handed sword, which is okay, but one-handed swords aren't great. It's a longbow, which is good. It's a shield, which is bad. And then what's the other one? Greatsword, Bladebinder's Monton. The Greatsword is good because those have just higher base drop rarities. And then they also have additive weapon fire damage rating. The shield itself is kind of ass because it is it's fire mitigation rating. So if you're doing something that's like pure fire, then it's cool and it looks cool as fuck. But fire mitigation rating, when you could have something like a steel shield, which gives you attack power, is, well, I should say fizz power, is kind of a throw in my opinion. But any advice for new players? Me and my friends started playing 2 days ago and I'm obsessed with the game. But the game isn't the most intuitive, so we're not sure what to do. We're level 8 to 10. I would say right now, as new players, it's okay to kind of like feel like you're floating around a little bit. My first phase of Ashes was like when I came in December for P2 in terms of actually playing. I had followed for a couple years prior to that, but I was a New World streamer. And when I hopped in, I was also in a spot where I was like, oh shit, what do I do? Where do I go? Right? I didn't know even how to get my mount when I first came in. And fortunately, I had a good community to like ask a lot of questions to. A lot of people came in, helped me out early, helped me get established, and I learned a lot from that. So like Zeet said, Ashes is a very community-based game. I would say finding a community that is willing to accept new players that are building for the long term will be the best bet. There are a lot of communities that will be F. I think we're good. Scared me. Freaking heck, Gray. So like, ow, the fuck, a car just drove by and a reflection off their fucking windshield just cooked me. Oh shit. Oh, I just got hit with a fucking laser. Energy weapons and shit. What the fuck? Oh, that's what I get for keeping one of my fucking curtains open while I stream. Holy shit. I just wanted some sunlight, but not that much. Fuck me. I would say finding a guild that, camera's gonna close your curtain now. Well, like, I kept one of my curtains open, and then I kept the other curtain closed. I have 3 curtains. It's like a little boop, 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 right? And it's like narrow window, wide window, narrow window. And so I keep the wide window closed, and then I have the narrow windows open for like directional sunlight that's not pelting me in the side of the face like a Tyson punch. Fancy. I make it sound a lot fancier than it is. It's just 3 fucking windows. I can't wait to have windows. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, there's a tree outside the window. It's beautiful. I have a bird feeder out there. So. But yeah, like Lake said, try finding some things out for yourself too. The exploration's great. Yeah, so my first character, as I mentioned, I had a lot of people that were helping me with information. But I legitimately spent probably 50, 60 hours just running around looking at shit. And then when I wasn't looking at shit, I would say X level tank looking for a group, and whoever was on in chat and whoever wanted to join from global would join groups. And that was how I learned everything. So right now it's important to remember that May 1st to August 4th is like a stress testing period. On August 4th, everyone's likely going to new servers. These servers could very well be wiped, and in my opinion, probably will be. So I'm telling all of my new players, take this period to dip your toes. It's okay if you're not the winners of phase 2.5 in terms of the most dominant presence. What is important is in this 3-month period, you get as many people onboarded, familiar with the process, and ready to go for August as possible from the community standpoint. So, in my opinion, the best thing you can do is ask a lot of questions, explore a lot of stuff. If anything does pop up questions-wise, you can ask literally anything here. Either myself or someone in chat can explain pretty much anything in the game at this point. We have some great resources at our disposal as well. Past that, just don't feel like you have to be in a rush. Ashes is meant to be a long-term game where there's a lot of adventure on the way. You'll notice if you hit P, not right now because you're not in game. I am not either. We're pissed about that. But that brings up your life skills, right? And with the lifestyle skills, running from one area to another could easily take 2 hours because you stop and hit Oak and Ash until your bags are full. And then you have to pop back to a town and you have to drop that in storage. And then after popping to town, you run over to that farming area and you look up and you're like, oh shit, where'd all the time go? You kill mobs for a little bit, you get some glint, you run back to town, you hit some more trees, and next thing you know, you're making your second tier of logging axe, like your lumberjacking axe. You were hitting willow, and then you hit willow, you sell that Lego willow if it's high rarity, and you make a shitload of money off of it. So something as simple as that is like the adventuring aspect of Ashes. You can go point A to point B to point C if you want to, but you can also take this very non-linear path and progression through everything. We have people in our community who are PvP focused, people who are PvE focused, but our overarching focus right now is taking in all of the new players that got Wave 3 access, that are returners that are coming back after not playing since Phase 1, a long time, and basically getting everybody up to speed. And then once everybody's up to speed, leveled, geared, we are going to be at every single scrim, every single day, PvPing and PvPing and PvPing and PvPing. And as soon as we have our new players at a spot where the entire community floor is ready to go, it's in-house scrims, it's every PvP tournament that pops up, it's every alliance scrim that pops up, we're over there. So that's the goal with this phase. And then by the time August 4th hits, keep in mind, Phase 2 was our first phase as a community. We aren't P1 testers, we aren't PTR testers, overwhelmingly. We're, a lot of us are very new to the game. We just come here from other games where we have a lot of experience and shit. So a lot of it is just that simple knowledge gap. And by the time August 4th hits, our goal is to have a lot of people who are comfortable in any situation. You got to compete for a spawn, you flag up, you do it, you know what your group is, you know who you're playing with, and you guys win that spot, right? And that's our goal. So I think that's the biggest thing for us personally, and that again comes through progression and learning. So even on our standpoint, we're trying to like motivate people like, hey, get leveled so we can help you help yourself, which helps us long term. But we're also not like, you all need to be level 25 by day 2 or you're kicked and banned from the community. Like, we're putting leveling requirements in for primary guilds, but they're pretty generous compared to what a lot of competitive communities are doing. So flag up, mark your tank, PvP them, then you realize you push them out without a tank because you made your tank DC. Yeah, exactly. Anytime you're marking your tank, you're choosing warfare against your fucking tank. Exactly. I cannot wait for like the spite markings to happen on people as soon as PvP starts. Like, people will probably pay my group to mark me. I crash every time. Dude, one time we were competing for beetle plate helm farms in the cave, and a fed group came in. And as soon as the first fight came in, I went to charge in, I turned a corner, and I fucking crashed. I wasn't even marked. It was bad. Most of my time has been spent running between nodes, juggling mats for crafting. Yes. And that's a huge gameplay loop. We have people who are crafting, who are gathering, who are refining to supply the crafters. We've done guild events where we prioritized having a shitload of people constantly like gathering. We did like a lumberjacking event where we got thousands of wood for the guild. It was very good. It's very good. It helped a metric fuck ton. And through all of that, there's so much in Ashes that you can do that deviates from what you would think a typical MMO is going to offer. Like, a lot of MMOs, especially right now, are in the phase standpoint of like, you know, I level, I gear, I'm done for the phase, new phase comes out, I do the new content, I'm good. Ashes has so many ways that you can deviate. It really does. Now, of course, you have that normal progression of leveling, getting the best gear, but with how many like post-gearing modes there are, and how many like long-term sustained goals there are in Ashes, especially on the competitive end, if you're a guild, your biggest mark isn't going to be like owning a guild castle for a week or winning one Zerg. Your mark is going to be owning the same guild castle for, well, it'd be a month, but your mark would be owning like the same guild castle for a year and nobody being able to take that guild castle. Every single tax caravan gets escorted safely. No one can hit your vans. No one can hit your castle. And you got that shit locked down. I see so much like long-term constant loop in Ashes that just keeps people here. So be careful about funneling. It'll create a false positive flag and get your funnel banned for a couple days while Intrepid reviews it. Definitely not talking from experience. Yeah, so the funnel false flag is to distract from the RMTers in guild. Yeah, so we have that all planned out. So basically, we funnel to the crafters, and then the farmers trade gear to the RMTers, and a portion of that gets handed out to new players, and another portion gets sold directly back to Steven at a discount. So that way he gets the RMTing out of the economy, we get the kickback, and we create a faucet within the gear sync itself. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. For legal disclosure, Steven does not promote RMTing in Ashes of Creation. Thank you. Please don't sue me. Joining cats on and all. Which division would you like to join? Because we do also have the undercover GM division too. So just keep in mind we are hiring. I believe Intrepid is hiring a new like senior art lead or something like that as well. They're hiring a few art positions too. So I'm undercover GM. I'm gonna send that to someone to get you banned. Justice for John G. Yeah, full cooked. What one lets me sell my gold for mortgage money? I was going to make a comment about that being the thank you division, but I feel like that would start a witch hunt. So, how many people do we think actually get banned in the ban wave? I gave all the scrolls, still no cats with Ajax. I'm not making the guilds. I'm not doing it. New conspiracy, the hackers recently are just devs fucking with people and seeing how reports come in. That'd be so fucking funny. It was just a bunch of GMs no clipping and like testing, and we're all just out here like, oh my god. If you're gonna buy my golden alpha, I may be interested in selling it. Obviously kidding, I don't RMT. Yeah, no, like, no, nobody RMTs. But like, if you're really low on gold and gift 100 subs to the channel, you might be 6 gold richer, because that's all I have right now. It'll be an IOU. Just kidding. We don't RMT here. I feel like that's such a gray area, by the way. Because, like, somebody could just donate $1,000 and be like, Dusty, can I get help in this? Or can I get you to tank this? And obviously, if you slap me in the face with a stack of money, I'm going to be more likely to do a favor for you. But that's not like direct RMT. But I feel like if I agreed to do the favor, I'd be an RMTer. And if I didn't agree to do the favor, I'd be a dick. It's like you just paid $1,000 and asked me to come tank something for you. I'd be a dick to say no to that. And he'd probably refund it. And if I take it, I'm technically selling carries, which I think is bad. It's like paying cash for carries and achievements and WoW. Yeah, except it's like Twitch is the money launderer. Twitch is the avocados and I am the cartel. It's called advertising and it's totally legit as a streamer. But I feel like it's not. Like, I feel like it's the same thing with extra steps. Like, what if G2G sellers were more of just like a whatnot app? Like, what if there was just a G2G seller that was running a live auction and they were like, I've got $1.50 on this 100 gold. Do I have 175 on the latest 100 gold pull? We got 175. Do we go up to $2? $2 on this latest gold pull. We got Voil with a 250 seat jumping it up to $3 on this gold pull. Like, does that make it better? And then you just donate that amount to the stream? Is that just a giveaway? Like, that would be fucking lit, but like, would that be... What else do streamers get away with? I guess you could technically say it's RMT, but morally not. Yo, Daddy Son, thank you for the follow. Yeah, like, would I actually get in trouble for that? If somebody, like, saw me doing nothing, and it was just somebody that had, like, way too much money. Say, like, fucking Jeff Bezos, right? Just comes in and he's like, $10,000 dono, and the TTS is like, yo, Dusty, I need you to come tank a Carfin group for a few hours. And I'm not doing shit. I'll be like, yo, Bezos, thank you for the 10 bandos. I got you. I'll pull up. And I'll try to tank it. But, like, is that RMT? I feel like technically it is. But would I be able to get banned for that? I feel like technically I could. Like, what if I do something for someone and then they pay me after? Sounds like RMT with extra steps. Yeah, like, what if I tanked a group for someone and then they paid me with a tip on Twitch after the fact and then reported me for RMT? Everyone just starts tipping me out for my performance. Is RMT is a service. Wait, it's RMT if you advertise a service. So if I was openly like tanking services are $100 per hour, right? That would be bad. But like, what if somebody, I'm pretty sure that's against Twitch TOS. I think if you didn't solicit it, there wouldn't be grounds for a ban. Right, because like, I'm going to keep it a buck. If somebody's been a huge supporter of the channel, like whether it's time, anything, I'm going to be more likely to help them than somebody whose first time chat is like, yo, Dusty, can you drop what you're doing and suck my dick? Like, no. But like, if Hoofsy comes in, he's like, yo, bro, I'm really bricked up. Like, might be a different response. You know what I mean? And that could be like long-term support. So what if somebody donates 10 bandos one day and then 2 weeks after asks me like, yo, Dusty, can you like tank Carfin or like suck my dick or something? Like, is it still RMT? What's the statute of limitations on RMT through streaming? Like, we're getting into the whole legal system here, but like, is there a statute of limitations? That would be fine, surely. So where's nothing wrong with donating? What if it's the case someone really appreciates what you did and gifts you on their own, so no RMT? Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, if someone was like, oh, Dusty's not doing anything, here's $1,000 with a TTS that says, can you come tank my group for a couple hours? If I accept that, am I banned? Even though I'm not like openly just like, oh, you know, this much to get me to come tank. That's not an expectation. Don't take it. You would be cooked. I feel like that shouldn't be a problem, though. I feel like that's like I feel like that's not something that could be cookable, though. Because like there's no difference between somebody coming in gifting 50 and then being like, they can give you in-game gold in-game or some of the sort. Yeah, but what if they want to support the stream? Like, what if it's a normal viewer that has like donated and gifted before and then they ask for a favor? You know what I mean? I think as long as you don't advertise, it should be fine. Yeah, like, I feel like as long as I'm not sitting here like, yo, chat, it's $1,000 to get me to tank for you. Like, if someone comes in and they like TTS a dono, and then they're like, yo, Dusty, are you free to come tank this with their TTS? That shouldn't be something punishable, I don't think. I feel like if they donate $1 and say, if you tank for a couple hours, I'll gift you 100, you're cooked. But if you just get the money and have no obligation to say yes, it should be fine. I don't personally think somebody gifting 100 if I do something would be... That's such a weird thing. Because, like, if I do something for someone, they would be more likely to potentially support the channel. If someone supported the channel, I may, as a streamer, be more likely to do something for them versus a first-time chatter. That's just a slippery slope in a multiplayer game. Genuinely. Anon, coming in with a 5. What do you want, you rich bastard? What do you need? My knees are already bruised from the last session. You relax today. Thank you for the 5, Anon. I appreciate you so much. So, yeah, so what if Anon right now was like, yo, Dusty, like, you available to tank a group for me when servers come back up, right? And I'd be like, oh, hit me up if nothing's going on. I got you, right? Is that bannable? Because I don't think that's really anything that's like that bad. Hi, Zombler. I'll be making a mock roster later, so I don't know if you want to use that or content farm with it. But looking at 8-man comps, raid comps, etc. If you have a personal shop in-game, could you advertise as tank? Oh, I could absolutely sell, like, tanking services for in-game stuff. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The only question of ethicality is, like, if somebody chooses to offer support through stream. You don't have an obligation to say yes, but won't you just get a refunded donation and have to pay fees? Yes, but at the same time, why should somebody not be able to support stream if I've done something for them? What if I PayPal you 50, then you gift yourself $50 worth of subs at a discount? Do you technically create money? I don't think so. Because subs get split. Wait. If you... It would get split. If you PayPal'd me 50, I would just keep the 50. And then I would create $50. If you sent me 50 and then I gifted 50 to myself, or like $50 worth, I would have a 60-40 split, so I'd get less money. I would create more money just by scamming your 50. Streamer etiquette. Sounds like a laundering racket. Is there new summoner info? Mostly, as far as we know, the stuff that Steven was yapping about in Discord with people, but we'll be talking about that as well. Yeah, like, I feel like somebody shouldn't be unable to support the stream in a way of like, because honestly, there was somebody in my group one time in Carfin P2 that corrupted. We protected them and farmed off their corruption with mobs, and they didn't die. And because they uncorrupted, they came in and gifted 10. That's not like an RMT thing. That's them being like, oh, like, Dusty helped. I'm going to support the stream. Because technically, this is my job. So, I don't know. I feel like that's a really weird gray area, right? But I also feel like it's the intent behind it. Like, if I were... You're going a bit too deep. As long as you... I like going deep into things. I can't do that with my penis, so I do it out here with my yaps. As long as you don't openly encourage people to donate or sub for help, it's not an issue. It's messaging and intent. Yeah. So I feel like as long as there's no like set, like, will tank for tips level. You know what I mean? After it happened, it's just a tip. Yeah, but I also feel like if I'm just chilling and somebody wants to throw $100 and they're like, yo, Dusty, are you free to come help with something? I feel like that's also not a bad thing. And then if I'm like, oh yeah, what's up? I'm available. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. If it's post-action and it wasn't specified, it's just support. If you trade me a bis piece because I'm in guild and it's extra. You can't be in trouble if I give you 100 for helping me. Right. I gave Dusty $100 and he carried me in wars. Do you have that clip of me killing your entire healer pocket as soon as the war started? That's still one of my favorite clips of all time. I've never killed so many healers so fast in a war. Can you link it so I can watch it? One sec. So, in New World Wars, typically, I played Bruiser as Great Axe Warhammer for the build. And basically, there was always this big clash of melee versus melee. And I got very good at, like, shooting the gap into the back line. And one war, everything aligned. And I basically ended up finding their entire healer pocket at the start of the war. And just full cooked them. So this is Saber's POV. So you see me right here, like way up in front of everybody at the start of the war. And then I grab all of their healers. And then every single one of their healers just instantly dies. This was every one of their healers except their AoE, I think, who's behind the camera right here. But literally, I go in as soon as this war starts. I throw one singular ability and they lose all of their group healers over here. Oh, wait. Did I get your AoE too? Oh, God. Did I literally get everyone except, oh God, maybe it was a kill squad. Oh no. I don't know. My POV is surely out there in my clips. What happened? Dusty did, by the way. I just noticed the title. What the fuck? This was 15 seconds into the war. Yes, this is like the main ball of my army, and this is how far ahead I am in terms of the push-up. Like, everybody is still back here, nowhere near this.
Fucking the roof. Go bottom, they're one bottom. Match him. Grab your bottom.
It's so fucking good. Everything just dies now. Oh, what a time. What a time. That was fucking beautiful. This game does look really cool. Oh, dude, New World Wars were actually insane. Like, New World Wars were peak content. Like, the actual, like, the combat system at its high point was so ungodly good. Ungodly good. They were clumped and asking for it. Oh, dude. New World was all about the clumps. So, like, Gravwell was the great, because in New World, your weapon gave you 3 abilities. You had 2 weapons, 6 abilities. You switch between them, right? So I played Great Axe and Warhammer. Warhammer was about like area CC and some big bursty damage, like slow but hit hard. Sherlock, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And then Great Axe was a big combo. So basically with Great Axe, you chop to build your Empower, which was like a plus damage modifier. And then you would throw your Gravwell, which was a 30-second cooldown, but it was like a range that you could throw your axe. It would basically make this black hole that sucked people in. And then we had Maelstrom. So we'd dodge in after the Grav, we'd auto, and then we'd Maelstrom. It's one of the sound redeems. You yeet, you yacht, and you mail. You yeet, you yacht, and then you mail. But yeah, so basically that was the Bruiser combo. And so they were all clumped, and part of the reason why I like initiating clumps so much is because shit like that. I like finding people that are too clumped and punishing that. I like punishing out of position people because my positioning is very frequently very good. And if someone's out of position, I can capitalize on that. So I basically in New World would always just initiate these huge collapses, these huge clumps. And that was my thing. I like big clumps. I like hitting big clumps, and I like winning big clump fights. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Saber, see if you can find my POV of that. It's probably in my New World clips. It's definitely in my New World clips somewhere. But people clipped the fuck out of that. That shit was hilarious. That was, from my POV, so clean too. Because you guys were pushing like wider to Bon. And like people were coming out defense-wise too wide. And I used to always just slip in through the point. So like you guys were coming out here. And I just like, whoop. On the inside and then got directly through to your healer pocket. It was, dude, it was so clean. You still do it in Ashes? Yes. Yes. I know my gameplay loop. I love it. So even in like Dota, I was a position 4 support player. I liked a lot of initiate, team fight, big pop. I drafted for my teams. I basically made our team comps. And a lot of my drafts were very team fight heavy. Everybody does this all at once and the other team dies without a chance to react and they go, what the fuck just happened? Like AoE pulse, Darkseer, Vacuum, same thing as a Gravwell, pulls people in. And then you have a Sven for your carry, which is an AoE stun with a cleave. And then you have supports that also have AoE drop down abilities. You get a big combo, you get the right initiate, boom, you win the fight immediately. I think in terms of PvP, initiates, whether they are a melee initiate, range initiate, anything. I think initiates make or break fights and are probably the single highest like impact role that somebody can play in any one of these games. That's just my personal opinion on it. I think if your initiate is bad, you're going to force fights. Your initiate will die, require more heals, get fewer people, over initiate, and go up without cooldowns available, all of that shit. If your initiate's good, they're not going to go too far. They're not going to be caught out. Anytime somebody else is caught out, they take advantage of that. And you're like, oh, wow, how is our backline so well protected? And you look at your initiates on the backline, peeling people off your backline and watching flank. And then the next thing you know, they're back up on the front line, pulling people in and walling it off. And that's kind of like what initiates can do. You tempo the entire fight. And if your initiates can listen to shot calls from the main call and they can communicate, like Zombie says, I need you to go on this guy. And I say, oh, I'm on this person. I'm pressuring this. And then Zombie says, Dusty, turn on this. And I say, I'm turning on this. This is tripped. Everybody knows what's happening. And basically, like, Zombie is like the canine handler. And he just like lets me off the leash. And it's like, go get him, boy. And I just and then chase people down. You can also use raid markers. Yes. Yes. Raid markers are fucking massive. You identify them with raid markers. You call the name. You call the markers. Exactly. The axe, the healer, all of it. Yeah. Absolutely. Does the healer one work? One of them is work in progress. I can't remember which one was the healer one. But my endgame loop is providing Bev. Someone's got to do it, dog. A well-hydrated one is huge. All of them work. Yeah, I was thinking about doing some Kegel binds for it, actually. Maybe break out the old butt plug bind. That thing would be nice. Hold on, I just target the healer and there we go. There we go. Everybody on the healer. Bard plus Bev is crazy combo. Absolutely massive. Fights are won by speed, surprise, amounts of action, and good initiates level 3. Yes. Yeah. If you're a good initiator, you see an opportunity, you say, we're taking this, and then you look, you make sure your team's ready, you make sure their team's not ready, you get your initiate, their team dies. In an ideal world, you don't die. In the worst case scenario for an initiator, you die and your team wins. Worst case is you take initiates that lose your team fights. And that's what you never want to do. And a good initiate is also well-versed in counter initiates as well. Like, a good initiator is always looking for other initiates. If you see your group getting out of position, there were times in the node siege tests where I saw my people getting too far. I dropped a wall in front of my people because people were about to push them and catch them out. There's a lot that initiates can do, man. It's fucking sick. It's so sick. Yo, what up, Yeti? One summoner dev stream. Probably end of this month, if I had to guess. We may get a little bit of a preview on it. But anvils may also be like dropped at the end of this month. I don't know exactly where long-term they're planning to go with everything, but summoner I had originally slated for a like late June, early July deployment. So we'll see what actually shows up on dev stream stuff. They did showcase the rogue a little bit on a stream prior to the actual deployment of it. So meanwhile, my PvP go-to has always been glass cannon. Just point me somewhere and I'll shoot. And if you have a good initiate to shoot over the shoulder of, it makes it so much easier, man. If someone like me provides spacing for like the big pumpers, yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. But yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something summoner related at the end of this month's dev stream, but at the latest, I'd probably say like next month. Hope they do a preview like Ranger Bard, etc. Oh yeah. I am a huge summoner enjoyer. And we're actually going to look at the wiki and see kind of like what changed with the latest updates. 2 node sieges on PTR next Tuesday. Nothing today, nothing tomorrow. Man, fuck. What are you guys sieging? Are you guys sieging a coastal node? Because I feel like coastal node sieges are going to be something. Rogue's just kind of push out there. Yeah, they did a dev stream where Bucky was playing the rogue, but they did not have Bucky's POV. So... do you think main archetype summoner secondaries are going to get any summons or only summoner main? Main archetype summoner secondaries, I believe this elaborates on the wiki as well, but they could very well have their own summons. These may be different summons from like the core summoner, which will be like persistent summons. And this may have all updated as well. Steven was yapping in the Discord about the summoner a lot, and I didn't get all of the info because he was yapping when I was streaming. So people were trying to update me as I went, but we're going to do a deep dive here in a sec. I have to pee. I'm not gonna lie. Did you guys have to sign an actual contract for the NDA, or was it public to us that non-NDA can see? They had to show up in Intrepid Studios, sign a contract, and become blood brothers with Steven himself. It's legally binding. It's a bit of a process. I signed mine and faxed it back. Bro, the college that I worked at for the esports program had a fucking fax machine, and that bitch was so loud. Can't find any of your clips? That's so sad. It might be, wait, a lot of my wars got ported over to YouTube or in my highlights, but a lot of stuff got ported over to YouTube in war VODs. I don't know if you know what like war it was or like what day, but they're looking for 200 people to RSVP. If they get me in, I'll do it. I just don't have access. Are there 200 like PTR testers left? I want cleric summoner to heal a fairy type summon that auto heals allies. Oh, the wiki. The wiki has some good summoner updates on it, and they dropped some concept art for some of the summons, and it looked like they broke them up into like tank summons, DPS summons, heal type summons, because those will be your options as well. So I think I have pre-access. I have access to the channel for PTR. Depending on which pack you got, if you got a pack before me, then you probably do have PTR access. January 2024, I believe, is a pack that was like not included on the PTR as like the last pack. I have access to their channel in the Discord. Word. Yeah, if you have the channel, you have PTR. Yeah, you're up tremendous. I do not have the channel. So, is it just a channel like in the Ashes Discord itself? They should let me lurk just for a couple of days. I won't tell. Faxing is the most confusing shit ever. Why do we use those? Because there weren't emails and stuff. I think it was done through the telephone line, right? That was a big thing with faxing. I don't know all of the goods of it, but never joined PTR tests, but I might take a look since it's the first one when I'm not working. It'll be a fun one. I mean, 2 node siege tests in one day. Node sieges are fucking sick, especially with the new time to kill. I have been wanting to do a node siege test. Faxes are done via telephone. I remember when I was a kid, I had to go with my mom out to the electric like company building to pay the electric bill. Like, we had to go places to pay bills. We didn't just have everything on auto pay. That was an inconvenient ass time. I love auto pay. Auto pay is sick. Shit blows my mind. Saber, figure out which war it was. If you know like which war and which day, that would be sick. I could probably get it. If I have to write a check, I'm disappointed. Dude, I got my first passport this year because I never like left the country and shit, except to go to Canada, and that was before you needed a passport to go to Canada. And I had to get a money order from the post office, and I did not know how the fuck to do that shit at first. I needed like a walkthrough. Fortunately, the post office employees were super chill, but node sieges are insane. Yeah, I would highly recommend, if you guys have PTR access, signing up for the node siege test. This is going to be, to my knowledge, the first like node siege testing since the time to kill changes, right? There might have been another, but oh no, there might have been. I think there was one since then. So this might be the second set since time to kill changes. But time to kill changes are huge. Since the 3-day ones? Yeah. First node siege since TTK. They canceled the last one. Oh, okay, cool. Yep. So this will be a great time to actually see like what your class can do. Selling Dusty passport picks, $5 for a 2x2. You can't advertise RMT in the chat. You have to say that you have Dusty passport picks 2x2s, and then people have to donate for the passport picks, and then you give them. You can't advertise the price. I'm gonna piss my pants. I'll be right back. Those pictures are more expensive. I'm back. You guys gambling? Hey, Quinn.
Thank you for the 500 biddies.
Chair appreciates you. Very, very much appreciates you. That's very kind. Oh, dude, it's getting chilly out. It was warm earlier today. I got another layer of sunburn, but now I have goosebumps. Oh my god, it's like it's windy and the wind is fucking brisk. Let me tell you that much.
I should probably start putting together this gear set, if I'm being completely honest.
I've been kind of like sitting on that screen for a bit. I did also have a few other things I wanted to do. Hold on. We're going to pull up the Summoner wiki, though, because chat was asking about Summoner stuff. Summoner. I thought you'd time me out. I mean, he could. He probably very easily could. I think that is well within the Hoofsy wheelhouse, boys. Yo, what up, Silent? The drop rates of items are brutal in this game. Drop rates are being tuned. Yeah, so Steven has confirmed that within the next week or two, we will be seeing an econ change and like a drop rate change, a reward table change, all of that. Now, there are certain areas that are juicing drops. I'm looking at you, Steelbloom. And then there are other areas that are not juicing drops. The rest of the fucking map. So I expect it to be somewhere in the middle of those. Because, see, what would you say the drops per hour were? For FEPC, when you guys were farming that area? Probably a couple hundred drops an hour. Like few drops a minute. 40-ish per hour. Only 40? God damn. Although I will say, yeah, that does make sense. But you guys would get, what, few hundred over the course of a day? It's like one every 90 seconds. That's still fucking absurd. That's still fucking insane to me. 40, 50-ish an hour sounds right. Okay. So, do you think there's obviously nothing that compares? But what would be your second place right now? Just in terms of like... We had guys there literally 36 hours straight. Yeah, you guys got thousands of drops. Polar was talking to me about it as well. Because Kaiser came through chat. And I told him to give me some of the extra gear that you guys got. I need like an iron helmet and some other bullshit for cats. Like, unironically, if you guys have thousands of drops, hook me up. Ash's lack of exposure on social media worrying you at this stage? No, in terms of like Ash's lack of exposure, they haven't spent a single dollar on marketing. And it won't be their emphasis until later on. I'm actually kind of impressed with the interaction that they do have, given that it's a true alpha. I think that marketing and ramp up and like trying to get like public eyes on everything very, very, very like, you know, intently is best served when the game's in a more polished state. And they're very communicative that this is a true alpha. Things are buggy, things are not where they consider it done or ready for all of that mass exposure. And I think the playtest in the game, like the title in itself, already probably has, within the MMO scene especially, a lot more exposure than most alpha projects would have. For something like this to come from a company that started at 12 employees, to be, you know, up in the comparisons that it's already up into. It's pretty solid. $100 for an alpha is outrageous. So the $100 does, while it is a very large one-time fee, get you access the entire time until the game launches. $30 worth of kickbacks when the game launches with your first month of game time and $15 in the in-game store. And then it does also come with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund no matter how many hours you played if you end up not being happy with the playtest. And so like, while it is that heavy upfront cost, right? $100 is a lot. It does come with a level of like, I can make sure that I want to be here and you don't have to feel pressured knowing that $100 just disappears. I'm thinking that the title will probably release like late 2027. So if you do like it, then you have that full 3-month time to be like, okay, I want to stay. That $100, I get it. It's a few bucks a month over the course of development, and then it's a little more reasonable. So I definitely understand, like, I have the $250 pack. That shit is also expensive. But the amount of hours that I've already got myself, I'm over 900 since I started playing. And I got my pack 11 months before I started playing. So it is definitely in an alpha state. And as Quinn said, Ash isn't ready for most people. Yeah, it is. It's not intended to be a full game at this state. It's not intended to be like a fully put out product. It's intended to be a playtesting product. And they do give a very generous refund policy to go with that pricing. Keep that in mind. I don't really think there's another title in gaming right now that gives you 90 days with no hours limit where you can just get a refund. I think that alone speaks volumes about kind of like, while it's a very upfront, they're willing to kind of like back it. You know what I mean? A lot of drops kind of garbo. Steel bloom rings are like candy and are worthless. Yeah, but a lot of the drops are also quite solid baseline. You know what I mean? I don't think you're finding a lot of like S tier, but I feel like you're finding a lot of like B to A tier there. You know what I mean? Like if people don't have slots filled, I feel like Seat said, 20 trash is better than 0 trash. I feel like Steel Bloom, with the amount of drops that are shitting out from it, it's a very accessible way for people to get like a functional set, right? Yo, what up, Kidichi? They'll be released Summoner after this patch. Summoner will not be this patch, but Steven did give some updates about the Summoner that we're going to check out in Discord recently. So these already got brought over to the wiki, so we'll see what's changed based on what we thought previously. And he specified quite a few things with the Summoner that'll be reflected. And we also got some Summoner artwork in terms of potential summons. So we're going to check those out as well. I've had 4 Flesh Rippers so far, 2 uncommon, 2 rare. What the fuck? I've seen about 15 drops in 12 hours. Just Flesh Ripper? Or like total? 4 Flesh Rippers, 2 uncommon, 2 rare, depending on how many kills you have, is insane. It's a good amount of Flesh Rippers. Just Flesh Rippers. Damn. That's not bad. And is that on the 20-minute named mob respawn cycle as well? Because you've got good luck if that's the case. Fuck yeah. That's really solid. See intent, the best gears come from crafters. So to encourage that aspect, the drops now kind of suck. Unfortunately, the drops from Steel Bloom don't really suck. 7 to 11 minute. Oh, wow. Interesting. Only level 7. Can you still get the drop from it with it being level 7? If you're like outside of that? Level cap is 16. Nice. Okay, so you have to literally have an alt within the range. That's fucking crazy. But like Flesh Ripper farm is just so worth doing, dude. It's so worth doing. It's insane. So there are 3 spawns for it, right? Which mob are you farming for? Oaken, Halls of Jude, or the one near Corlock? Well, it's the one near Corlock. Is it just like the flare spawn itself? Like the one that patrols? Or is that for a different sword? Because the one that's in Corlock is lower level, right? Interesting. We should probably spend a little bit of time, a little north of Corlock. We should probably spend a little bit of time as guild trying to get people dispatched to those farm spots while they're level appropriate. I won't lie. I will not lie. Michigan test is still all the important stuff, but the test is all about Michigan law. Barely any actual real estate shit. Oh wait, Zine, you're doing real estate stuff now? That's huge. That's huge. When are you going to be done with that stuff? There's no heavy armor close. You get 8 pieces of heavy armor. Leona, I don't play too heavily around like armor bonuses though. I don't know. Like which gear set is this? My armor is a lot less built around like the armor bonuses themselves and a lot more built around like not like the set bonuses themselves, but a lot more built around like the stats, because I feel like those stats are just so impactful, especially with like the percentage scaling that you get. So I don't know. I didn't get any bear hide boots from Steel Bloom. Do you guys find bear hide boots? Armor bonus wasn't adjusted after the TTK changes, but the percentage bonuses are nice. Yeah, I consider them just more of like a compliment than like something to prioritize. You know what I mean? That is the biggest thing for me. I like three medium for the 2% crit chance. Yeah, I'll go up when you get better gear too. I have medium, medium, and then heavy, heavy. Cloak doesn't count for it, right? Yeah, no, cloak doesn't count because it's 4 and then it's 4. Some backs do, that one doesn't. Dope. Dope. Cool. Yeah, I mean, 2%'s nice, but I also feel like just as a net, maybe I could switch something out, but technically there's a chest that's also fizz power, but that's set behind a, who's it? Other website shows sets. You show sets. All right, let's see. Oh, whoops. Fizz power rating.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Who dat? Yo, ni hao panda, how you doing today? All right, so let's try to not close out of this again. So is this going to show like cumulative output as well? Oh, cool. It actually may. So that's not bad. Steel longbow. Does steel longbow, where does that go up to crit? Yo, low key, that's not a lot of crit. I thought steel longbow had more crit on it originally. I mean, I guess the dex would probably scale pretty hard into the crit itself. Interesting. What if I just get like a super high rarity iron longbow? You have to log into the website to save this. Oh, you're getting hacked to fuck. You're absolutely getting hacked. Your entire account is about to become a gold seller. Don't forget on that website to your class talent so it registers your pre-bid all as level 25. Oh. Word. Tonk. Okay, huge. So I have to do this real quick. Main. Do I do my PvP spec? I probably should. And then we go. Oh wait, no. This one, sorry. That's my bad. And then we go there. Shake it off. We go there. We go here. We go here. We go here. I grab you. I grab you. You. They did well with this top part of the tree, I will say. They did quite well with that shit. Okay. We're up tremendous. So now it'll register me as 25, right? Oh, we have the tank background. Okay, huge. We're up tremendous. Is to save it. No taunt in PvP. Depends on the scale. I think anything outside of like 3v3s doesn't really matter that much, and there's more value elsewhere. The thing that I personally switch it out for is anything team-based. Being able to stagger, and this stagger chance got changed as well. This is an outdated tree, but it's a 20% chance on tick now, once a second. So anything like in larger scale, this is a good chance to get AoE staggers out the more that you're staying in. And like, taunt can be good. I think if you're playing something like threes, switch it in there. But anything that is like 8s or larger, I personally, if I'm peeling someone, find more value in just peeling, stunning who's hitting them, and then popping Aegis on top of them. Personal preference, though. You could also go the route of like a perma backline, like the fucking security guard build, right? And you could taunt, you could protect, you could Aegis. It all just depends on like how you want to play. I play very like mobile with this. So it tends to break down to a little bit more preference. So I've been telling Zombie actually to do the security guard build, right? So with me, you'll notice I'm going to do like some more fizz power, a little bit of crit scaling, and a lot of that, right? So I'll be personally like going into a little bit of a build that like hits harder, is more of a threat, and like I'll be the front line that can also initiate, get healers caught off, and like if there's a healer that needs to be dove, I can lead that dive on that healer as well for our flank groups. So kind of that like get in and do shit build. And then you have like the big Tonky build. You could use the big Tonky build as well as a get in and do shit build, because tanks do so well with more mitigation, more HP. You can also use that one as like the security guard, and you can really do whatever with whichever build. But I've been telling Zombie, go like the max HP, max mit, just like the brick wall grapply build, right? And essentially switch out some of the offense. Like you won't need Intim Aura. Intim can go into taunt. You can probably take a couple things off and go the route of like protect, and then basically just go like taunt, protect, and then Aegis on top of backline. Like throw a wall out to protect healers and shit like that. And honestly, since we may be looking at, I don't know long term if their plans are to keep mounts out of node sieges, I personally think that would be fucking sick. But not having mayoral flyers and sieges would also be a little bit of a rough thing. What up, Eclipse? Yo, thank you for the 26 months, dog. Teeps. Hope you're having a good day, my dude. Yo, what up, Eclipse? How you doing today? So, yeah, past that, a lot of the combo that this provides, you can switch this out as you would like. Shield Slam is a little bit more of direct movement to one person and takes you a little bit further. So it's like a direct gap close without having to like charge, dodge roll, or anything like that. Who dis? Teeps. Thank you for the gifty, dog. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. If you do want a little bit more AoE, then you can use Shield Assault, which applies stagger to everyone in front of us, right? And it's a 7-meter range. But the thing about Shield Assault, and why I don't need that little bit of like AoE, is because I run Intim. So my AoE stagger is going to come from my Intim while I'm actually in that area. I pop my Intim, I pop my defensives, I go in, I hit my wall, they're all staggered. I can hit my ground pound for an AoE trip on the wall because they're all staggered. Everyone else is pumping as well. And then from there, I have Rush of Courage. I can get slams out. I can get my banner down. I can pop intercept to get myself out. I can pop my defensives with Indomitable Spirit, which is 20% max health, 20% increased healing received. We have a really good kit. If you have a good bard, everyone should already be staggered. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I just think any form of upkeeping those things is very, very nice. Just a good way to make sure it's up. There are plenty of like different classes that can bring in so many different things. I think long-term, replacing Intim in like smaller scale stuff, absolutely viable. Especially with like 3v3s, 8v8s. Intim is for like node siege, in my opinion. I got a shitload of staggers out of that in sieges. It's not going to hit hard. It's not going to do much. It's probably our most replaceable thing out of this. Like, I would say this is your big float point. Like, say you need mana and you're not getting a bard, just go there. Say you, I don't know, want to play a little bit more tanky off your combos. You get Restless Vengeance. It's going to take it from 2% shielding per stack to 3% per stack. 3 stacks, 9% instead of 6%. So there are a few options with it. You can go the taunt. You can find another point to take out that you don't need, whether it's Rush. I recommend keeping Rush personally because that's a full courage gain instantly on a 1-minute cooldown. But you can find something else to switch out. You can go like Protect with the augment on it. I wouldn't recommend going Protect without like the extra range just because it takes it from 15 to 25. But you can go outside of the range for 5 seconds. They just have to kind of like stay close to you. So just being aware of that. But there's a lot that a tank can throw in. The only things that I really don't find viable right now are knockback on the charge and then inciting strikes. it's a courage gain, but like we have so many other things that we can do. I think literally everything else in our tree is viable and playable. It's just those two things right now that are like, there's not really a spot for them anywhere. At least in my opinion. I think there are just too many better options. Tomahawk, fucking insane for when targets are running away. Secondary trip as well. So if I'm behind somebody initiating, if they have their back turned to me, if they're running away, I can get in range. I throw this, it will follow them even if they go further away. And if it hits them in the back, 50% more damage. And thanks to this, trips them. So that's a really nice opportunity to gap close. I can get in range and then I can pulverize, because pulverize is a single target that moves me to the target. So it's a little jump to them. If I need shield slam to move me to them, I have shield slam to move me to them. If I need charge, I have charge. I have my dodges. I have grapple. I have wall. Like, I have a lot of movement at my disposal with this. So that's one of the biggest things. It's one of the biggest things. Downtime sounds fun. Downtime sounds fun. Downtime's when they take our game away from us. Tank mobility is kind of cracked. Yes. Yeah. If you were playing properly, tank is very, not like properly, because there are so many ways to play tank properly. You can also just go the big Chungus front line. I use my mobility as needed, but like there is so much that you can do as a tank to also be very in-out. There's a reason why, and you'll notice with that breakdown and that emphasis, I plan on going tank rogue for Night Shield. Now, there are also people that'll go like max HP, max mitigation, tank, cleric, whatever it may be. I'm going to be going power scaling, a little bit of max HP scaling to be nice and beefy, some mit scaling, but a lot of crit damage scaling too. Tanks are just better fighters at the moment. I haven't played fighter late game at all to know what its sustain is. A lot of people say once fighters are able to establish and sustain, they're like really well set up. It's just sustain in any form of like melee when you add more than like 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s gets so scary. And I say that as someone that bails myself out with a 3000 self heal with Indom into Shake It Off. So yeah, there's I think tank has a lot of good to it. I think part of it is that like, not necessarily that tanks are better fighters, because I think different roles. It's just the secondary follow-up is better served being everything but a fighter, right? Even if you have like a flank group that's following one tank that's hitting flanks, then you'll want mages, you'll want rogues. Like maybe a well-timed fighter can do stuff, but those other classes just provide more. A ranger for vines, like all of that, in my opinion, just right now offers a little bit more than a fighter does. But I think good fighters can still have their place, and fighter is one of those classes where I'm pretty confident that like the secondary, like that latter half of its kit, 26 to 50 will bring in a lot of positives for it. I think there is a lot of room for feedback to be implemented with fighter, and we'll probably see that too. But I do definitely agree. Should have gone that route instead of ranger. I mean, ranger's good. As a tank, I love having a ranger in the group. With the build I made, you have so much extra health. It's still... Wait. You have extra health, Carla, or I have extra health? 20% Fizzmit, 15% Magic Mitt. Someone was saying they had like a 30% Mitt build that they cooked up, which is fucking insane. I don't remember who, but I want to say it was Foil, maybe on his Bard. But somebody had a big chonky Mitt build. I don't know, like, what are you at for max health? Because if, yeah, max health is such an efficient scaler right now. I think as soon as like you hit those breakpoints and you start hitting diminishing returns in your power scaling, max health is just, it's so good to scale. Now we'll see if that continues though as stats get squished again. I think that with stats being squished, if they do move the decimal back over, max health could lose a lot of impact. We could go more into like a con over pure max health. It all depends. Things are going to be all like wishy-washy, temporary, and relative until they're like, this is where we want it, right? Don't squish my stats. I'm not doing the stat squishing. You tell Steven if you don't want your stats squished. I don't work in the stat squishing department. I don't work in any department. Technically, I'm unemployed. I physically don't have a job right now. So Just keep that in mind. You're yelling at an unemployed man on a Tuesday, just trying to help the community. I don't even work here. I'm just here, dog. You go with video boots and go 3 heavy for 3% more bit. Since they have heavy healing power in it. Do you lose any like magic power scaling off of that? Gear planner. Oh, where do I want to go for my rings, man? Like, iron rings are very solid. Iron rings are extremely strong. They simply are. Glittering Spall is going to be the highest fizz power option. But I don't consider that too necessary. And personally, I find myself to be somewhat of an enjoyer of Onyx rings, but Glittering Spall is a super high fizz power scaler. I passed on one, I won another one and gave it away to one of our damage dealers, but I do like having a lot more max HP, just across the board. Sombler, what up? Yo, what up, Milkman? How you doing, brother? Amen. Can you peep officer chat and give me your thoughts on what you'd think I need to add? God fucking damn it. Like in the steel ring. Steel ring's pretty solid as well. So one thing that I like to do on tank is go a little bit of, whenever I can find it, max health value. And we do have a couple of sleeper agents. One of them being Obsidian Ring. So you do lose a good amount of the fizz power scaling that you would get from something else, but at level 10, this is super achievable. Iron rings are very farmable as well, so it really just depends on where you want to go there. Personally, I'll probably target 2 iron rings just so I could have that nice little fizz gap up, since a lot of crafted gear is going to be rough early on. I'm not too worried about the Glittering Spall with that like little bit of additional fizz for like the sacrifice of the max HP. So I do at least like having that additional HP from Iron Ring. Then, this is a very simple choice in my opinion. If you log in, you can save and share builds and look up others. Man, I don't want to log in. I'm going to get hacked. Cooking up a rogue build right now. Ooh. I'd use the help planning out a build. There should be some good rogue builds out there, but make sure you guys discuss. It's important to ask questions on why people run the things that they run. I'm just going to put everything at green for a placeholder, because this will probably be like the next step set that we try to farm to see where we need to go for it. If I get hacked, it's worth it. Is it actually that convenient? Like that worthwhile? Because I may actually have to at that point. God fucking damn it. I hate it here, but I also love it here. So these are one of the spots where I feel like there's not a huge value in terms of what you would get max HP wise versus what's on the table for fizz power. So in terms of max HP, like Scribe Bone or Snake Rattles are going to be your highest like raw HP scalers. But if we go into even just Bone Earrings, that fizz power rating is huge value. And then if we find our favorite Lumidon earrings, those are going to be, in my opinion, our best bet for scaling right now. Lumidon earring gives insanely high value. And keep in mind, not that we're going to get these epic, but as these go up, fizz crit chance, fizz crit power. So it's all about that ongoing value with those. And even early on, these are going to be an insane amount of fizz power scaling. Absolutely nuts. We've had good luck finding these in guild. I currently have 1 gray one and I have 1 gray bone earring. So this will be ambitious for me to try to target, but so far we're good. So far we're good. And we'll look at the fizz offense already with this. A nice cool 157.7. So with all of my armor empty, we're already feeling the scaling. So we're going to have to go down here, and there's really no other choice, in my opinion, for fizz damage dealers, except for Winstead Citizen's Cloak. It's got the highest fizz power rating of any cloak. Any cloak in the game. I have 2 blue steel blooms. X trade. Wait, what? You have 2 blue steel blooms? What do you mean? Like 2 of these in blue? These? I mean, I also have 2 blue. What the fuck? How are you guys just shitting out blue skis? That's insane. Huh. I mean, I still feel like Loomy Woomies are better, but like these are really good. Yo, what up, Pwned? How you doing today, brother? When Stud's 100% the way for all fizz. Yeah, and in my opinion, it's mirror left for casters. They're dropping crazy. They're really good for every class, but just comparatively, like the amount of raw fizz that you get from Lumidons, it's really nice. It's really nice. And until I do think my prediction is that with the eventual stat squish again and things going back to like normal values, so to say, where they're not inflated, if they do still decide to go that route after they're done with the granular adjustments, I do think that we could potentially see a shift back to constitution focus instead of the waterfall max health focus. It all depends on how that scaling actually shapes up, though. I wouldn't be surprised either way. These are nice earrings, though. They're very nice earrings. I don't think there's a single thing wrong with that. But yeah, I feel like even when we were farming them, like we spent a little bit of time in a very good steel bloom farm and it got us a lot. It got us a lot. Ashen Haunt Shoulders are the achievable like best in slot for a lot of people right now. Let's see. Fizz power rating, you. And then we add long term, like Iron are also insanely good. Iron are very good. Howling Wolf are good. Ashen Haunts are the temporary biss. Like Irons are what we want to shoot for. I currently have Aelin Chainmail. So at least I have those. But if we can get Irons, then that's going to be this. If they fix crafting ratios. I mean, we're still waiting on server prog for Iron for so long, though. I don't think that's going to be anything that happens, like, quickly. I'll be waiting it. I'm waiting on benches. I mean, that's huge. We just have to get the actual, like, minables and stuff. Honestly, we should try to find Epic and Lego maps and get some of those materials available ahead of time. It won't be a lot, but maps are a very good way to get materials in a targeted tier. So uncommons and commons give T1 mats. Rare and heroic give T2s. Epic and Lego give T3s. Which T3s would be like your Braidwood, shit like that. So if you have Epic and Lego maps, you can get yourself a lot of money very quickly. Got Journeyman mining, so as soon as the bench is up, I'll be gathering for it. I love that. That's a lot of the big emphasis, is like just having people ready for each phase of the expansions of the server. And as long as we're on that point of progression, it's huge. It's huge. Previously in my set, I did have like Iron Helm as a max HP option. But just for a placeholder, I'm going to throw in a beetle plate because we've had a lot of luck with beetle plates. We have spent not a lot of time there at all. I'll just do heroic / epic. 2 different Lego maps gave me uncommon slate and rare flax. It's so hit or miss. Yeah. I have, I don't think too much emphasis on Lego unless you just happen to find one, of course. I don't think there's a downside if you find it. But yeah, definitely if you're able to get like epics, that'll probably be your big bang for your buck. Is that gonna go uncommon? Okay, there we go. That fixed. I just need epic ash and then I have an epic map ready to run. And I'm hoping that we can find that soon. Thoughts and prayers. If we can't, I'll be pissed. I don't think Fire Scar drops yet. Fire Scar doesn't drop yet because the spawn isn't in yet. It's a Grave Peak spawn that doesn't exist. What is this? Heart's Bloom Plate. Is that the new light fizz set that they added? I think someone posted having Epic Ash for the crafters. Ooh. I mean, if I could make X kits with that. Because I think I have Epic Zinc and Epic Copper. And if I can make X kits with that, then I can do the maps when servers come back up. I think ideally it's just Black Feather Tunic though. Already we're 196.4. What a fucking world. What a beautiful game. The scaling happens so fucking fast. And this is also going to be... I just feel bad about losing so much Fizz crit. Like, what would it be if I rocked an iron instead? Like, the Hawkbow would be the ideal. Let's be completely honest. The Hawkbow, if it does drop, is going to be the best option. That's just going to be so goddamn hard to get, but it's so good. It's so fucking godly. If you right click on a piece of gear, on the left is a wiki link. Oh, that's solid. Desert maps have been pretty mid. What have you been getting? Isn't it just desert gatherables out of the desert maps, or can you get Riverlands gatherables out of them? I feel like each region's maps are bound to like those region specific things, right? Hardened Chitin armor is not available right now. Grizzlerhide sleeves are available. I do already have Rosarium guard bracers, so that's a convenient choice. Let's see, gloves wise, I think I have bearhide gloves right now. This is gonna leave me squishy, but we'll tank up pretty quickly here in a sec. So we'll go max HP. There is also a max HP chest that I could cook up. It just depends on where we want to go. Lungs of the Abyss are from a Tropics Pocket Dungeon. So those will probably be the play. I'm going to need to do a little bit of Trops farm myself when servers come up by the look of it. Because not only is it Lungs of the Abyss, but let me fix these. Uncommon, and then we go up to the Rosarium guard bracers. And this will also be fixed to uncommon, because I guess that wants to be an asshole. And then we'll change you. There. Alright. All is well. All is sorted. Does absolutely everyone want Lungs of the Abyss? It's the highest max HP belt by a bit. Your other options are Ragebringer Stone, which is very comparable, but that's locked behind a Desert Pocket Dungeon that is currently inaccessible. Then you have Bearmaster's Girdle, Girdle of the Blossomed, Ravidium Belt, Bearhide Belt, which is the one that I have right now. So yeah, Lungs of the Abyss is just going to be like your best option in terms of HP scaling. You'll see a lot of the constraint come off of it when Ragebringer opens up, but those are your only 200 plus options. So Lungs is going to be like your most efficient. And then same thing over here, Tropics wise, Brine Breaches are insane amounts of value in my opinion. And just between those pieces, you're getting 800 plus HP scaling. And you're sitting at 208 Fizz power. 180 crit power. Now, the crit power is also something that we can work in some other spots because I'd like to try to target more than that. And over on this end, you do always have the obvious option of... if you're able to get them, Boots of the Tardy are just a big old juicer for your power rating. So, that's always nice. I almost want to, like, take this out for just a better iron bow. And then I wonder, wonder where I could sneak just a little more crit. Because Fizz defense-wise, this is without any buffs. So, MIT rating-wise, little low, that's fine. Don't really need to stack that because they give us grit and so many plus MITs. We have a lot of very good max HP scaling right now. We're sitting at, does it show total health? 5853. Why does that seem so low? That's lower than what I currently have with more max HP pieces. That seems slightly off. I'm not quite sure why. But I have more max HP pieces in this set than I do on my tank set. Maybe that's base without like everything total added in. Missing block from weaponry. It wouldn't be the block giving me like HP though. Cause like the max health is like a missing thing. I think it's just how much total from gear. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this is probably where we're leaning as just like a really acquirable at this point set. The thing that's not super acquirable is going to be that in terms of the hawk bow. But like an iron longbow is really not that much worse and gives a pretty comparable output. Even if you can get something like this, it's not bad. Yo, what up, Tachin? When are the servers open again? They will be open Thursday at 1 p.m. EST, hopefully, unless there's a delay. Totally farm out a hawkbow, it's very doable. Have people fucked off of that farm, or is it still con like every hour of the day? How many people would we actually have to bring out there for it? I feel like that's the biggest thing. Every time that we inquired about it previously, it was it's pretty con. Pretty con. But hawkbow would be a nice one to grab. It definitely would. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. This is 212. My crit power is just like, it's leaving a little bit to be desired. So let's see ring-wise if I could find a little bit more fizz crit power somewhere. Because if there is a very viable option somewhere, then that'd be nice. Ring, probably not going to be the play. Peddlers doesn't look worth. Luminon earrings are going to be the higher rarity fizz crit power. Shoulders-wise, there's nothing that's a valid option. Helm-wise, it's beetle plate, higher rarity. Chest-wise, dustpaw, higher rarity would be good, but nothing until higher rarity. I may just be gated on fizz crit power for a little bit. Waterlog gloves could be a really good option long-term. I won't lie. I don't know what those go up to at higher rarity. Probably nothing, but the most competition I've seen is at the Hawkbow Cave. Yeah. Hog to a dungeon is insane. The fastest killing virus takes around 4 days to kill you. That would be Ebola. Your immune system can kill you in 15 minutes. Ebola D's nuts in your mouth. Fucking got him. Hope you're having a good day, dog. I think there's just not a ton of fizz crit power scaling available at this point. Until higher rarity is unlocked, I think it's not a huge chase. I could take out the max HP for a little more fizz crit power, but yeah. It seems scarce right now. I won't lie. So I think in terms of right now, this is a realistic target. I could drop a piece or two of power scaling to go something more max HP. Now, let's see. I don't necessarily think that there's a lot here that's going to be valid. No shoulders right now that are max HP scalers. It would be Iron Helm under the helmets, and that's going to be not the craziest trade-off. I mean, maybe worth it, though. Let's switch it out real quick and see what the power goes down to. 2055. I don't think that I need to go too crazy. Miss PTR Siege. Private Test Realm Siege is it next Tuesday or is it tomorrow? I think it was next Tuesday, right? Hoofsy, when was that? They sent out emails next week. Yeah, next week. I'm neither a PTR tester nor would I be able to stream it even if I was. Because it is it's NDA'd. So I'd get in a lot of trouble for that. But yeah, if you are in the private test realm, make sure you RSVP. I think you can do that through the actual email that you received. And then from there, you'll be in. I'll be sitting on the sidelines hoping to hear back and hoping for good news. I haven't done a siege since the time to kill changes because there hasn't been a test since the time to kill changes. So I'm hoping for good things for you guys. I'm pretty happy with this. I do wonder if I could scale up a little more validly with just in terms of like an efficient standpoint right now. I feel like the rings could definitely go obsidians, but that's also only going to be an additional 60 HP, 50 to 60 HP per ring. But what's it impact the power? 2032. Yeah, I'm not really feeling that. I think irons are probably a better target than obsidians, but obsidians are just such a good value play. Because obsidians actually, I mean, the thing with obsidians is that they're easily farmable and craftable as soon as this comes online. So obsidians are actually a relatively reasonable Lego craft for not a lot at all. And if you do that, then I think that would be very valid. Now, I think instead of Lego, it would be more realistic to aim for epic or even heroic, but obsidian and sandstone is super fucking cheap to get. And if you're able to do that, then you're sitting 300 max HP per ring, right around 400 power rating per ring, 202 power. That's also going to juice us down here to 6443 max health, according to this. So I don't know if a few things just like weren't, oh wait, because I didn't have my iron helmet on either. Yeah, so let's just get this all set up. And I feel like this will probably be what we lock in. Just in terms of a target farm for next week. Just make an obsidian farming event. Yeah, obsidian and sandstone. And then you have all that you need for them. And the thing that's valid about that is you're able to make those rings for every class in the game. Because keep in mind, like, this is... What kind of things would you be looking for? Haven't spent more than 50 hours maxed out a level 20 cleric and quit. So in terms of like the node sieges or in terms of like this gearing. So from a tank standpoint, right now, I'm trying to go one with like what's readily available or will soon be readily available through infrastructure. And then two, I'm looking for kind of like power scaling mixed with max HP, mixed with a little bit of crit damage. So that way I'm beefy and tanky, but I can also do a lot of damage. So it's more of like a bruisery type build than it is like a true, you know, I am the Omega brick wall. So one thing that we try to keep in mind is the efficiency and the output of what we're getting. So with things like Lumidon earrings, these are level 20 requirement. So these aren't going to be craftable until we get journeyman tables up within the towns. That's going to take a long time. Cool thing about Obsidian Ring, you'll notice it's level 10. That means this is tied to apprentice level jewel crafting. So if you have people who already have their apprentice mining pick, which we have access to, and they're out in the desert farming obsidian, farming sandstone, and pumping out these rings for your entire guild, this is max health, which is good for every class, and power rating, which is applicable to every class. Because this goes to your healing power, your magic power, well, technically your magic power and your fizz power, and then your healing power mirrors your magic power. So power rating is insane. It's very good for literally everyone. Is that level 10 mining or 20? 10. Obsidian and sandstone are acquirable right now. I'm a jewel crafter, it's so hard to level right now.
You need your guild helping you out.
That's tragic. Stomps, I believe, is Stomps our jewel crafter in guild? I want to say it's Stomps. Also, I think somebody found the obsidian ring recipe for us as well. Almost there, but I don't know how to craft that shit. So, yeah, when you go back in, remind me on Thursday. But certain towns will be building different buildings, and thus, like, different crafting capabilities will be had in different towns. So, in terms of what we have right now, Jova is where your wood shop is. So that's where you'll do your like lumberjacking axe. That's where you'll get an apprentice like lumber milling table that gives you access to beams, planks, and boards in that second stage of refining. That's where you'll be able to do a lot of that stuff. Halcyon currently has the stoneworks. So that's where you'll get your mining cave. Or mining cave. I read fucking chat. It's where you'll get your mining pig. Strag Jewel Crafter. Oh, Strag Jewel Crafter. That's right. What's Stomps doing? Is Stomps just mining? Can get obsidian recipes easy there? Yeah, somebody DM'd, I forget who it was, and I forgot to reply to. But somebody was like, yo, Dusty, I have an obsidian ring recipe. And I was like, yeah, we're going to need that. In my head, but Stomps with Arcane? Maybe. Maybe. It's too much to keep track of all those hooligans. There's a lot going on with them at all times. It's unbelievable. But yeah, as long as we have somebody doing it. I think we had somebody who found an obsidian ring recipe, and we just mass produce these. It's crit avoidance, it's max mana, it's max health, it's power rating. Like, these are just largely available for everybody. Let's see. Iron longbow I'll leave in right now. That's fine. Igneous is a farmable thing. I already have the Lumidon necklace. We found Lumidon earrings. Iron helmet's an easy farm. Black feather tunic is competed for, but getting Korax kills is possible. Rosarium guard bracers I already have, so that's easy peasy. Bearhide gloves I have right now. I'm not like full attached to them, but they're quite nice. I mean, they are, I believe, our highest fizz power option, right? Yeah. And I don't think there are a ton of other options that people are going, because there's like no big fizz crit scaler in gloves. So I'm probably just going to stay those. Stick with those bad boys. And then looking downward, Lungs of the Abyss, best belt in the game right now, I think. Just max HP scaling. It's huge. Brine Breaches, another almost 600 max HP. Boots of the Tardy are going to be a farm in Wreckage of Carfin. It's from a name mob. Iron Shoulders, those should be in the Steel Bloom loot table, right? In the in like the south corners, the ones that are super contested. Have you guys that have been farming Steel Bloom been finding like Iron Shoulders? I think we found Iron Helm recently. So all of that, I've seen them drop. Okay, yeah. So like the Iron set's also in that loot table now. So that's nuts. Yeah, we got an Iron Helm actually. So Iron Pauldrons are the highest fizz power scaling shoulders. Iron Helm is my choice because of the max HP scaling on it. Iron Helmet we actually got one of. Zombie has that. I have a fucking Rosarium Guard Helm because he won't give me the Iron Helm. Probably pretty rare. I mean, you could always target farm Ashen Haunt shoulders as well. You could just do like a couple days of Ashen farming and probably get a lot of shoulders. And honestly, is that the big cat coming in with the 18 months? Oh, shake that thing. Oh, shake it for me, baby. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yo, big cat. I hope you've been well, dog. Join us. Everyone's over here, dog. The entire New World comm is just over here. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. Everybody's coping, saying capture the flag this, capture the flag that, capture these fucking nuts in your mouth, capture this L, Ashes of Creation on top, New World just takes L after L after L, and we just grow over here. It's beautiful. I love Ashes. I love Ashes. Oh, it's beautiful, dog. I went outside today. I got another sunburn. So I was unsunburnt, and then I decided to tan up the more like pale parts of me today. So like my tan parts don't have a sunburn, and now my pale parts have a sunburn, but that sunburn will evolve into a tan. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The weather's getting nice here. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. What have you been up to? Are you still New Worlding? Tell me you're not on the cope train still. Like, surely you've grown past it. I have faith. You know what's crazy? Everybody was hyped up for this big new season that dropped. And you know what changed in terms of the gameplay loop? Absolutely fucking nothing. I watched quite a few streams before I went live today. And bro, I'm not gonna lie, everyone was just like looking sad. Like, everyone was just doing the same stuff. I don't understand like when they expect it to change or like what they expect to change about it, but I don't think it's going to. Surely next season will be better and revive it. Yes. Yes. Surely. Is that the Battle Royale season? Or is that the prop hunt? Or where are they going now? I heard they're actually gonna add the fucking Roblox fashion show mode as a full mode inspired by my transmog comps. The season I wasn't too hyped for. Stuff on the roadmap looks good finally, but it's like work in progress. Do you want to know the problem with anything New World that's work in progress right now? This is with the new season launch. Like, unfortunately, what we've seen with New World time and time again is a smaller bump every single revamp. And those are your dead cat bounces. And the thing to remember is anytime something bounces, it loses a little bit of its top end of the bounce, right? It gets closer to just being on the ground, no longer bouncing. And New World's not going to be bouncing anymore soon. It's just going to be dead. Keep in mind, last 30 days, average players, 5,500. It's over. It's over. I wish WoW had a chart I could look at like that. I feel like Ash is soaking up WoW players too. I think Ash is going to soak up a lot of players. And keep in mind, we don't have any massive content creators that are over here right now that are spending any significant amount of time. Just simply put. And very simply, a lot of people travel with their favorite content creator. If we have massive content creators. Oh, I know you're not against Ashes. I just like roasting New World. It feels so good. People asked me if I was going to go back and play like New World modes and deployments and stuff. And I was like, sure, if they pay me. But like, other than that, I'm not doing it for free. No, this is like, it's like a consulting fee. I need to cut the cord. Yeah, just tell yourself that you'll pay again when you'll play again when they pay you. And then it makes it really easy. I'm telling you, it's great. It's great. I mean, we got Voil over here. We got a lot of people over here. Shiles over here. Zombies over here. Although we fucking hate Zombie in this house. Zombie's a bitch. But we got a lot of cool people over here too. So if you're trying to pull up. Right now, we're just waiting for August 4th. 3-month stress test period. A lot of systems being worked on. August 4th hits. New servers. Reroll. Come in. You get knowledge. You're ready for the PvP. You run scrims. You get geared. And then you're ready. And you're good at the game again. There's a lot of melee fun to be had. I just made a tank set. We're going to farm that tank set hopefully next week. And we're going to get beefy next week. Maybe. Maybe not though. Some shit's very hard to farm. Especially if it's like super contested right now. Because unlike certain MMOs that are dead, Ashes is all open world. So if you want something that's a very contested farm, you've got to get ready to contest it. Something to keep in mind. Yo, Vojo Mojo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Might be sooner with WoW putting in a 1-button rotation. Yeah, how are people like receiving that as an overall? Like, surely not good, right? Just gotta work your way through the war lines. Yup, a few excuse me's and stuff like that. To get loot. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I mean, my set's honestly not bad right now. It's just a few core pieces are still missing. These are gonna be gated by farming. I've got about 15 to 20 fucking Bellow Smasher kills under my belt at this point. And dude does not want to drop me a fucking Igneous Striker. I swear to Christ. I have a Ruvidium Mace in the meantime. But like, it's just the fucking principle at this point of him not dropping shit. 9 hours. Yes, bro. Yes. Like, fucking nothing. Nothing. It sucks. It sucks. 8% drop chance. 8% my fucking dick. They moved the decimal over one. It's 0.8, dog. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. And like, our last option, like our BIS option, is in fucking Squall's End, and that's a pocket dungeon that's gated by Squall's End being level 2. And you know what's not gonna happen? Squall's End hitting level 2 because Squall's End fucking sucks. Shit's ass. Who the fuck's gonna go to Squall's End to level it? Nobody. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Fuck Squall's End. Open up the pocket dungeon. No one. There's no reason to go there. The last time people went to Squall's End, it was for a PvP tournament. And since then, it's been fucking empty. Can't believe they released a game like this. How dare they? They spent zeros of dollars on marketing in this current state. What the fuck? Watch them just add like a grand dungeon build out to Squall's End that makes it the best area in Squall's End. No testing at all. Where is their QA? Where is their testing? Where are the people that are actually fixing these bugs before it reaches me, the elite gamer? What the fuck? I hate people. Hate people. I hate developers. Hate communities. Hate MMOs. Give me money. That's why we stream, right? Everybody that streams is only doing it. Ow, I just hit my knee on my desk. What the fuck? I can't even lie without getting hurt. God damn it. I can't extort you guys for shit. They won't fix anything or use the man hours till dynamic gridding is in, then they'll do real fixing. I need, as soon as dynamic gridding hits, a shitpost of Steven griddying to celebrate dynamic gridding. I need the dynamic griddy from the big man himself. The sandaled lad hitting the sandaled griddy. Oh, dude. Ow. I just realized that my legs got really sunburnt. You guys ever sit outside for a while? Dusty's legs shake when he lies. No, it was like an involuntary spasm. I think I came a little bit or something. But I just realized I was like sitting outside for a couple hours before stream, and I think my legs got really fucking sunburnt. Outside? Yeah. I was streaming on the outer net for a little while. Nobody watches out there though. It's kind of lame. It's kind of lame. Dynamic gridding should fix a lot of problems. I mean, if dynamic gridding works one-to-one in any way, shape, or form, you know what I mean? Either money or because they're lonely and can't get a job IRL. Maybe a controversial view. I mean, I definitely, like, I unironically think there are people that are motivated by that. But me personally, like, obviously the reason that I'm able to stream full time and not work a job is because people choose to support. But that wasn't what got me into streaming. I've streamed about 12,000 hours now in my life. Actually probably like 11,500, somewhere around there. It's a lot of fucking hours. And so for me, it was a spot where I always worked a real job and streamed because I played video games anyways. So I was like, might as well hang out, stream, get some clips, talk to my friends and stuff. And then more and more people kept showing up. So I don't necessarily think every streamer like gets into streaming because of the money, but I do definitely think that a lot of streamers lose sight of why they got into streaming originally as soon as they start making a substantial amount. Now, me, I don't really make that much, so that's pretty chill. When's the Raid Shadow Legends promo stream? Yo, you want to know what's crazy? Enough people show up at this point. We got the Raid Shadow Legends promo without even having to stream it. So we did 2 YouTube shorts that were sponsored, where all we had to do was record a short and post it. So the Raid Shadow Legends one is going up soon. Dude, I was literally like, because I work with a talent agent basically. Nothing like a big deal, but he basically helps get deals and like negotiate them and keep them like, you know, as fruitful for me as possible. Now it's no substantial part of income or anything or nothing huge, but anything helps out. So I was basically like, he was asking me about sponsored streams and I was like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't really like doing sponsored streams because they feel so forced. And he was like, well, what if I told you that you could just record a short and then post a short, and that would be the sponsored content? And I was like, wait a second. I was like, that would slap. And he's like, bet, we got 2. And he's like, you worked with Factor before. And he's like, so this one will be easy. And I was like, dope. I love Factor. That's awesome. So that one's up. And then The second one, he was like, have you ever played Raid Shadow Legends? And I go, nope. And he goes, here are your talking points. I'm like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So Raid Shadow Legends. Legit people, if you aren't playing AOC to get a jump, you're missing out. Play them all. This is the one if it works out. 1000% this. It was hard to pay 250 plus years ago when you didn't have alpha to see progress. Now that so much content and content progression has begun, paying 100. Keep in mind, if you're paying $100 for Ashes, just keep in mind, you have a 90-day period where you can get a full refund. A literal 90-day period. Best streamers are the ones that do it for fun. Yeah, dude, and I consider myself like very lucky to be in the spot that I'm in, right? I always stream just to hang out with my friends, and more people just kind of like came in as I was chilling over time. And I never expected streaming to even be a full-time thing. Like in the time that I've started streaming, I got my college degree, worked multiple jobs, and then went full-time about a year and a half ago for the first time. And then at a certain point, a few months into being full-time, New World got hairy with a few bad patches. And I was like, I'm gonna work a part-time job for a little bit just in case. So like I really consider myself extremely lucky to be in the spot that I'm in. So I stream for fun every day, man. I love what I do. There's no part of me that feels like forced to hop on or anything like that. And I consider myself lucky to also have that mentality still. A lot of people lose sight of it, and a lot of people, it becomes this work, this arbitrary thing that they have to do, or they can't stream what they want. I switched from New World to Ashes, dropped down to about 40, 45 average viewers when I came to Ashes, and the community regrew in a way that, you know, is stronger than it ever was in New World. And I'm immensely grateful for that, because I didn't expect the switch to work out, because really, not a lot of small content creators switching works out well. I lost 100 average viewers switching from New World to Ashes, and people just eventually kind of like trickled in and ended up hanging out. So I'm always super grateful for that. If you drop your talent agent and hire me, I guarantee you that I'll get you into Polar for free. What if I've already sent my join Polar non-refundable application to all 6 of the officers that are collecting it? And on the plus side, you're not going to play dog shit in New World anymore. Dude, honestly, people that have been in chat from like the New World time to the Ashes times are like, brother, you are so much happier now than you were towards the end of New World. It's like it's day and night. And honestly, I feel happier. Like, I feel like even on downtime days, we just get on, we yap, we hang out. And like every time I start stream, I'm excited. Every time I end stream, I'm excited for the next stream. And with New World, it was like, all right, we're going through the motions. The ceiling's closing. Like, everything's just downtrending. In Ashes, it's an alpha. If you think that this is the limit of what we're going to do, this is the size of the community on a downtime day. When the game doesn't exist, when the game's already in an alpha, when most people are fucking off doing other stuff. Like, it's insane how far the ceiling of this will continue to go up. And personally, I streamed a shitload of hours every day before and had a lot less fun. I plan to be here the entire time. I'm not even gonna lie. I have too much fun doing what I do every single day. Hasn't been approved yet. Not enough VODs. What do you mean? I literally sent you 2 different Fortnite montages and my New World War montage. How did you guys not just see the potential there? What the fuck do you mean? Like, I was dropping that heat. That shit was insano style. Yo, Streg. Hello, my friend. It's because all games suck now. Nothing is good at all anywhere. I have fun with Ashes personally. But no, I do agree. Not that like every game is terrible, but I think overwhelmingly the number of games that come out in an unfinished state where they quite frankly shouldn't have been released. Looking at you, Dune, you shouldn't exist yet. Your game's bad. They just force it out for the profit. And Ashes is taking its time. It's not being forced out for the profit to hit a deadline, to hit anything. It's going to be put out when it's ready. And for that reason, they won't be fighting this uphill battle of, you know, update, like bug fix, like post-launch. They'll have all of those things, hopefully, sorted. And the route that we're going right now, with them being willing to take their time, it's encouraging to me. I think we're going to get a well-implemented, polished product by the time we're supposed to have one. Also, hi, Ethan. Hi, Strag. Hi, Nin. Your mouth hurts. What happened? You like suck your boss's dick so you could work from home? Because, like, that's worth, personally. Dentist is a motherfucker with that mental pick. I mean, how frequently are you flossing? Are you brushing twice a day and brush floss rinsing? You brush and then you floss to break the fluid film barrier between your teeth, and then you rinse so the rinse can get in between your teeth. Personally, I think if you're not twice a day brushing, you probably deserve it. Brush, floss, rinse every day. Every day or twice a day? Because if it's once a day, you're fucked. How quickly would your mom disown you if you had a cavity? I mean, my mom's not like full dentist. Like, she works in dentistry, so she got hired at the dentist office with no qualifications, basically. She like did an interview for an assistant position and then got hired because they loved like who she was as a person, and they were like, you'll have to study for your radiology, all that shit. She was like, bet, I got you. Because she was waiting tables before this. I worked at Applebee's because she got my older brother AMC at Applebee's when she was working at Applebee's. So basically, she went from waiting tables to that position and then worked her way up and is now like the lead clinical like person, basically. So outside of like the doctors above her, she's essentially like running the floor and doing all of that stuff. So she'd be understanding. Although I try not to have cavities personally. I already have sensitive teeth, and like I'm very anal about it. Very, very anal about it. Like, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, my breath probably smells like shit. I'll be sleeping like I mouth breathe like a motherfucker when I'm asleep. So like, I have to wake up in the morning. I immediately gotta like brush my teeth, right? And then before bed, I also gotta brush my teeth because I'm prepping for mouth breathing all night. I'm gonna need to put out some minty fumes so I don't wake up in some stank ass fumes. You know what I mean? So I have a couple of like, the last checkup that I had, they did x-rays. And I have like a couple of areas in my teeth that are just like naturally like weird structures, like that coil structure under the pyramid type shit. But it came in as like a dark spot in one of the x-rays, and they were like, could it be? And then they looked at it while I was like having a fucking heart attack in the chair. I was sitting there and I was like, do I have a fucking cavity? Am I gonna get a tooth pulled? Am I gonna get on stream looking like fucking Asmongold? Like, what's going on? Turns out it was just my tooth is built weird. No cavity. Mouth tape. So like, when I was younger, keep in mind, my older brothers are 8 and 10 years older than I am. I was about 8 at the time, so this makes AMC about 16. My mom had just bought a brand new minivan. We were in the parking lot of the dealership, and it was 2 seats in the front, 2 seats in the middle, and then the seats across the back. And I wanted to sit in the right middle seat. And my older brother AMC also wanted to sit in the right middle seat. I was occupying the right middle seat, and his fist decided that I did not want to be in the right middle seat. So, you guys may notice, my nose is a little crooked if I really go full cam. So basically, I was strapped in, seat belted in, like this is fucking car jitsu. Except he was standing on the outside, open van door, full tee-off power plant, kablammy, hits nothing except for my nose and like follows through the nose. Obliterates my nose in the parking lot. Like, we're sitting in this brand new minivan in the parking lot of the dealership next to the door of the dealership. My nose is just blood. I'm freaking out. My mom runs in and she's like, we need paper towels. AMC's sitting out there going, get out of the middle seat. Who got to sit in the middle seat? Me. He got in trouble. And I got my nose broke. Did you learn your lesson? No, I learned that he's a little bitch. I learned how to take a punch that day. Prepared me for a lot of things. Basketball one time. I played at some outdoor basketball courts a lot growing up. And one time, we were going for a loose ball that was going out of bounds. someone grabbed it and went to like save it from going out, and they whipped it behind their back like this. My nose was behind their back. And keep in mind, I got a bird. I got a bird beak. You know, it is what it is. It gets in the way. So me, instead of catching the ball with my hands, caught the ball with my nose. So I had been prepared for this nose trauma before, and I think that kind of like reset it a little bit, because I was more of like a direct on, like full force, like ball to nose, right? So I was like, I've been through this before, and I took my shirt and I like wrapped it under my nose and like tied it behind my bed, and my head, and I was fucking still running like pickup with the shirt, just catching the blood from my nose. So I was prepared. But as a result, I'm actually kind of clear today, but my nose is fucked. I went in one time I had a seizure, and I went in to get like a head scan or some shit. And the doctor comes in, and after my head scan, he was like, hey, everything in your head looks fine, but like, he points to his nose, and he's like, are you aware? And I'm like, yeah. My brother teed off on my nose when I was half his age. Yes, thank you for inquiring, sir. And he's like, it's a really bad deviated septum. And I'm like, yeah, he full force. I was strapped in like a target dummy. Boop, right across my nose. So yeah, no lesson was learned. But yeah, I can't use mouth tape. Kind of fucked up now. Yeah, so I'm 8 years younger than he is. He's 10 years, or my oldest brother is 10 years older than I am. So there's a two-year difference between them. I was 8 and he was 16. So this was like a full ass, like grown high schooler just teeing off on my nostrils. I didn't even know how to throw up fisticuffs at that point. Nose lesson was learned. None at all. Also, Strug, we need to get you the obsidian ring recipe. Very badly. This is a goal. And then you make all of these. Every single one of these you make. For everybody in the guild. Every single person. 2 obsidian rings. 1 million obsidian rings made. So that means we're going to need, what is it, like 17 obsidian? So we need 17 million obsidian. And then I think it's 1 sandstone. So we'll need slightly less sandstone than obsidian. Be working and helping Strug with jewel crafting as well. I love that. We'll probably do a guild event, if I had to guess, soon, since like the apprentice pickaxes are available. I feel like the next gathering event we do should be in the desert for minables, obsidian, and sandstone. Unironically, I feel like we should prep before everybody gets on the wave of making these for 10 rings. Because like, there are some better options just in terms of like raw magic power, raw fizz power. But in terms of like a value piece to hand out to everybody in the guild, you just give everyone 2 obsidian rings and you're set. It's really good. You leave my desert mining alone. I will have someone tabletop you. I'll push you over it, face down, ass up into the sand. I will get behind you and I will put my mining pick so far in your ass that you will never want to come back to the desert, or you'll want to come back every single day. Either way, that's my obsidian. I need it. I need it a lot. I'd like to replace my rings. It'll tickle the spot. Is that a promise? We're about to have guild wars over the desert. Everyone in Trevor's gonna be like, why the fuck is the desert so populated today? Seems like everybody left Steel Bloom in their Squall's End? That wasn't intended. What's going on? Did we bug something? And then they just see a line. Our obsidian comrade. Listen, you're gonna have to get freaky with your pickaxe. Yeah, it's there's gonna be a certain point where everybody just goes, yo, we need that obsidian. Like, obsidian in the desert is going to be more competed for than Spice in Dune, because Dune's a dog shit game that no one's going to play. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I stand on that business, by the way. That shit doo-doo. It's not ready to launch. That's my take. They could pay me to play it, but other than that, nope. Sponsored, yes. Otherwise, nope. I hate to break it to them. So this is massive, though. Somebody told us they had a recipe for it. And I think this is easy. Should I cook up a mage build to throw on stream? I think it would absolutely be wise to figure out something that's easy to farm. Keep in mind, like, a lot of this stuff is what's farmable right now. This is all either acquirable now very easily through farms, things that I have right now, or things that will be craftable soon in the form of the obsidian rings. So double Lumidon is achievable. You have Lumidon necklace, I already have that. Windstead cloak, I already have. Iron shoulders drop from Steel Bloom. Iron helm drops from Steel Bloom. This is from Grave Peak with the chest piece. I should probably show it over here. Iron helm is Steel Bloom. Grave Peak for the chest piece. I have these bracers. I have these gloves. These are both from Tropics, so we can do Tropics name mobs out there. Boots of the Tardy are going to be from Wreckage of Carfin. That's a name mob. And then Iron Pauldron. Steel Bloom, Windstead cloak is Windstead. Seems pretty straightforward to me, if I'm being completely honest. So thoughts and prayers for that. It's all about the drop rates though, man. That's genuinely always the hardest thing with name mobs. Like, the competition is step one. Even if you lock it down, you could do what I ran into with Bellow Smasher. And I'll just never get a fucking Igneous Striker. Just not one. We haven't seen shit. We haven't seen a single goddamn thing. Also, I noticed that this got re-uploaded, and it was quiet as hell when we watched it the last time. So I kind of wanted to throw this up and peep this a little bit. I won't lie. You guys get drops? Yeah, what do you mean? Are you not on the streamer client? How many streams have you thrown up in the directory? They should have got you with the streamer client after like 2 weeks. Be drooling as soon as server's up. Waited on starting because of the potential pass on it. This downtime, everything's set up really well. Oh yeah, so you're just like hoarding all the mats and stuff for it? That's very smart, actually. I think that's the best way to do it, is just put a hold on progression with crafting until like the mat ratios are fixed, and then go at it from the efficient route. Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's actually a really smart way to do it. That's why I'm not in charge of crafting. But I agree. I support this message. I'll be right back. I'm gonna top on my water, and then I want us to check this dev update out. This was last month's dev update. So it was like 2 weeks ago. This was prior to the fresh starts, but I want to see if we like missed anything during this. Also, we called in a relic. So I want to see that. Once they fix crafting, we can start working on crafting. Yeah. We need Edinburgh. We need ratios fixed, and then once those are fixed, we just need server prog. But we already have lumberjacking and mining server prog. So right now, we just need to stock up. Just need to stock up. Thursday. Is Thursday the pass on ratios? Or is that going to be next? I already forced apprentice leatherworking. God damn. God damn. Brute forcing, that is fucking respectable. That's a lot of grind. Holy shit. Who's our leatherworker? Wait.
Because it might be you now.
I'll be right back. What the fuck? Boys. Good day. Wait, did you say nearly 3,000 skins? Bruh.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Hawksblade, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. 3,000 Grem skins? On the plus side, I can craft myself a blue Growler's helm as soon as the table drops. Yeah, I mean, that's better than nothing. Worse than a few other helms, but at last 1250 on my back before the servers come up. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, dog? That's insane. How long did you farm them for? Yeah, and people say like the mob grind till level's bad. That's commitment. Should I go get a Dr. Peppy from the shop? Stumbled on $5 this morning on the way to the dentist. Dr. Peppy goes insanely hard. Like, Dr. Peppy goes insanely hard. But the thing about Dr. Peppy from most stores is that it doesn't come like room temp. I think that's the big problem. I want to see what I'm comparing like then and now. This is going to be a very similar gear set. I'm not even going to lie. Obsidian rings. Bearhide boots are farmable from Steel Bloom as well. I mean, Boots of the Tardy aren't going to be a bad farm. And they're like twice the fizz power. Dogs are perky. Dude, it's so good. This one is borderline room temp. You let that bad boy warm up for like 10 minutes, it gets a room temp, and then you have legitimately the best soda in human history. Something the cookhouse would pop up. I had the mats for Lego hunting bow. Oh my god. Wait, an apprentice one? That's value. So what are the big apprentice huntables that you think are going to like be worthwhile? Is it going to be the Crocs? In your opinion, it's fine for tanked up a few pieces of medium and light armor if it's for PvP. Oh, I think PvP or PvE wise. I don't necessarily think putting all of your investment in like the light, medium, heavy like bracket is a wise thing. The set bonuses I consider more complementary. And as a tank, like, percent mitigation is always going to be a larger scalar in terms of reduction than the minimal amount of, like, armor. So instead of forcing it for the top part of, like, what the stats say, we always force it for the bottom part of what the stats say. So you'll notice, like, shoulders-wise, my shoulders are heavy, so they only have armor. Every shoulder in the game will have constitution. So the only difference between heavy, medium, and light will be, like, heavy is going to be all armor. Light's going to be all magic resist, and then medium is going to be split. So every glove in the game will have dex, but bear hide gloves will be the best fizz power option in the game for us right now. I like 3 heavy on any class for the mitt. Yeah, it's not bad if it's available to get, but if you're making a large sacrifice, personally, I would rather have a fully rounded out gear set than force, but even with this. Rosarium Guard Bracers, Iron Pauldrons, Iron Helmet. Bam, bam, bam. 3 heavy pieces. But yeah, with this one, you can get, like, you could go a medium chest eventually, and you could go 3 heavy, 3 medium. And that 3 medium would give you 2% crit chance. So, like, long term, once pocket dungeons open up, in the chest spot, instead of this, we could go, like, the Dustpaw Warhide, or the Bear Slayer skin. Dustpaw Warhide is going to be another really good one. That would give me another medium piece. But even just having that 3 heavy in the meantime, definitely nice to have. I'm not trying to go like out of my way necessarily to get the armor bonuses, but they're more of a complementary piece for me. So in my opinion, the big emphasis is having like the proper attributes on every piece. My tank's gear set right now is kind of similar to this one in progression. But the big thing is always that like what the total stats are. You know what I mean? Not just like the armor or anything like that, but am I getting fizz power? Am I getting max health? What value am I actually getting from this? So same thing with the Ruvidium Mace. This is not going to be the highest fizz power option. There are other one-hand weapons that can do way more damage than this. The strength in this is that it's giving you 750 plus max HP. And you're like, well, Dusty, you're not going to hit very hard at that point. You must use an energy focus. Well, I have Iron Shield in this, which is the baby version of Steel Shield. Iron Shield itself is 670 fizz power rating. Steel Shield, which I have on live, is 800 plus fizz power rating. So that's a really nice balance out to it. Once I get Igneous Striker, I'll be looking at almost 1900 fizz power rating, and that's before the strength additive from both of these, and that's before the max health is included. Crazy to me how they did the stats. Look at the Iron Longbow. Oh, you mean this one? 2k fizz rating, 10 dex. Why even include those bottom stats after the first if they're so insignificant? I'm sure they'll get rebalanced. I do like things having incentivized stats though. Like knowing the Iron Longbow is the best fizz crit power unless you get Hawkbow is cool. And I like that there's differentiation, but I do agree. It's like, this is way up here. And then the dex is way down here. And it'd be cool if they kind of like brought them a little bit together. Like I'd love the fizz crit power to be an outlier, but still make the other stats like complementary stats. Yeah. I can see them shaping that up a little bit. Is a Calator heavy breastplate not bis for you chest-wise? This one? With magic power rating? No. I mean... like, magic power rating doesn't really do anything for a tank. This would be low-key kind of a slapper for casters because of the magic power rating. But yeah, this will be a caster piece for us. We scale off of fizz. So on our end, with the current one that we have, the Black Feather Tunic, the BFT, the BIS, and the chest, that is going to be, where the fuck are you? Right here. So you still get your con because with the rework, I thought it was fizz power rating. Oh no, you're good. With the rework, every chest will have the same like attributes associated with it. So they'll all have con. This is going to be magic resist, which honestly, we take a shitload of magic damage. And then this is going to be your big boy fizz power rating. So we actually have a few different like fizz power rating scalers. And we're going to have Black Feather Tunic, Dustpaw Warhide. Fire Scarred doesn't spawn yet. This is a Grave Peak spawn that's not in the game. And then Bear Slayer. I don't know where Bear Slayer is. But Bear Slayer kind of fucks. And then Heart's Bloom, I feel like is the light Steel Bloom set that they added, right? 3 out of 5 caster. Calator is amazing. And high heroic last phase, so tanky. Tanky casters are fucking crazy. Debating on running a 70% crit chance build with around 200% fizz power. I would recommend that, yes. Yes, I would recommend that. Use the Alicog one. Wait, why is that not showing on here? Is that this one? I feel like that's this one and it got renamed, right? Bear Slayer. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering where that one went. So this is the Ursine name drop. So also, this is probably pretty farmable. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people are competing for Korax, but this is probably very farmable as a piece. Right now, my chest is a max HP chest. And just out of curiosity, I don't really think that there are a lot of max health chests in the game. Basilisk skin is really nice. I have Soul Seekers. So Basilisk skin is a fuckload of max health. But what would the power drop down to? 188. It's just like, it's such a large trade-off. But it's a lot of max HP. Like, it's a lot of max HP. I'm glad it actually shows stats. Yeah, the stat visibility is huge. That's one thing that I would love for Ashes Codex to have. I think if Ashes Codex had that, it would be better on Codex, but just made my build from last phase on it, and a bunch of the numbers are off, so that site isn't fully reliable. Swag. What's looking off? I mean, I'm not even like hard valuing the stats themselves, but oh yeah, make sure you go into your class skill tree and then actually dump your points up, because that's what's gonna level you. It'd give you like the character level. So you have to do that. Says I would have 2% magic mitt as a caster with 5 light on. Says you would have 2% magic mitt. Is that just from the gear itself without any additives though? I don't know if you just like don't have any like other, because I think this is just from the gear itself. 3k magic resist, 2%. Weird. That's a little strange. Either way, being able to see like the rough guideline of it is nice. But yeah, I always take these with a grain of salt. Personally. I'm not like, that's a lot of HP on the Basilisk one. Basilisk skin is 730 max health. It's so beefy. If you can get that, then that might be worth it. Cause like I already hit pretty hard. But I don't know if I hit hard enough to be willing to sacrifice all of that. It's not that I have it right now anyways. It'd just be an upgrade over what I currently have. Other than that, it's Forsaken Commander's Iron Breastplate. Man, the Iron set's really fucking good. Yo, Depredation, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, the Iron set's just really fucking solid. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be dropping like candy with all of the Steel Bloom farm that's happening. Can you say you're building like it? Voil's going to do the inspect. You're getting the Voil pass on the build itself. I love this. All right, the BFT. Magic Resist, 2888. Magic Mitt, 10. Let's see. Mine for Magic Defense is 2723 and then 9.4. Oh, and it'll also like break down where everything's coming from too. Okay, that's nice. 3k resist and 10% Mitt. Yeah, so that seems lined up for me. And then as a tank, we get a lot more mitigation from other sources as well. But yeah, Magic hit's hard as fuck. Farm Basilisk chest for 7 hours, saw 1 drop. Yeah, that's how I feel with every single named mob drop. Like, unironically, I'm worried about every named mob drop that's in this set. Lungs of the Abyss, Brine Breaches, all of that. I'm not fucking with it. 24/7 Fizmit. This is before any buffs or anything like that. So this isn't accounting for like Iron Aura, for like anything. So this will just be from like the base gear itself with no actives. Is there a cap on mitigation? I'm quite certain there are DRs once you go super high on it, and mitigation stacking from abilities is also some weird multiplicative conversion. It's not straight additive like Rogue Evasion is. So mitt stacking, some people will go mitt stacking to a certain extent. But like, I don't buy too far into it. In addition to that, there's not going to be like a ton of mid availability out there right now. You could always go, let's see. Like if you wanted a full tank up, you could always go for like a Steel Bloom ring, which is mitt rating and con. And then if you did want to go like double Steel Bloom ring over that, you could go that route. Oh, weird. Yeah, Magic Mitt is fucked if you have... It seems like if you have something with mitigation rating on, it's fucking the conversion. Because now I'm at 0.9% Magic Mitt. So I don't think their Mitt conversions are completely accurate, Voil. Put Steel Bloom rings on and then watch it change. Trying to see what you're placing. Camera blocks part of your gear. I was fucking around with Steel Bloom rings as a placement to see like what the mitt scaling would be. So that brings us up like 9-ish% Fizmit, but it's all what you want to lose, what you're willing to input, output, any of that. It is a little bit of a loss to not have Fizz power scaling rings, but it's also completely reasonable if you have enough Fizz power to keep scaling past that. So, it's a Lumadon ring stats. Luma ring. Lumadon ring itself is con and then mitt rating. Same thing as Steel Bloom ring, but Steel Bloom ring has a little more mitt and a little less con. So both of those are pretty synonymous in that realm. Steel Bloom is mitt rating as well. It's just bugged currently, but it goes to the other area in base stats. Since that's basement, it's not bugged. Is subtracted from my MIT though. I shouldn't have lost MIT. Oh, like the calc over here is bugged, not the ring itself. So like if you look at magic defense, if I take these rings off, my magic MIT increases. That shouldn't happen. Like it shouldn't go there instead, and I shouldn't gain more magic MIT. The magic MIT would stay the same, and then it would reallocate the other MIT to the base stats. Because it adds to my Fizz MIT as well. I was gonna say I'm holding rare Steel Bloom ring and Luminon rings. Oh, damn. I mean, that's not bad at all, genuinely. Let's see. Just throw on rares and see what we're at real quick. Rare Steel Bloom and then a rare Luminon. Like, it's really not bad for a double MIT setup, especially this early. Right now, I'm using 2 iron rings. So, like, oh no, you said rare. In terms of, like, effective output, it may unironically be worth right now. Just because you would be getting good value out of the actual MIT scaling this early, but it's all depending on like where you want to gear. So comparatively, if you go this route, you'll be looking at like 34.2 Fizz MIT according to this. And I'm taking this kind of with a grain of salt because some of the conversions seem a little wonky. But Fizz power 195, and then if you go the route of where we're thinking with just, you know, super easy, affordable, breezy, beautiful color cover girls, it's decent value with the obsidian rings. Solid value. You're going up above 200 power. And you're also, keep in mind, these are commons. So even if we make these epic, which is very easily achievable because that's extremely replicatable, we'll go up to 202 power. And then that's also going to bring us up, I believe, a total of about 600 HP. So it's basically like power and like 10% plus max HP or 10% mitigation. So it doesn't seem like a bad trade-off either way, depending on what you have. It just depends on if you want to be hitting a little harder and have that like raw HP to play off of. But yeah, I don't think you're misplaying by using those whatsoever, especially if you have those. Those are really good starter rings. Just having that base MIT will make you super tanky. I would just try to, at that point, honestly, you don't even have to change much else. It's not a huge variance. It's a few power and some HP. But if you just switch those in for obsidian rings, you'll be beefier. You'll just hit a little bit less. Could be nice. Could be nice. When you add the Dunes and set to your build on the site, it gives you 13 under the additive weapon damage. I wonder what 13 represents. It could be the damage per hit that you get on like each hit. So additive weapon damage rating goes into like an additive weapon damage number, the same way like power rating goes into your power number. And then with additive weapon damage rating, it will kind of like each hit of your combo will do that additive weapon damage, to my knowledge. So that's why like the Firebrand bow and stuff is very nice to get like Cinder Song or the Ancient Dunes and Longbow. If you're able to get Cinder Song, that's got a big chonker amount of additive weapon fire damage. Same thing with Ancient Dunes and Longbow, which Streg has one of. So Streg got a blue one of these. And just this alone, keep in mind, his rolled 2k plus Fizz power as well. So his is insane, but you have Rare Hawkbow. Oh, Rare Hawkbow's nuts. Yeah, Rare Hawkbow is, in my opinion, like the number one that you can target. Yeah, if you have that already, you're good. How do you go about getting that? Did you get lucky with the farm and like go at it when there weren't people? I feel like that's the biggest thing. If you can hit it when there aren't people out there. Oh wait, it's the Hawkbow. That's what it is, right? Yeah, I mean, it genuinely, that shit slaps because the Fizz crit power is phenomenal on it for tanks because we have a very, very, very like good force crit combo. You get a little bit of that additional power rating too to help bridge the gap. Yeah, it's a great bow. Did you buy it or did you farm it? Either way, that's huge. I have Igneous Striker right now. Has anyone seen a Green Hawk bow? They're rare by default. Yeah, like you said. Hit it one time with Polar Gilded and Fed to push EU out. It dropped and won the roll. Then we got pushed out. That's fucking sick. Good for you. Yeah, that's such a huge drop to get. So right now, for perspective, prior to having the Hawk bow, I have in my possession an Iron Longbow. So Iron Longbow still has some Fizz crit rating. It's basically just going to be like a lower power option. Right now, I have common. Finding uncommon would be pretty reasonable. So it's kind of like a budget option if you can't get that. Ads. Oh God, can't have that. Can't have that. Wait, is that a new banana OP? If it is, I appreciate you. Make sure you refresh so it lets you share your sub message if you just drop that. I appreciate you, Doc. I was hoping it was like 13%. Oh, like 13% of your damage output? I mean, maybe. I don't think it is, though. To my knowledge, it's not like X% of your damage. I think it's just a flat additive rating. I fucked around with it a little bit. I can do some more testing with it later on. Not total damage. Output, just weapon output. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, as far as I know, it's just like a rating to flat. Additive is insane. Yeah. I mean, additive is quite nice. It's a large damage chunk very consistently. If it's anything like PoE. Well, so the additive doesn't like multiply anything that's existing like PoE to what we know. Like the additive here just means that it like is in addition to your weapon damage. So kind of like a separate but additional source, whereas PoE's additive is like multiplicative and then more. Wait, that's increase versus more, right? So additive is the more and then increased is a multiplicative, I think. Either way. PoE shit is fucking insane. If you understand PoE gearing, you understand literally any gearing in the world. It is redonkulous. It has more and additive. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot to keep in mind, but I think this is a good spot. The hardest thing here is keeping track of all of your name spawns, where you actually have to farm those, and then getting your drops. Like, I feel like your drop rates on most name mobs are going to be fucking hideous. Gary said, create your regular everyday sandwich. Let's see. Honey ham. Land O'Lakes American cheese from the deli. It's going to be a controversial take. Miracle Whip and a honey mustard. Little lettuce, pickles. Slap it together. You're done. Bis everyday at home sandwich. I think that is I think that's like a fucking 20-second craft and gives an insane amount of like minus hunger plus sustenance, gets you through the day in a very strong way. Yeah, I think that's the play. Chat, anyone have a counter with a better sandwich? Just like an at-home sandwich? Because I'm not talking like Jersey Mike's or some bullshit. Also, how'd we get distracted and not end up going through the actual summoner? I said like 4 hours ago we were going through the summoner and then we ended up making our entire gear set. PB&J. Okay, PB&J fucks. Toasted PB&J. Toasted PB&J as in like you put the bread in a toaster and then add the PB&J, or like you put the PB&J on and then like grilled cheese it. Would that be a grilled PB&J? Lifesteal is oddly repped on this as well. Weird. Full carving tools give 0.4 lifesteal. Strange. Yes, toasted. Like grilled PB&J. So grilled PB&J or toasted PB&J? Is there a difference? Because grilled cheese and toasted cheese are different. Dusty is toasted. No, I'm inquisitive. You're toasted. What, like, for a toasted PB&J, toast the bread and put it on. Okay. Okay. Fuck, what time is my grocery store open until? Maybe I'll make a grocery run and I get Taco Bell tonight if I can get there early. Just built a mage build with 64.7% magic crit chance. The fuck? How? God damn. God damn. Yeah, I mean, crit chance is a huge scaler for anything that's like damage right now. It's absolutely massive. I think if you're able to scale high crit rating and high crit chance, you're gonna hit hard as shit. Like, as a tank, we play off a force crit combo primarily. And the second that we hit that on somebody, if we get any additional crits on top of it, it's insane. It's insane. Summoner Cleric is classed as Necromancer, which doesn't really give me healer summoner vibes. I think it would probably be Necromancer, more in the sense of like, I don't know, bringing things back from the dead and like the healing energy of that. Because like from the summoner standpoint, I feel like a Necromancer would be like the master of life from summoning, right? That's kind of the vibe that I get from that. Because you do have, you got Beastmaster, you've got your Brood Warden, Conjurer, which is your summoner, Enchanter, which is your Bard, Necromancer, which is your Cleric. Oh yeah, wait. Necromancer is the master of life and death. You can choose to be a necromancer for good or for dark and twisted things. Let's see. Good necromancers work with helpful spirits. Evil necromancers can summon zombies, skeletons, and other undead creatures. Necromancers cannot raise dead players as undead minions. Yo, you imagine pulling up to a fight with like 3 DustyWhys because I let you get a full summon set up? That's something we could RMT for, boys. I view the Necromancer as a master of life and death, and the way I want to implement our Necromancer is you can choose to be a Necromancer for good or for dark and twisted things. Either is viable. If you want to work with spirits that aid, you can do that. If you want to summon zombies and skeletons and other type of undead creatures, you can do that as well. And then you can use them for your will. The Necromancer is going to be able to choose a path of life or death regards to its summoning influences and augments. So you'll be able to augment your summons to either aid and assist in healing and providing support to either yourself or the other summons you may have out or other party members. And the death side of that augmentation will really influence your opponent to create damage, sap life, and manipulate their ability to survive in combat. So, seems pretty sick, honestly. I like that a lot. They did show these concept arts as well. So they dropped 3. And basically... Yo, Jakku! I hope you're having an amazing day. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yo, what up, Opie? Do we know if they're gonna fix the choker quest at all? Hopefully. Any quests that do hit large, like, bottlenecks that get reported, I'm sure will get fixed quite quickly. Can I make my zombie Diddy another player? Probably. Jakku, thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I got a sunburn today. I spent so much time outside. I spent a couple hours outside before stream started, and it was a blast. I sat outside just, like, soaking up the sun. And then tonight, Carla and I haven't finished watching Severance because we were in, I don't know how many episodes we have left, but we were in the middle of watching Severance. We were in season 2 and then Fresh Start hit and I've been degenning shit. So I think tonight may be the catch up on Severance night. It's a good day though. It's 95 degrees in Minnesota. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I have a natural farmer's tan as well. But today I specifically, and I'm sure you're going to do this tomorrow, I sat outside just like this today in an Adirondack chair to just kind of like balance everything out. But yeah, hold on. So it's kind of like I'm fading it in at this point, right? It's like a proper haircut. It's like, it's fading. And so it's going to be like tan, like bronze god levels of tan. And then it's going to slowly, you know, grade into the pale. But like, you can see the red in this part. So you can tell what wasn't exposed previously and like what was newly tanned real estate. So I'm kind of like easing myself into it patch by patch. It's like you wouldn't get a tattoo sleeve all at once. So why would you get a tan all at once, right? So I'm basically easing myself in. Tomorrow I'll probably kind of like go up a little bit more and we'll hit this part and then that'll be burnt and this will be tan. So it's just like an evolution and you don't want to go too hard on it. It's the same thing over here. It's all just man giving us some patch notes. You pale motherfucker, how you low fade a tan? I mean, listen, man, it takes talent. It takes talent. Look at that. Look at that. It's a full low taper, no Tyler Blevins. Yes. I am legitimately tapering my tan in, so I don't do it all at once. Exactly. That's the big thing about it. You just have to be careful. And then you hide it, and it's like, I look tan, and then when this slides up a little bit, this will be tan enough to where people aren't like, wow, that guy is insanely pale, right? Right now, we're good. We're set. Everything's fine. It's a beautiful day. You'll either end up fading in or just be patchy. My beard is patchy, not my tan. My tan is fine. Even your neck is... I think the back of my neck is red. I think the back of my neck is red. I'm native, so I don't burn. My mom had much more Native American in her side of the family than shows through on me. But like her side of the family has quite a bit in it. My dad's side of the family is white as fuck. I got the Wonder Bread gene. And when you put me in the toaster, I tend to burn very, very, very quickly. I do not really hit delicious golden brown. I just kind of like, bro, the first day that I went outside, and I say that like I live in Maine. The winters are harsh. I bundle up. I stay indoors. I don't go outside unless I have to. That's the nice thing about streaming. Fuck snow, fuck ice. I like snow. I don't like ice. But either way, fuck them both. But the first day that I went outside, it was like a 65-degree day. And I was sitting in a t-shirt. And bro, this entire part of me that's now like tannish, it was like this red times 10. It was like bright red. What's the most amount of snow you get over there? Like at once? Like in one storm? We've had storms give us well over a foot. So lanky. Stomps, I'm sorry that my arm is longer than you are as a human being. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely fitting this in. Wait, it was 85. It was only 85 today in Arizona. So Arizona was colder than Minnesota. Why? Hi, Oracle. How are you? I think 4 feet in one go is the most I've seen. Oh, wait, you're Canadian, right? I don't think we've got chain fucked for 4 feet. I'm not going to cap in that regard. I don't know what our like daily snowfall record is or anything like that. We have had a few really brutal ice storms up here though, that are much more punishing than snowstorms. Like we get blizzards and stuff. But we got some ice storms that really fuck some shit up. We also got big melt off a couple of years ago that like put a few towns literally nearly completely underground. Do we know when Summoner is coming out, or is there no certain date yet? There is still no certain date. It's basically like when it's done its dev process. It's not even on the private test realm yet, to our knowledge. So it will be within this 3-month period, according to their timetables. I would say my guess is late June, early July, just based on a few other things. Yo, Madison, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. That's kind of like where I'm leaning on it. But these are some of the Summoner pictures that we had revealed to us. So you have the tanky type summons, by the look of it. These guys just look kind of girthed up, ready to fuck. Now, they won't give tanks double shield, but they'll give tank summons double shields. Kind of rude. Kind of fucked up. Then you have your DPS summons. These look fucking dope in my opinion. I think these look absolutely insane. This guy looks like he would be a terror for backlines. If you stuck this on a caster, it looks like a caster would just hate their day. Am I wrong with that? It looks like he would have a fucking like teleport. I don't know why, but I just pictured this having a gap close where it like puffs off into a cloud of smoke and then just like ports on someone. This is probably my favorite looking DPS one. And then over here, you have your supporty type, healy types. If you pull this out in the group, I'm gonna kick you out the fucking group. This is gross. It's gonna sound gross. It's a little grub fly. I will hit it with my mace if you summon this. You can summon this. You can summon Ash's Mercy. And that's fine. I'm gonna summon that next to you constantly. What if you want to fuck yourself constantly? Have you considered that instead? I think far right will be Summoner Mage on the last page. This, interesting. I feel like these are going to be like supporty types because they're going to be way more than just these summons. And what I think is they kind of like went tank, DPS, and then supports just to show a little bit of the vibe for each aesthetic. Now, it's also important that they did like the elite ratings. All of these, oh, second page, this guy. This guy looks sick as hell. But this is also the only non-elite in terms of the summons. Now, Steven did say we would be getting some more like build diversity with being able to rank up our shit. Basically, like we'll be able to rank up our active abilities soon, and that could impact the level of elite. I see available summons based on your subclass. Yes. So this all got recently updated based on Steven's yaps in the Discord. But the summoner uses abilities that channel through their summons, also referred to as class skill pets. Summoners can summon up to 3 summons depending on their class, which is the choice of secondary archetype. Only some class combinations will have the ability to summon more than one pet at once. There will be persistent summons. Abilities from the summon appear on the summoner's hotbar. The summoner is essentially playing through their summon. Summoner has control over their summon unless the summon is under CCs. You gain your summons from your summoner class as an active skill, and then skills can be further developed with points, which seems like that would be the elite summon system. Then we have summoner summons will be able to fulfill DPS, tank up top, and healing/support roles, and they'll be able to use CCs. I hope the stars are how many more summoners are needed to bring it up and how strong they are related to that. Interesting. That could be cool as well, like different types of summons. I feel like it could either be like pumping the like rank of your summon up. So like say you have like Rock Dude, and then it's like rank 2 Rock Dude gets shield, and then like rank 3 Rock Dude gets this. Like I feel like that could also be how it is because multiple summons will be able to kind of like link up. Summoners will not be able to fuse with or be taken over by their normal summons. In the case of siege summons, the summoner does become the summon, which is going to be fucking dope. Siege summons will be so cool. Summoners may also have the ability to transfer pain to their summons, meaning that a portion of damage or threat taken by the summoner can be transferred to their summon instead. Summoner summons are not the same as combat pets. Combat pets are one of my favorite systems, by the way, that are not in yet. Summons will exist until another summon is cast, the summon is killed, or the summoners log off. Summoners may be able to name their summons, but will not be able to change their creature type, which is part of the nameplate above the summon. Chat, who is naming their summon DustyWhy? Just out of curiosity, how many DustyWhys will there be floating around the server at any given time? Because I feel like it's going to be a non-zero amount of motherfuckers naming their summons DustyWhy. And that may help me. Honestly, that may be good for me. People will be confused. Steven already said he wanted a full 8-man team of summoners to bring up a huge siege golem. Yeah. Siege summons are going to be a fucking insane thing. They actually go into this here. Let's see. So this talks about how summoners summon a variety of different summons. What a sentence. Depending on the class and augments they choose, animals, spirits, skeletons, zombies, and other undead summons will be possible with death-based cleric augments. Corpses, potentially. Some summoners may summon multiple things. Other summoners may only summon one powerful thing. Certain summoners may be able to summon effects and or temporary energies. If someone kills my summon, do they go corrupt? Summons will follow the same PvP flagging rules as players and share the player's flag status. If your summon PKs someone, you gain corruption. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Naming my summons after the summons for Black Summoner. Do it. Do it. Summoners can be leveled through the application of skill points to their active skill. So keep in mind, that's probably based on this, very likely how we're going to see the elites come out. But they do have their siege summon system. Augments from a secondary archetype can be applied to a summon. For example, if your summon had a sweeping attack with a claw or had the ability to bite an opponent like that weird kid in junior high, or rush an opponent and you took teleportation, you could rush them similar to how I've given an example with the tank, teleporting to a target instead. Or its claws could combust on impact on a target, dealing some burn damage. Or let's say your summon traditionally was some type of bear or bear cat. You can apply an elemental augment and now it could be a transparent flaming bioluminescent cat and its damage would be fire based. So that's how we want to influence the active skills with how augments apply, and that's how it would apply with summoners. So then we go on to siege summons. They really need to fix corruption baiting before that happens. Oh my god, corruption baiting is so fucked right now. But honestly, I feel like a lot of corruption baiting is happening if people don't have their settings proper. Because like, corruption baiting wise, I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, you get somebody to flag, I guess, and then you just drop mounts on top of them, and that circumnavigates the settings. Once you get someone to flag, it's a huge problem. Yeah. It's been a big problem, I won't lie. It's been a massive problem. I hope they fix it soon. It's going to be hard for them too, but I hope they do. I wonder what their approach is going to be too. Because they can't just make it so you can't hit mounts, because then the entire mount HP is cooked and it's just the fastest mount. Can't nerf corruption. I mean, you will nerf corruption eventually, but like, if you entice corruption so much with no way to work it off other than dying, then that's going to be rough. Think you have to give a debuff? It's just such a weird spot where everything is attackable. You know what I mean? Like, what would the debuff do? Maybe have mounts not cause corruption. Yeah, but then people would just walk around PKing people's mounts. Like, if I wanted to, say I had somebody that was gathering near me and they had their mount out and they just got out of it, I would PK their mount and then I would, like, have the entire gathering loop. That is a bitch of a problem. Yeah. They need to make it where they can't turn off flag state. So, I mean, the flag state itself isn't even, like, the biggest part of the corruption bait right now. I think, like, the biggest thing in terms of corruption bait right now is when you get someone to flag up for PvP, so they'll, like, cleave and hit stuff, and then you summon a super weak mount in the clump that they're hitting. What if the mounts are always flagged? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that could genuinely be... But, like, what would that do to the player at that point? It allows too much griefing? That is true, yeah, because then people's mounts would just be, like, PKable. Like, someone could sit outside of the new player area, and as soon as people got their first mount, wait for them to come out of line hold, and then just kill them out. Go corrupted if you kill an unflagged mount. Yeah. Mount baiting is annoying as fuck. Mount baiting is very annoying. Yes. Yes. Right now the game very much feels like risk without reward. Corruption system discourages open world PvP unless you're 100% sure it's consensual. Makes defending your party or PvE spot feel like a trap. Not a choice. When high-end gear is at risk, players won't want to engage at all. Not in PvP, not even in the world. They're not wanting to avoid risk. I enjoy meaningful PvP, but the current system allows bad actors to manipulate flag mechanics for grief. I mean... The risk without reward if you're talking about specifically just like the ramifications of corrupting, corrupting is intended to be something that is never like a benefit. And we looked into the wiki on that earlier, like specifically on corruption. And there were a lot of quotes from Steven where he basically said like, corruption is a net loss. It's intended to be a net loss. It will always be a net loss. There will not be a benefit from it. Bounty hunters will be able to see you anywhere on the map and they'll be able to get a bonus for killing you. So, like, corruption is intended to be something that's very heavily punishing. I think a big part of it right now is that if guild decks and shit were cheaper, I mean, honestly, a lot of guilds have a lot of money. I don't know where their guild decks are being burnt, maybe on like world boss comps and stuff, but I feel like we're seeing way fewer guild decks and node decks than we actually thought we would be seeing, especially like this far in. But yeah, talk about risk versus reward, and dynamic resources is supposed to have that, so we're flagging up for resources. Correct, but there are also levels to mob competition and like the flagging system, right? So if we're competing for a PvE spot, you calculate the risk versus reward of flagging versus not flagging. And essentially, the choices are essentially for like start to finish, you know? You see me farming in your area. You come over, try to take my mobs, lose the mob tags. I still get the mobs. You know, we get the kills on the mobs. And then from there, you're like, okay, we're going to CC their healers. The second you CC the healers, that is you flagging. My group then has a choice, like, do we fight them? Or do we just keep farming these mobs, ignore them, let them do what they're doing, and take all the mobs? If you really want to get us out of there, that's where, you know, guild decks, that's where calling in more people from the social system if you can't, like, 8v8 it. That's where corruption, if you really do want to go that route, like, you could take your shit off before you corrupt and then make a calculated decision to corrupt. Like, all of that is something that's within the realm of possibility. And corruption is something where, keep in mind, like, the punishment won't go crazy, right? Like, long term. It won't be this punishing, but it will be punishing. Most of the time they flag up CC and run away with no risk. I mean, if they flag up, that's the risk for them. Like, I understand the CC stuff is a little annoying, but every class does have a CC break. And if it is a problem where you're like expecting the CC green players is a bug at the moment. It needs to be fixed. I don't think you can make it so people can't CC like unflagged players personally, because then you can't compete for like gatherables. If you beat me to a gatherable, you just win it if I can't CC you. Being able to flag up and CC someone is, in my opinion, something that should absolutely be doable. I don't know. Like, the risk is that you flag up and then they jump you and kick the shit out of you. Zrogue the flags up, grapple hooks away, comes back not flagged. Make it so if you're flagged up 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, potentially, like, refining that system, absolutely. I think every system will have refinement come to it, right? I don't think any system is really in a spot where it's like set in stone. They're like, oh yeah, we got this. Like, it's all solved. So I definitely think there'll be tweaks, especially with how much has come out with like corruption baiting and all of that stuff. Yeah, I definitely think we'll see a lot of ongoing tweaks to that through the remainder of the 3-month process before August 4th. And hopefully they have it in a good spot before August 4th. But yeah, honestly, like, corruption baiting has been a huge problem, just across the board. The CCing and stuff, that happens. Mob comp grind happens. Like, we had people CCing our healer. I hit 25. Well, that happened because they were giving us all the farms. So, what are your thoughts on the speed of leveling characters or towns? Character leveling is intended to be like a longer term process. And if you 1 to 25 with a lot of knowledge and get ahead of the curve, it really doesn't take long at all. I took my time getting 20 to 25 because I got a lot of gear on the way. So I will say, as soon as level 30 comes out, and that's the cap, it'll be 1 to 30 as fast as possible. That'll be the huge thing. From there, I think that leveling will be an emphasis 1 to X for any PvP player, and people will try to optimize it much more. Like, I was fine with taking my time, you know, 100-ish hours getting to 25 here, just because of the fact that, like, I got so much gear in the 20 to 25 range that I equipped. So that was great. Someone just drove by on like a lawnmower. But yeah, I think town leveling wise, we're seeing kind of like the duality of everything. Where'd my music go? Oh, there it is. We're seeing like the duality of everything though. Like super populated areas like Riverlands nodes and shit. Those are leveling insanely fast. And desert nodes and tropics nodes are leveling insanely slow. And this is something that I had talked about a few times on stream previously, leading up to this fresh start period with experience opportunities. And in some areas, you have more experience opportunities, like in the Riverlands, minables, treeables, herbables, shitload of mobs everywhere, and it's a divine gate spawning. Every Riverlands node is naturally going to level like way faster, right? So from there, you have the desert, which has fewer XP opportunities between like fewer mobs that are accessible, fewer people going through it, and fewer gatherables. So if you were to take, and this is kind of how I feel like it should be measured, if you were to take 100 players and have them doing the optimal distribution of experience gain for that node, how long would it take each node to level? And I feel like the desert nodes and the tropics nodes would be severely worse off, especially once we look into the tropics nodes that are like the island themselves. Those are going to have so few EXP opportunities that I could see them leveling incredibly slow. So I'm sure they'll have like maybe dynamic experience rates for different areas, but then if they have dynamic experience rates, you could just have people flood out to that area and try to juice it super fast. So it's a bit of a thing. But like experience opportunities are a large thing in my opinion, that I think they'll have to consider long term. But that's a good question. I know there should be a spot in town where you flag and unflag. The only way to change state outside of that is lawless, auto flags you. Then to turn off, you have to go to town. I feel like that takes away a lot of like the, I don't know, instantaneous kick up of engagement though. You know what I mean? Because then it's also like people would just log out. Yeah, and like if the only place I can flag is in town, what would happen if somebody's flagged and hits me? Like, could I just keep somebody outside of my group flagged at all times near me to use them as like a flag bait, basically? To get people to flag at that point and then flag on them and kill them? I don't feel like at its core that would necessarily solve it. It would just be an arduous step, right? Because I feel like in an ideal world, people are utilizing guild versus guild decks to contest areas because they're an affordable thing. Also, Puck, what up, go? I think the rewards are still out. Yeah, like the rewards for guild versus guild decks are still out because obviously the prospect of like, I feel like rewards with guild versus guild war decks are such a hairy road because like, I have a simple question. We have cats with abs and we have cats. Both are going to be PvP guilds. If we do a cats with abs deck on cats to do a full like 40 versus 40 or like a full practice war, is that considered win trading because it's our second guild? If there are rewards associated with it, even if we're not win trading, even if we're actually playing out the wars and using it to try to get better, I feel like having rewards associated with something like that is a very, very, very hairy route because it opens up so much room for decisive practice wars that could go one way or the other. And if there's this level of like, oh, well, if someone's obviously win trading, then we'll make note of it. People will find the threshold where it doesn't look like win trading, and then they'll just hit that. So I think, I don't know what their plan is for it, dog. Like, it's kind of concerning to me. if I'm being completely honest, I don't understand like what the viable reward path would be in a way that it doesn't get manipulated, right? And thinking of it from that standpoint, it's like if there's a reward for winning a guild versus guild war, why wouldn't we farm those rewards from winning by decking on a really bad guild? If it's all about the reward for a decisive victory, why wouldn't I deck on a guild that can barely fight back? You know what I mean? I think that as soon as rewards are associated with that, it gets rough. Just no rewards. Yeah, I don't mind the no rewards. It still has spin up in terms of like viability and shit like that, but the PvP is a reward? Yeah, like the area control, all of that. I don't think there should be like a journeyman enchanting scroll reward for winning. Just have a leaderboard or something. People would still fucking just win trade for the leaderboard. Also, there will be long-term. Hold on, let's finish the sieges real quick. But there will long-term be like 6-month-ish PvP seasons where depending on your performance in different modes, from guild performance modes, like guild versus guild modes, to node versus node modes, to arenas, to even caravans, like there will be rewards for your like placement basically during those PvP seasons. And those rewards could be titles. Keep in mind, titles and ashes aren't just going to be titles. There will be titles that, while they will give you the title, may also give you abilities associated with that title. The same way mayors have their mayoral abilities. The same way mounts will have their own mount abilities. Like, there will be a lot that's still added in. So you'll be able to earn some titles. You may be able to earn more granular player health bars. So it's 4th divisions right now. You can earn up to 6th or 8th, according to the wiki. So that's pretty solid. Just in that sense alone. Easy fix to the game. Make it so POI and pockets that are level 20 plus are flagged, and low level areas and towns and open world are not flagged. If people think that areas are inaccessible and being zerged now, we had this discussion earlier because everyone thinks it's such an easy fix. But if you think areas are locked down now, wait until you see what it would be if everything was a force flag area. Like, your majority of your player base would not be able to access anything. Anything. Because your majority of your player base is not your competitive player base. It's a PvX game, you should have to PvP for the best PvE spots. If that's what you think, then that's what you think. But there are ways to PvE or PvP compete for the best spots, and that's what Ashes presents, is a decision-making route in everything with the PvX side of it. The way I got to 25 was, despite us flagging up every single time that people flagged on us and winning those, we basically had people flagging up on us, and I was like, I'm a few pulls from 25. Let's just take the mobs and ignore them. We did that. It's one of the best XP farms in the area, and as a result, we won it. Only for the best spots. I don't, like, what is a best spot? Are you going to just have, like, one spot in each biome that drops everything that everyone needs? Because right now, Steel Bloom is the best spot, but Steel Bloom isn't dropping the best gear. Steel Bloom is dropping the most gear. So would you force flag Steel Bloom, or would you force flag Grave Peak, which will have fewer people? Would you force flag every single place in the Goondark? Would you force flag every single irrelevant name mob that's around the map? I think that's a slippery slope to go down, and you would just have so many areas where people are running around and they're just like, oh shit, I'm force flagged, what's going on? You know what I mean? Can't really make long-term changes with like 3 good POIs. I absolutely agree. We don't even have the fully functioning versions of, we don't even have the fully functioning versions of our current like 4 biomes. We don't have a single grand dungeon anywhere except the Riverlands. Like, if we get Tropics Grands, if we get Junedark Grands, which by the way, the Junedark is intended to be a level 50 area. So like the desert, no grands. There are a lot of dungeons that are yet to come. Did they say anything about questing? Questing is in the middle of a full revamp right now. By the time August 4th hits, it'll be a fully new questing and first-time user experience that they're in the middle of right meow. Gotta remember this is only a part of the map. I'd hope for a biome that is full of lots of farm spots and is all lawless. I kind of think something like Gurubashi Arena, for those that were WoW enjoyers, would be quite possibly the craziest fucking event in Ashes. So basically, like, you know, different times throughout the day, there's this like area notification where it's like in Titan's Ring, for example. Come on down to Titan's Ring. The PvP is activated and the last one standing can loot the chest at the end. And it's this massive show out and everybody wants to go compete. People are hopping in, people are ganking, people are third partying. Friends are getting fucked in the butt by friends. Friends are getting backstabbed by friends. Your mom's killing that guy's dad. Seems sick. Isn't Gurubashi going to be the military node mayor decider? They changed it. They changed it. So I'm actually kind of a fan of the new type of military node because it'll be a lot, like it'll still be manipulatable, but it will take a lot of input. But hold on, let's read siege summons real quick. Actually, we'll go to the military node. Hold on. Because the military node's the new talk. So with military nodes, I don't know how recently it was, but everybody previously thought that it would just be that last man standing. But military node mayors are elected based on trial by combat. During the election week, the node will enter an open PvP battleground state for hour-long periods where candidates and their citizen supporters compete to gain points by killing up supporters and securing objectives. The highest point winner at the end of the week will win. Previously, the developers were considering champions that fought in a last man standing arena. So now it's like a point control and PK control. So back in 2017, they had the thought of doing like the actual, you know, the arena style with the last man standing, but this was the most recent development that we had. So it changed from there. Let's see, when is this? 2023 for these. So it'll lean towards that. And then you'll also have, I believe, arenas affiliated with military nodes as their specific thing. As a question on my mind for a few days, what kind of marketing should Ashes use to promote the game closer to launch? Marketing? Personally, I think with the way that the game is spreading, they're not even going to have to do much marketing in terms of like paying for marketing, like commercials and cinematics and like sponsored streams like most games do closer to launch. I think, in my opinion, Ashes already has so many people that know about it that are waiting on it because of their transparency. I think their marketing is their development process in itself. I think their marketing, while they haven't spent a single dollar on it, and while not everybody is playing Ashes right now, Ashes of Creation is a very well-known title in the MMO scene. The largest MMO content creators, and some of the largest content creators in the world, know of and have played Ashes, and have openly said they're waiting for Ashes to be in a better spot. In my opinion, I don't really think that the marketing is that necessary. As a Golden Pirate will do all the marketing. Pirate's marketing potential on that mass scale is approximately 1/3 of what it was before he ran out of a pocket dungeon. He went from about 15,000 average viewers to like 5, but it's still a lot of marketing coming from him. Asmongold sits at 35 to 50k whenever he does anything. I guarantee with something like Ashes, when that time rolls around, that's a 6 tier. We had Summit already stream Ashes in phase 2 and enjoy it. So I'm sure Summit will be back. And I definitely think, in my opinion, like I said, I don't really think they'll have to worry about much. Even between those three. Like, even with Pirate Software going from 15k to like 5 to 10k, that's still an unfathomable amount of viewers. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking huge. So yeah, that's massive. It's a lot. So that alone, that level of exposure throughout the MMO scene and throughout Twitch, if you bring in those 3 people, and we assume that with smaller content creators also coming in, that we would sit, I don't know, what do you guys think? 50,000 viewers in the directory or something like that? Right around there. So let's say if we go to the Twitch browse page, 50,000 viewers in the directory. If those people were streaming, would put us approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th on all of Twitch in terms of most watched. Just for perspective right now, if we had 50,000 viewers here, which between Asmongold, Pirate Software, and Summit alone is very possible, especially if it's closer to launch. And then you factor in the rest of the MMO community. We're going to be up here. Probably within 12 months. Got that Pock dude too? Dude, honestly, as soon as he starts doing more fucking smoke and meat streams, oh my god, show me that fucking pork butt a couple more times and I might start getting my wallet out for you. Genuinely. Oh, that shit had me about to act the fuck up, dog. Oh. Oh. New season, new world, but they're so hyped for it. All that content in season 8. Bro, I was watching Godot's stream because I like Godot, Farmer John. He's dope. Someone asked him, like, do you think these changes will be enough to revive New World? And he goes, honestly, no. And he goes, I don't think anything will be. He's like, I think players will come back and check it out. But at the end of the day, I think New World is too far gone. Yo, Skyway, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. He was like, I think New World at this point is much too far gone to actually revive itself, you know? It may exist, it may get more players, but it's never going to revive to the point that people want it to revive to. And you know what I don't have to worry about over here? That feeling. Making content for that. That inevitable ceiling closing in. Just dropping down. I love knowing... Excuse me. A hiccup. Twice. I'm getting chain CC'd. But basically, I love knowing with Ashes, we're at probably the lowest point right now. It's just going to keep going. And for us, even in this small community, it's kept going since we've been here. I remember downtime days when I first started making Ashes content. 30, 40 people in here hanging out. We didn't know what to do. We went to play other games. We went to chill. And it was some quiet days. And now, I'm pretty sure we've got way more people than that in here just hanging out.
Abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Merm. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Lowest point was Narc. Fair. Skyway Park the homie. Yo, much love. Much love. Always be lurking. I love that. Listen, man. The lurks, the primers, the donos, everything. All of that, cumulatively, is why I'm able to be here doing this full time. It's the reason why I can sit here every single day, yap my fucking ass off, and just vibe. Yo, Stomps. The big money. Thank you for the biddy, dog. I appreciate you. I don't have to dodge yours. Doomer Narc. Honestly, YouTube Narc was good, but he let us down. I may have missed like the Narc actually being a positive content creator phase by the time I had come into it. By the time I had seen his content, a lot of it was the clickbaity, like rage baity type content, and it seemed like he had just burnt out on everything. And it happens to everybody. But I also think that a lot of content creators feel very entitled. And when a lot of content creators feel entitled, especially in smaller directories, they have a sense of this is my directory. And when that directory is no longer their directory, they have an ego death that results in a little bit of a crash out. It happened to a lot of New World content creators as different New World content creators grew and shrunk and stuff like that. And personally, I think a lot of what happened was a streamer who grew his entire following in this directory, and basically felt ownership of it. And as other people came in and they listened to him less and less and less, it seemed like he just got more agitated just in terms of his content timeline. And I think he probably just lost sight of how good every streamer has it. Anybody that's able to sit here and yap daily is ungodly lucky. And I think a lot of content creators that do burn out, that do lose sight of that do go through a lot of that. It's real sad to see. He had a good. I don't know like what his like sub base or anything like that was, but genuinely the Ashes community has given me personally, as a content creator that's been here since late December, more support than I've ever had anywhere else. I can only imagine if he had been here from the beginning that he had people that were literally willing to take his word as sacrilege, dog, and would support his channel to the end of it. And then he literally spit in the face of the entire community that he grew.
Apes
Yo, Depot,
together, strong.
thank you for the 3 months, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Like, I feel like a lot of content creators hit that spot where they feel very important and they feel they have to announce their departure. And I feel like it's not just content creators, but I feel like a lot of motherfuckers feel like they have to announce their departure. And I won't lie. When I left New World, you want to know what I didn't do? Make a big deal out of it. I started playing Ashes, and I slipped off into the night, and I stayed on Ashes. And people would come into the stream, and they'd be like, "Hey, yo, Dusty, when you playing New World again?" And I'd be like, "Motherfucker, I'm not." And they'd be like, "What you mean?" And I'd be like, "I play Ashes now." They'd be like, "Oh my god, well, I hope the best for you, dude. Well, like, why'd you finally quit New World?" And it'd be a conversation. Instead of me making a YouTube video saying, "I'm done with New World, everything sucks, the gameplay loop's terrible. They brought T-Pain in for a sponsored stream. They paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for T-Pain, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, and Dr. Lupo." Like, I'm not about to crash out over that. If I'm not happy, I'll pack my shit and leave. I guess that's a controversial opinion among content creators, so. Probably low-key plan too. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked if he tried to make a comeback in Ashes as well, but I don't necessarily think that would,
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grid?
Everything's fine.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
What you doing today, Corla? I do too, but it's feeling like WoW gear and grind. What was survival game? Sandbox griefing. I mean,
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
like WoW gearing grind, I definitely feel like is like everything in MMOs is going to be kind of like a similar gearing grind. You know what I mean? It really simply breaks down to, with MMOs, I hit mobs for experience, I hit mobs for gear, all of that, right? So there's not many ways that you can go about that in a way, shaping it up to be like reinventing the wheel of getting gear, right? Some games are more quest-based, some games are more mob-based, some games are more raid-based, dungeon-based, solo-based, whatever it may be. But I feel like the MMO loop itself is like hit stuff, get stuff. You know what I mean? Is this game like the worst of that? What in particular? Like in terms of hit mobs, get stuff? I personally think the combat for Ashes is pretty fun. So, all of it. Weird take. Have you played Ashes? Or is this your first time? Combat's good? Yeah, I mean, if the so what all of it is it the worst at? If the combat's good. Are there like specifics that you don't enjoy? Be a massive mistake on his part if you were to come back to the community that he shat on. Narc will come back when the game's released. I think if Narc comes back when the game's released, he'd probably have another crash out, because I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't think anyone would watch him at that point. Because like, you have to remember, the number of people who will actually like long-term know, remember, or even acknowledge him. There are so many people in chat that are probably like, who the fuck is Narc, right? I think he would be much smaller than he anticipates upon returning. And I think that it would probably lead to another crash out. So, talking about the XP gain and loot for the time spent. I mean, in terms of time spent in your input versus output, I guess that depends on like what you're looking for a core gameplay loop. Because every game is going to have a different ratio. And I think like everything, and no, I didn't think you were hating. I just wanted more clarification, of course. But I think everything's a personal preference on it. Like some things are built, you know, similar to like a loop pinata type thing. And some games are built more similarly to a long-term grind. And historically, the MMOs that have rooted themselves the most originated as a long-term dedicated grind. Again, those grinds were very different in their own regards, but if you think to the most evergreen MMOs, a lot of those were pretty long grinds. A lot of MMOs now have streamlined a lot of their grinds, streamlined a lot of their acquisitions, and as a result, a lot of the life of the game comes out. I think to a lot of fast travel, a lot of over quality of life systems, a main story quest that takes you 1 to max level in 20 hours. All of that stuff is a product of modern MMOs. And I think important to remember about Ashes is this is based on the cores of old MMOs. That's the biggest thing. And with old MMOs, it's a direct correlation to time and knowledge invested and executed in terms of being competitive. So people who play games as a second job because of the dedication it takes to maintain being competitive. Yes, that is anything. If you want to do something at the top end that doesn't have pay to win, then you're investing the time. Whether that is working more at a hobby to be better, that you can't pay to improve at that hobby, IRL. Whether that is investing your time in a game that is a time investment. That's just kind of the structure of Ashes. And that definitely won't appeal to everybody. But the important thing with Ashes, I think overwhelmingly, is that it is important to have your place in Ashes, right? And again, some players will not enjoy that, but that also contributes to the entire output and a lot of their systems. So keep in mind right now, for casual players, it can be very invasive, very squished, because we have a few functional biomes. And some of those are even like half implemented, right? When the game comes out, we'll have 18 biomes, 85 player ownable nodes, and we'll have node lockouts in terms of tier progression where not every node will eventually work their way up to Metropolis or T5 or even T4. So you'll have player decisions where it's like, I'm a more casual player. I'm going to be competitive within what I can with my time. And I think you'll have a feeling of life within that MMO. Not every player needs to be a 0.01% competitive player, because that's only your top 0.01%, no matter how hard a lot of people work. And in anything that has like a large player base, your exclusive stuff is always going to be on the exclusive end. And I think in terms of the classic MMO vibe that they're trying to establish and develop with, that correlates back to the days of seeing somebody in a town that had like the craziest weapon from the hardest content. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, what did you do for that? And now in MMOs, you see somebody with the best weapon and you go, oh, I wonder how much money you spent on that. You know, I do like this. Speaking for the outside in, yeah, of course. I've yet to play Ashes. It's just one of the things that kept me from playing the game. So I do think that in a sense, there is a lot for casuals to do. And even if you're on the standpoint of like, I want to participate and I want to help in PvP, I want to help grow a node, I want to be a part of the, you know, the society, right? You'll be able to do that. There will also be a lot of community input too, where like, if you are a part of a community where you're contributing and you're putting in the effort of like, you know, I want to play, I want to learn, but I simply don't have the time. That's where communities that help come in handy. You know what I mean? I think that is a lot of what Ashes leans into. And our community, for instance, I am very fortunate to be able to stream constantly. We farm up a lot of gear. We farm up a lot of stuff to help our community that can't play as much. So that way we can help them out. So that's a lot of what Ashes is. And even like, you know, more casual players, you can go at it from the stance of like, yo, Biako, thank you for the follow. You can go at it from the stance of like, oh my God, I'll never be able to compete. Or you can go at it from the stance of, I'm not going to try to compete with other players. I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to explore. I'm going to level at my own pace. I'm going to try to gather, be a part of a community where they may need wood. I'll have that wood. You know what I mean? And that's going to be a big thing. All of that matters. And that's one of the good things about Ashes. Even those small accessory like players, those casual players on the outside, everyone like that, they help a community. We ran with our guild a lumberjacking event where we got thousands of wood. It would have taken like fucking 60 hours for a single person to gather that much wood. Someone did the math. And through that, we were able to do that within 1 hour with a bunch of our people out just yopping trees and hanging out. And that's not something that's focused on being the top 1% player. You as a normal player could have shown up, cut trees, and helped the guild a lot. Hand-me-down gear is a huge thing as well. The hand-me-down gear is possible because there's nothing bind on pickup, bind on equip. So if I'm level 20 and you're level 6, I get an upgrade, replace a level 10 piece. You're like, ooh, Dusty, what you doing with that? That's what our entire guild's been doing. Barely anyone from our guild has been selling pieces because we're just like trickle-downing every piece of gear. So there are a lot of things that do help casuals, I feel like. You want a box blade, turn 40 next month, fucking gross. And run a couple of my days of being top 1% are outgone, but I really do want to explore and experience a bunch of the content. As Nin said, Exclamation Guild, it's a good place to be. We have a lot of the degens who are very, you know, willing to put in a lot of the time, a lot of the effort to pave the way for a lot of people to get content. And I come from New World and a lot of other games, New World most recently, of course, but where I was focused on trying to be the best. And I learned very, very quickly that I enjoyed trying to be very, very good, but also helping other players try to be as good as I can. And that has been my passion. Our community may not be the most feared PvP community yet. We're working towards that. It's a work in progress every day. But what we are is very well respected for having a lot of very good committed players that are helping a lot of very new players become long-term members of the Ashes community. And I think that is a big thing to remember. Gauging the community that you join is everything. And being a part of something that gives you as a player value and enables you to have fun in the best way is what Ashes provides, in my opinion, as like the best part. It's too late to start playing Ashes as test. I think personally, this is one of the best times that you can hop in. So if you don't have your access yet, your access for your Wave 3 pack gets you in when servers come back up on Thursday. Keep in mind, it's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime until August 4th, but gets you in when servers are up all the way through launch. And the best part about hopping in now, in my opinion, you have a 90-day period where you can just get a full refund on your product if you're not happy with it. You buy the playtest, you can stay 90 days in any time, no matter how many hours you played, as long as you're not banned for cheating, exploiting, or being excessively racist, then you're good. You can get your money back. Just don't get banned. Don't get in trouble. Don't be a dipshit. So, in my opinion, you come in and you'll be behind, but you're going to be behind in more than just gear and level. There's so much knowledge to be gained in Ashes as well that is very important knowledge that will help you as a player. So, instead of coming in August and being behind for that long server, you now have kind of the 3-month echo chamber that is the stress test. Started on May 1st. It goes until August 4th. And on August 4th, we'll get new servers. Those new servers are going to be the start of Phase 3, 24/7 concurrent access, as much as possible. They will still have updates and stuff, but they also are focusing on a few core things. Dynamic critting, which is a huge back-end tech. Second starting area in the anvils, which is going to be this area of the map here. So we put 8,100 plus concurrent players on this single starting area in this half of this continent. So the other half is going to give us a second starting area. So then through there, we'll also get a transition to UE 5.5, which brings performance for us, tools for them, economy and stat balancing, which we're in the middle of right now. So gear drops, all of that stuff that are like feeling rough for some players. It's in the process of this. So then we also get 3 new races, the Pyrai, Renkai, and Nakua, 3 of the 4 remaining, and our last primary archetype, the Summoner, in between now and August 4th. So you can hop in now. You can see all of these changes coming together, and keep in mind, full revamp of questing and first-time user experience for August 4th. It's going to improve the quality of a lot of things for a lot of players, especially if you're not like expert Ashes player. This is the best time to come in. Know that you're not instantly losing your money, and if August 4th rolls around and you want to chill and you want to keep playing until the game launches, you're in. You're set. How much was it again? It is $100 USD, and if you do end up staying until the game launches, you get your first month of game time on launch, which is going to be $15. So the game will be no box cost, no DLC cost. It'll be a $15 a month sub to play. You get your first month of game time included with your Wave 3 pack. Then you also get $15 in the in-game store. The in-game store is no pay to win, no pay to progress, no anything. Other than transmogs and dies. It is visual only. Just visuals. So, there will never be any pay to win. There will never be any pay to progress. There will never be any, like, you spend money, you gain power from it. If you don't want to buy any skins from the store, you can just pay $15 a month when the game launches, and you're in. My estimated time until launch, probably like late 2027, just in my personal guesses. I don't really see it coming sooner than that, unless things really kick up. But keep in mind, August 4th is the start of Phase 3. Those servers have no end date. Because the way they've described Phase 3 servers, it is where the game will become feature complete. We will see everything completed over the course of those Phase 3 servers. And their goal for betas are 2 shorter betas that are measured in weeks. And those are just for polish. Final coats of paint, final everything, and then we're good. Best would be summer 27. Yeah, my bet is late 27, but summer 27 is also entirely possible. I think summer 27 to late 27 is like the girth of what I'm thinking. Absolutely. That's kind of where I had it as well. 100% agree. Watching my 2-liter Dr. Peppy get room temp. Oh, dude. Oh my God, it must be torture. Do we get the Underrealm start of Phase 3? I do not think so. Unless there have been more biomes discussed. Now, we have been getting a biome a month for the last couple of months. And we're getting the anvils in its core iteration. Its original timetable was the end of this month, with starting testing for the second starting area in July. So if we do continue on that path of expansion, we would, in theory, depending on how they go about it, if they go anvils and then they go dunes and kill at the end of June, and then end of July they go here, and then like, you know, August they go Badlands, that could give us an entire continent. But Steven said a month ago that the Underrealm was the start of Phase 3. Oh, really? Did he give more of a timetable on it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it on the wiki real quick. Because I feel like the wiki would definitely have that. Let's see. Oh, I have one up here. Where'd my wiki tab go? Oh, there it is. Underrealm. In a dev stream, he said it would get an Underrealm under what we have right now. Interesting. I'll see if we can find it on the wiki. The Underrealm is a rich environment where bioluminescence abounds in the fauna and flora that exist here. These deep caverns and underground valleys provide new destinations for civilization to develop. Bringing the node system into the depths of the world may awaken darker creatures than the surface. I don't know why that matters. The Underrealm is estimated to not be too much bigger than 100 square kilometers in area. It is not contiguous space across the entire map. I don't know what that means. There will be areas that are obstructed by chasms or other features. Oh, that makes sense. The location of the Underrealm entrances throughout the world is focused around natural geographic choke points that exist above ground. This provides alternate subterranean routes that can be used by caravans, raids, and other player activities. Not all entrances to the Underrealm will be open at the same time. This can shift dynamically based on node states that can cause different routes to open up, which may be more or less advantageous than other routes. There will be bodies of water such as rivers and lakes in the Underrealm. These may house unique species of fish. Underwater content related to traversal may be included in these areas. Previously it was stated there won't be boats or other water vehicles. Certain Tolnar tribes were able to develop metropolis-scale constructions. These locations will not be present at the start of Alpha 2. The Underrealm content is likely going to be introduced. Yes, Ersky. That was in October, near the beginning of Alpha 2 Phase 3. So, with that being in October, we don't know if that's like the old timeline or anything, but could be any time. Yes, Ersky. That's why we love the wiki. So that could be coming sooner than everybody thinks as well. That could be one of the expansions. In terms of like the biome expansions that are going to be hitting here. So for all we know, Steven did say that this is going to be the Crucible itself. It is like a big volcano-y area. And I wouldn't necessarily be shocked to see either the Crucible or at Befallen Forge, there's like a building that's on top of the mountain area that Forge is on. And it's still sealed off. So there's something fucky there too. I'm just saying. They should focus on refining current biomes. There are no POIs except the Riverlands. Yeah, I mean, I also think that's probably a couple of different teams. I don't know their internal structure, but they do also have a lot of people working on a lot of different things. So I would assume part of the team is expanding the map, part of the team is refining the map, part of the team is putting dicks on the map. That's probably like the final coat of polish. You can't ship it if you can't dick it. That's what I always say. Nothing crazy, but like a jungle symbol. I mean, I think the desert is a big problem right now. In terms of like what's there. The Dick team needs an award. They're epic. Oh my god, dude. The Intrepid Studios' time to penis is miraculous. I agree. They are phenomenal. Absolutely insano style. Yep. They can sneak a dick in wherever. There are volcanoes north of Illyrium as well. Up here? These volcanoes? Yeah. Those look fucking sick. Since that was personal live stream from 2 months ago. I miss the Steven personal live streams. We need more Steven streams. The people demand them. New spawn area other than Lionhold. It'll get crowded with higher pops. What do you mean? Like, will the other one get crowded? I think it depends on the equity of the two. Now, Steven did say recently that the Anvils is not going to be on the level immediately that the Riverlands will be on. Like, it will be continuously refined and implemented. The Riverlands is their focus for it. But with that being said, there's always tech that shows up. There's always this quest loop is this. There's always these mobs are insane if you can access them early. There are a lot of options. But yeah, I think there will be a lot of people on Lionhold, but tell everyone the Anvils is the best leveling spot. Yeah, we just gotta lie to the masses. Every new player just gets... God, these hiccups. Every new player just gets lied to. Constantly. What are we doing for dinner? Your mom's butt. I heard it's on sale. For free. I don't know, were you asking me? Am I picking for you? Personally, Carla and I are probably going to catch up on... Carla, how many episodes of Severance do we have, by the way? Bruh, what? I didn't say yours. It was Stomp's mom's. 34, but most people still pick Lionhold. I mean, I don't think, like, on launch, people will be just slamming Lionhold. Like, we have to remember, every area will be developed. Like, they will exist. It's just in their current state, a lot of the new biome expansions are not quite in their desirable world. 2 last episodes. Word, we finished them tonight. How long are they? I don't want to spend like any extra time with you if I don't have to, so I need the exact runtime of everything if possible. Like no intros, we're skipping the intros. Direct end of episode skipped to the next episode. No drink downtime. What's our runtime? I'm kidding. She knows I love her. I'm kidding. 50 minutes each. And if we skip the intros, and are you going to yap? Is that going to be something we have to deal with? Like an, oh my god, I did this today. Like, I'm kidding. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a quick schmoky in, and then we yap for a few more minutes, and then I have to finish Severance. Chat, who's already finished Severance? Who's all caught up on that? And do I get Taco Bell tonight? That's the question. That is the question. Is it a Taco Bell night? I'll be right back. Thoughts on T-Bell? Any bitch ass motherfuckers in the chat? We're back. Stop torturing your digestive system. What is that? Is that? What? What is that? Dune sucks. I could take that worm, no problem. I guarantee if that worm sprung up on me, I could take that shit without even wincing. It wouldn't even be a battle. I wouldn't even sweat. One-handed. One-handed. You can tie both my hands behind my back. I'll use my mouth. That worm's going down. 30-second fight. Blasted. Gone. Devoured, some would say. Wouldn't even be a contest. Wouldn't even be a contest. Fuck Dune. Dumbass game. Is there anybody that has been coping for Dune, by the way? I'd love to discuss that. Do I sip the Dr. Peppy 2-liter raw or put it in a cup? Personally, it depends on how much you're going to drink. I think that it's best served out of the vessel that it's in. It would be like taking the blood of Jesus out of the chalice, right? And putting it in sippy cups. It's not the same. So I think you should probably drink it directly out of the chalice that it's in and enjoy it raw. Yeah. It's just you have to drink enough that it doesn't go flat. That's the biggest part about it, because like every time you crack a 2-liter, you're losing some of the effervescence of it. I think that's a fancy word for fizz. I don't really know what that means. I might have just like slurred in French for all I know, but it sounded like it meant fizz. So yeah, you lose some of the bubblies. Dune is gonna kill WoW. You're aware Dune has 40-person server cap for the most interactive part of it, right? WoW is already killing WoW. I don't think Dune's gonna kill much. I think Dune is more of a competitor to Once Human than it is WoW, if I'm being completely honest. Like, if we're comparing core gameplay loops, last I heard Dune guilds are 32. Is there any guild tree where they can grow them? 40%? So, if you're going to the Deep Dickin' Desert, I believe that it is more than that. But in the actual, from what I've heard, and Stomps is our resident Dune spurt. There are a lot of others, but Stomps is short and bald, so we use him as a reference. Because if he put on glasses and a lab coat, he'd look like one of those chemists. But yeah, basically what we've gathered is that, like, the social hub, it's a 40-person server cap, no server transfers right now, so it's incredibly hard to actually get with your friends. You can teleport there, but if the server's locked up, you're fucked. The siege where you build your base that doesn't get destroyed weekly is 40 people. Deep Desert's over 200 right now. I mean, that's better than 40. Do they plan to expand? C also plays Dune. Sounds cringe. Yeah, I think it's once Dunein. That's what I've called it for a long time. It's Dune with sand. Or Dune with sand. It's Once Human with sand. That's it. Like, instead of, like, everything being, like, fluorescent fucking, I don't know, super RMT now. Sieges were up to, like, 80-ish during the beta. That's growth. But, man, that's... I just, like, my perspective on Dune. Also, where's the anvils? The anvils is this area. It's the flat top mountains that kind of, like, resemble an anvil. So, one of the cool little notes about it, just quick sidetrack. Each of your starting areas are called a divine gate. And the divine gates are for the divine races. So your divine races are the humans, the dwarves, the elves, the orcs, and then you have the furries. So basically, within those, you have your humans that spawn at the Riverlands Divine Gate. And then the humans went to the Kalar in the Kaelin Riverlands. And then you have the Valoon in the Sand Squall Desert. So that was a split of that Divine Gate. So the anvils is like the neutral area, starty area for the dwarves. Now, I personally think the anvils may include the Dunes and Kill Mountains, at least in its first iteration, because the anvils is the Dwarven Divine Gate. That's going to split into the Dunir, near the Dunes and Kill Mountains, and then the Nakua in the tropics. Racist gatekeeping. Wait until you learn about Dunehold. Dunehold is a guild, or as I refer to them, a domestic terrorist organization, in Ashes of Creation. They only invite Dunir dwarves into their guild. All Dunir all the time. I've asked them in the past if they plan to embrace the Nakuan brothers, and they've said no. And people herald them as adorable, committed, wonderful. They take pictures with their entire group of people, proudly showing their exclusion, and yet they're heralded. Fantasy racism is so fun. I feel like only in MMOs is racism a core gameplay loop. Like, every MMO is racist inherently in its lore, according to the devs, and many MMOs have literal strife based on those races or race wars. WoW used to be like that. Yeah. I mean, New World is one of the only ones that doesn't, but even that's factions. It's crazy. It's crazy. What happened to the good old days of everyone hitting everyone? Just close your eyes and put your hands out and spin in a circle. Whoever you hit, you're fighting. Purple does that. Respect it. Space Marine 2. Put the war in Warcraft. Oh god, you guys are going so deep. Racist gatekeeping, Ashes explained badly. I was a paladin player. I I was asked because when OnlyFans was spinning up, I was playing New World at the time. And I've never been like a large content creator, but I kind of fucking pumped in WoW as Pally Tank. I started playing WoW on launch when I was 8. I started raid leading and tanking when I was 10 or 11, right in that range. I grew up in WoW. I grew up on Pally. I went back for Classic, and I absolutely shredded everything that I touched on Pally. So, the people that knew that I played WoW and knew that I loved WoW were like, Dusty, are you going to go play OnlyFans? And I was like, no, for 2 reasons. And they were like, why? And I was like, 1, it's Horde, so I can't play Paladin. And they're like, fair. What's second reason? I'm like, 2, it's Classic, so I can't play Paladin. And they're like, what do you mean you can't play Paladin? And I'm like, 5-minute buffs and I'm a fucking heal bot. I'm not playing that shit. I'll see you if they do TBC. Until then, fuck off. Stop asking. And that was my take on OnlyFans, and I'm so glad I didn't do it. I don't know. I probably would have got like degraded by Pirate Software for tanking perfectly, and he would have killed my entire group and then blamed me. I don't know. I don't want to chance any of that, though. Even Steven said some NPCs will be racist against others. Yo. So, one thing that I thought about was because they've mentioned that you won't be like bound to your divine gate, right? Just based on your race. You'll be able to select which divine gate you go to. And so there will be the portion of people that are like, my immersion. I feel you. I don't really give a shit, but I feel you. So, one thing that I've thought about is like, how cool would it be if you had kind of like a little bit of an actual introduction, right? And during your first time user experience, there were different levels of like dialogue options, right? So you're a dwarf spawning in the Riverlands, and they're like, oh, what are you doing here, short stuff? Same way that I look at hostility. What's up? How you been, dude? How was PAX? Mama B said she met up with you and Vega there. Are you guys coming to TwitchCon as well this year? Started Wrath of the Lich King as Pally and loved it. Oh my god, Paladin's so fun. Paladin's amazing. That's part of why I like Ash's tank. I feel like it draws a lot of good inspiration from like WoW Pally, kind of like Intim aura as a primary threat gen. Oh, dude, it makes me think of Consecrate but on wheels. It's so great. It's so great. What did you main in Dota, and what was your MMR? My Dota 2 story was we were good enough to shit on a lot of amateur tournaments, but there was some controversy. I was a POS 4 player. So I can pull up my, hold on, I'll pull up my like tournament Dota buff. So basically we were doing amateur stuff, and in like low tier amateur tourneys, there was a lot of MMR regulations. And I played prior to the separation of, or sorry, the combination of solo and party to one MMR. So I was a support player. I kept my solo at a cool crispy 3200. And my party MMR may or may not have had me at Ancient 5 before you could push Divine Plus off party at a little 5800. And that was when people were pushing like 8K, 9K. So this is my like quote unquote comp Dota buff. So this was all like the leagues that we used to do, like RD2L, all that shit. And essentially I was POS 4 player, big roamer. So Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Disruptor, POS 4, Kunkka. I love my Kunkka. And then some Caudal, Omni, bunch of shit. But yeah, general like tempo, initiate-y, information-y heroes. I like combos. I like being super impactful. I was also our drafter, but a couple of, and I'll find the match real quick, or the matches, I should say. A couple of the teams that I was on, we had a little bit of a ringer on our team. And so basically, they played for a couple of our teams, one of which I was drafting for, one of which I was just on as a support player. And now they play for Nexus Titans. And this is DNM. So DNM is rank 18 NA, and he is now a T1 pro player. So I used to draft for him as my mid laner, and his brother, Double King, as my safe lane. And we used to play amateur tourneys with these people when they were like 3,500. I have messages from DNM back when I was just going Bounty Ricky all the time and shit. And he messaged me saying, like, because he was scrimming with pros at this point, and he was probably like 5,500 when he said this. But he was like, your bounty is still the best that I've ever played with. And I was like, yeah! I was so hyped. I used to talk about bounty stuff with maybe Next Time and a bunch of other pro bounty players. So it was cool, dude. Bounty was definitely my most enjoyed hero. And then basically I was playing, I want to say like 2017-ish. 2018-ish like was when I got out of Dota. Like 2017-ish was probably when I got really out of it. And then 2018 I dabbled a little bit. And then I went back and played some Turbo, and then I recalibrated my MMR after not playing for years. And I calibrated like Legend 3 or some bullshit, and I was like, all right, I'm never touching this again. It's like my time has passed. So I accepted it. So the recal when I went back, let's see. What's my pub profile? Oh yeah, Legend 3. So I recaled Legend 3 in 2023 after not playing for 6 years. But my pub profile is, this is my most played all time. So I love my bounty, 61% win rate. Earthshaker, Disruptor, Yakiro, Undying, Ricky, Kunkka. And then my secondary, like I basically played POS 4, I played offlane, and I played mid. I didn't really like safe laning much, but when I safe laned, I carried the fuck out of everything. Dusty League of Legends arc when? Fuck that. League of Legends fucking sucks. And if I play a MOBA, like you guys don't understand, I have a problem where if I play a game, I feel obligated to be very good at it. So that's part of the reason why I can't touch shit like CSGO and Valorant. Because my shooter skill set, while I will wax anybody in the chat at most shooters, you put me on like Val or CSGO, and it's not my type of shooter, right? So basically, I can't be good at those. I'm too ADHD. I'm not a point and click guy. I'm a flicky tracky guy. I'm a movement guy. And the movement there is, that's about it. And it's just not my vibe. So I do what I'm good at. Corley tried to get me to play Val before, and I fucking sucked. And despite getting banned for aimbotting and not actually aimbotting, I had no game sense and I didn't take the time to learn anything. And with MOBAs, there's so much of a knowledge gap. Keep in mind, I play Ashes 10 plus hours a day. When the fresh start hit, I did a 20-hour stream. I play an unhealthy amount of video games and you guys are my enablers. Like, this is just addiction in real time. Like, the only thing between this and someone smoking a crack pipe is that I don't get in trouble or have long-lasting health detriments for yapping about a game that's not even playable today. Like, this is, you guys are enabling this addiction. I'm just putting that out there. So, if I were to go back to Dota in any way, or I were to play League, I would have to get very good. Carla tried to get me also to play League. And she was like, oh, just lane with me. We'll be vibing. And basically, we're in a fight, and I had my heal and I had my flash on my bar. And well, Blink Dagger and Mechanism are items in Dota 2 that I'm very familiar with. The concept of a heal and a flash were completely new to me. It's like, it basically just felt like I had two left shoes on. I was fumbling the shit. I was rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. It was bad. So we're in this fight, and Carla's like, I'm going to need your heal. And I am right next to her, and I'm like, I got you. I flash She dies. I heal myself. She's like, Dusty, what the fuck did you just do? And I'm like, I don't know what I just did. I'm so sorry. And that moment alone was like, I'm not learning League. I'm not putting in the time for it. That one play, I was playing ADC. I was CSing. I was fed as fuck. But that one play. You're like, I'm like, dude, if I went back at this point, Ken, I need to remind you, I was playing comp in 2017. That would be like, I don't fucking know. Like Derrick Rose coming back and playing basketball right now. Like my knees would blow out. I haven't played since the map expanded. I went to the Boston Major and watched Ad Finem play at the Wang Theater. Went to fucking Midas mode. Sir Action Slack's Captain's Draft event. Like, I'm old in the Dota scene, dog. I've been there a long time, and I haven't been there for a long time as well. Yo, Toasty, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. ADC is borderline useless unless it's in a pro game. Solo queue ADCs are useless. So, I will say, I played League for a little bit once, and you guys didn't hear this. Like, Carlo got me to play, and then prior to that, back when I was still actively playing Dota, I was working at Applebee's as well. And so, some lads in the kitchen convinced me to play some League with them. And this was when I was active in, like, Dota comp stuff. And so, basically, they were like, what role do you play in Dota? And I was like, I roam around the map, I tempo, I get kills. And they were like, okay, you're jungling then. We'll teach you the route. And they were like, these are the heroes that you could play based on like who you like. And for whatever reason, I was drawn to learning Karthus jungle. And in low yellow games, because they sucked, I was able to farm my jungle route, invade enemy jungle, be far enough ahead to absolutely shit on the like zero skills, self-drooling League player, jungle player. You were there when Miracle hit 9K. Yes. So like when people were pushing 8 to 9K, that's when I was playing with like DNM. That's when my party had me like Ancient 5 when they still separated solo and party and stuff like that. Yes. Like I was there when pros were grinding to like 4-digit MMR breakpoints still. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. I remember all of that shit. Yes. So my party was at like 5,800-ish at peak. And my solo, like I said, I kept it at a cool, crispy 3,500 at most. So that way we could get into amateur tournaments. And there was this one amateur tournament where people were like, oh, you guys are going to lose. You're going against a team that has a former Han Pro as their mid laner. I don't even remember the dude. Keep in mind, my mid laner is DNM. The one who I showed that's rank 18 NA. He wasn't rank 18 then, but he was well on his way. So I drafted entirely around him. And he wasn't pro at the time. And a lot of people knew that I played Bounty, I played Ricky. So their first two bans would be my Invis heroes. Because I would just, that was the time when there were single couriers. So I would sit mid lane, I would get a career snipe, and they would either have to ban my heroes or dedicate sentry wards to me, or sit someone mid with the sentry ward, or not fly out their courier. Every single game, I would just sit mid. So basically, like, I drafted entirely around him. And my mid laner shit so hard down this former Han Pro mid laner's throat. After everybody saying we were going to get smacked because they were sandbagging. It was so good. It was so good. We 3-0'd their shit so ungodly fast. And we shit on their mid lane. I sat mid. I made sure my mid laner snowballed. And I'm pretty sure we ended all three of the games under 25 minutes. And we're just like, yep, what are you guys going to do now? We are the sandbaggers. And we really were. Crazy didn't play any tanky heroes. I did offlane a lot. So like my extended Dota buff, I will say, hold on. Let's see. So in terms of directly under, funny enough, you'll see a lot of my supports. Not my supports, my off lanes. So basically, you have... This is my most played. So Bounty, Earthshaker, Disruptor, Jakiro, Riki, Undying, Kunkka, Sniper, Quap, AA, Mirana, and then you get into my off lanes. Keep in mind, off lane was my second role. So, Axe, 47 matches, 68% win rate. Then we have, I played a little bit of safe lane when I had to, 62% win rate on Lifestealer. Then some 50s through mid lanes and shit. My Pujka win rate. So you have the Centaur. Centaur was my longest win streak, I believe. I want to say I went on... Was it Centaur or Axe? Either Centaur or Axe. I went on an absurd win streak. I can't remember which. This was like my... I didn't lose much when I did play off lane, I will say. I did not lose a lot when I played off lane. So, I was basically a pos 4 main, and then I played a lot of off lane heroes when I had to play off lane. But I loved drafting, and I loved, like, actually supporting a lot. So, like, Dorkseer. Little Dorkseer gaming as well. Like, I did everything when I had to. And, like, my hero pool is it was very, very deep. I could pick a lot of different shit. Like, I have a 53.5% overall win rate. So, despite being washed now, we're okay back in the day. We're very okay back in the day. Yo, what up, Lux? How's your stream still lit on a day that the game's down? I don't fucking know, dude. Nobody has any reason to show up, but they do. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're one of the MMO players now? Yeah, I mean, my path on that went Dota on Warcraft 3 Dota. My brother AMC was in like very heavily into like Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. I used to beg him to do tower defenses and stuff. My first time playing Dota was Dota, and he set me up on... God, I don't even remember who I was playing. He set me up on somebody and told me to left click. Or not left click, but basically like taught me how to actually like attack and how to CS. And just said, sit here and CS. And just told me to hit shit. And I learned how to CS. And from there, I always kind of knew. But I always loved watching him play tower defenses and shit like that. But he actually was playing and queued into Ice Frog's like OG Dota team that was testing shit. So that was his like claim to fame. Like Element Tower Defense and Vampirism, which was a sort of tower defense. I really liked watching, because I was a kid at this time, right? I really liked watching the tower defenses where you would create your own pathing for the mobs. And then you would basically have people who would like path the mobs in, and then there would be an alternate path where all of the mobs would then spiral back out. So everything was basically double tapping the mobs. It was so fucking cool. I was legitimately like, I was very, very, very young. And I was just like watching that shit, amazed at what people were coming up with. And that was a lot of like, I started looking at games very creatively at a very young age because of that. So it was dope, man. It was really fucking cool. GemTD. I remember GemTD. Wait. Yeah. I remember playing GemTD myself. Yes. Exactly. You're cooking. You're absolutely cooking. Yeah, all of that shit, man. All of that shit. When's the next dev stream? They're typically at the end of the month. It's usually, I want to say what, the last Friday or something, but 7 hours of marbles. Oh my God, can you imagine my voice? Also, yo, Black Blood, hope you're having a great day, dog. Can you imagine my voice after 7 hours of marbles? Oh, it'd be rough, dog. It would be so rough. Also, marble question mark. I mean, hear me out. If Intrepid makes it possible for me to give away a couple copies of Access at any point, I would happily do it through marbles. I'm just not putting exclamation giveaway in my title, having all of the new people show up just for the giveaway, and then sending one of those motherfuckers 100 USD and hoping that they spend it on the playtest and not on heroin. Because I can't verify. Because I can't get an account for someone and then give them the account. That breaks TOS. I can't buy someone the game or log into their account to buy it and then unlink my shit from it. That's against TOS. There's no gifting system for copies of the game. So, like, if it's ever possible for me to do, like, gifted copies, I'd love to. What if we did it on the down low? Like, if I didn't want to long-term have very good relations with Intrepid, as someone who really wants to be, like, here for the long-term growth of Ashes and, like, have a community that's ingrained in Ashes, then I totally would. But I feel like at that point, I'd be, like, running a giveaway and, like, they'd be lurking. They'd be like, yo, Dusty, how you doing the giveaway? And I'd be like, what giveaway? And they'd be like, what do you mean, what giveaway? I'd be like, what do you mean? What do I mean, what giveaway? And they'd know, and I would know that they would know, and I would get anxious over it. I wouldn't like that. Last Friday is normal. If that day falls 6 days from the end of the month, it often gets changed to Thursday at the month's end. It's a toss-up if it falls on a holiday. Okay, I was right with the last Friday of the month, 07. We're so up. We're so up. It's a great time to be alive, boys. Last Friday of every month. So that's when I would expect the next dev stream. Now, if pacing is correct, this could be an Anvil stream. Originally, I do believe that we were set to get the Anvils at the end of this month, which would indeed mean that they'd be able to show that shit off. And we did see that the Anvils are going to be much more lush in green than this map may actually indicate. Anvil? Listen here, GM Lorraine. The Anvils, as you should know as a certified GM, up here. Biome new. Yes, new biome indeed. If you send me $100, I'll totally use that money on getting an account. Listen, you don't have to lie. If you send me $20, I'll use it to get Taco Bell tonight. I'm not gonna lie to you. At least you know where your money's going. You don't have to lie to me. Just tell me if you're doing crack or something. Be honest. Be honest. It's an open community. Badlands stream? What if they just shock the world and hit us with the Underrealm? They just, like, they start the stream and it's super dark and then the entire Underrealm, like, fucking lights turn on and light up as the intro to the stream. Fupo! Hello! How are you, my friend? Are you off the cookies today since it's your day off? I would assume not having to power the servers with the kitty wheel of doom, you were cookied the hell up. Probably a lot of cat naps today. Basking in the sun. I too am basking in the sun today. The cookie is a turtle. A constant cookie drip. They just need to start the next stream with a summon and people would lose their mind. A summon on a boat in the Underrealm and Steven's wearing a duck beak. Final offer. Final offer. Are we negotiating with them? Intrepid plans on giving content creators stuff for giveaways through the CC program whenever that eventually gets going. Yeah, and I know, like, they plan on giving stuff and things, right? Because I've looked into the content creator program with the hope of someday maybe getting in. I mean, I'm just an honest, hardworking, small Ashes content creator, simple potato farmer, Dusty Babevsky. And basically, I hope someday to be blessed with an opportunity to join the fellow amazing content creators in the Ashes of Creation content creator program. Official trademark. So, with that being said, I've looked into it a little bit. And they do say community giveaways. Now, whether that means copies of the game, whether that means life-size phoenixes, whether that means Steven's car, if I just really happen to pull off a banger giveaway. anything's possible. They didn't really specify. So we'll see. We'll see what's up. The car isn't something I can promise. I'll try to, if I get accepted, lobby for the car. I don't know if that's something I'll be able to pull off, but the thing with negotiations is you start high and then you come down slowly. So if they accept me and I'm just like, yo, Steven, I would love to give away your primary mode of transportation. What is your favorite vehicle? And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, okay, how about a copy of the game? He's like, sold. I feel like that's how negotiations occur. So I have a plan. We have a direct approach. I've thought this out. And it's just like you start big and then you slowly go to reasonable. So soon we'll be hopefully giving away at least a copy of the game. Worst case scenario, he tells me to, I don't know, go narc myself. Best case scenario, I give away a car. Shoot for the moon and you may end up giving away a car. That's what the astronauts always say. So there's a Tesla in space, and I don't know what Steven drives, but could be yours soon. Someone has read Art of the Deal. A lot of people have read it. I consulted in the writing of it. Next question. I'd rather have a Snorse. You know what'd be crazy? The greatest heist in Ashes of Creation history. I convinced them to give me a bunch of mounts to do like marbles races for towards the end of the phase. And then I don't do the marbles races and I just sit there for a 10-hour stream rotating through every single one of the mounts, taunting all of you. That would be my evil arc. I have an inventory full of mounts and I just summon them one by one by one by one by one. Yo, Potato Chip, what up, baby? How you doing today? Pretty sure that book came out before you were born. Maybe I'm older than I look. I use CeraVe on my face day and night. I'm a twice daily brush, floss, and rinser, Fupo. The hygiene is phenomenal here. I even bend down to wash my feet, tops, and bottoms in the shower. When was the last time you all did that, chat? End of the phase, I'll corrupt on you for that. You can't get mounts from corrupting on me. What do you mean? What are you gonna do, corrupt and kill the mount? I'll just call it another mount. The fuck do you mean? No way you wash the bottoms of your feet. Sometimes, like, other times I like the smell. Like, it is very homey, you know what I mean? It's like you gotta season the slippers like a good old cast iron, and then eventually it's like, you know, you gotta give it a fresh look. But yeah, much like you have to cook with the cast iron, you gotta work the seasoning in, all of that. Grocery store feet. What do you mean grocery store feet? Get the old second sniff option. Oh god. Oh god. Like, you ever walk outside in white socks? Never heard that term? No. Is that for like someone that would go into a grocery store without shoes on? Cause like I grew up in a very small town. Like that's something that's traumatized me. Can you tell them to turn the game back on? I have no power here. What up, Scrags? How you doing? It's just a lot of work. I bed balance. My feet are ticklish. You gotta go with the shower chairs. Loki, maybe that's the evolution for you, Gridiron. You just gotta get like the full shower chair, and then honestly, you just spread out, you chill. You have the ultimate power. I, as a streamer, demand that by Thursday at 1 p.m., if it's all ready, they put the servers back up. I try not to be demanding. I don't consider myself a very big deal, but you're right. It's time I stamp my foot down and show them who's boss. I mean, who would be here watching Ashes right now if not for us? Good golly. What'll they do without us? Probably enjoy their downtime day without somebody yapping about the fucking game. It's probably the equivalent of a woodpecker directly outside of the office. Someone from the community team probably is tasked with watching this shit to make sure I'm not going off the rails about something. I don't know how deep it goes, but I'm assuming they just have like a Dusty manic rambling babysitter at this point that's like tasked with like, okay, Dusty's getting sidetracked, redirect, get him back on the map. We're talking about the summoner. We're talking about siege summons. We're talking about multiple summoners coming together. Guys, redirect Dusty. We need him to talk about the anvils again. There are new players in. Get him back on track. I think that's entirely what some people are here for. I won't lie. Maybe my paranoia. But I also think Intrepid Studios is gang stalking me and preventing me from getting any high rarity materials in game. Details about that later. Details about that later. AOC, what's that? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's just, it's something that we all pretend exists. Do I buy the Precinct for my next Ashes downtime game? What is Precinct? Someone say yeah? I've been known to yeah. Once or twice. Anything old people do for comfort with no care what other people think. Peak comfort, it should be normalized. So like a shower chair? Do old people wear diapers for convenience or necessity? Like, what percentage of old people do you think still have control of their bladder but just wear a diaper and send it because it's an acceptable point? Like, they're like, I totally know when I have to piss, but I'm like 82 at this point. I'm just gonna diaper it up and make someone change me. You know what I mean? Like, who's playing it up out of the old people? How many of them are being honest? How many of you are wearing diapers for convenience? See, weren't you world first 25? What was your bathroom strategy? Give me your tech. I know Envious has a few things that they're not willing to share, but what was the whole group? Where's the rest of your group at? What was everyone doing that day? Would more people come if this is just chatting section? Not really. I mean, so I'm not really worried about like more people coming. So anyways, the thing that I like is being here for, especially on the downtime days.
Apes together.
Hey, yo, Maverick. Thank you for the T1. I appreciate you. Is intentional in the game for when you die, you lose a certain amount of your items in your material slots no matter what? Or is this a bug? Yeah, so in your materials tab on a normal death, 25% of your materials goes on your ashes or your body, and then 25% goes into the abyss, just disappears. If you're flagged for PvP and it's from like consensual PvP, then you actually lose less. So you get rewarded if someone's hitting you for fighting back and dying than like being unflagged. So normally 25% just gets, you know, eaten by Fupo. Fupo noms it, he hunts the head, and then he eats it. Fupo will eat all of your glint, all of your crafting materials, and he will tell you how delicious they were. And he's also going to burp and not excuse himself. He's a very gluttonous kitten. So, just be careful. The Fupo cookie jar funds. Yes. See? He's consumed it. You've made donations to Fupo with your most recent death. Fupo thanks you, and we thank you. So, you can go back to your body and recover 25% of what was dropped, or someone else can steal it. If someone steals your stuff, or you steal someone else's stuff, well, that's a crime. So you flag up for PvP for a little bit. Now, that'll just tick off after a little bit of time. You'll see your bars start to flash from purple, like just purple, to flashing purple and gray back and forth. And your PvP will wear off, and you'll be good. So, it's just temporary, but stealing stuff will flag you. So, just keep that in mind. But yeah, in terms of going to the just chatting section, yeah, of course. Good question as well, by the way. In terms of the just chatting section, like, I'm not really worried about getting like the most people in stream or anything like that. What I really like is, especially on downtime days, we'd be talking about Ashes anyways, like in the just chatting section. And the thing about just chatting is there are so many people that are there that you kind of get like buried in a directory, right? So with that, it would be a lot harder for people to find actual Ashes content today. So we hang out in the Ashes directory all the time, talking about Ashes. And like, if I were to ever play a different game or anything like that, I change up the directory. Like, I'm not sitting in the Ashes directory playing like, you know, Schedule 1 or whatever. But with that being said, on days where we're yapping about Ashes, I find it nice to be able to, even on the downtime days, people come in and they'll be like, oh, what's going on with the servers today? And I'm like, oh, well, these are the downtime days until August. And then when August hits, we have the new servers and it's 24/7. They're like, oh shit, awesome. And then they're like, wait, I have a question here. And like, even today, we've had a lot of new people come by, ask questions. People have picked up their access. People have made their accounts and been like, oh, I'm going to check it out. So I just really like being able to answer questions for a lot of people and help out. That's one of the things I like doing when the servers are live. And I was doing this with 30 viewers when I first came over the first few downtime days that I was here. And, you know, I've been doing it for a few months now, and I plan to keep on doing it. So I'm super grateful for, again, everything the Ashes community has given. So many people choose to hang out for literally no reason other than listening to me yap and yapping about the game and the playtest. It's really cool. We literally just sit here and talk constantly for hours, and then we all come back and do it the next day. And I'm really appreciative for that. I don't think there are many communities that could just go live every single day and always have so many people that are showing up, a chat that's constantly moving. It's insane, man. Especially days like this. There's no reason for anybody to show up. The game's not playable. We have a few tabs open and we've been clicking back and forth, answering people's questions and talking about cool shit. So I appreciate you guys, man. Genuinely. Played Dune for a couple of days. Now you want to talk about Summoner? Bruce, did you see the leaks from Steven himself? So I guess it's not a leak. I guess it's a publication. Why is Dusty not a drug dealer today? I was late for stream. What you mean? Like schedule 1? I'm gonna check it out at some point again. I had my head stuck in the sand. What are your thoughts on Dune? So, Dune, in my opinion, looks kind of butt cheeks from everything I've seen. From everything I've seen, it looks quite butt cheeks. Maine doesn't have enough citizens to be a dealer IRL. Melee's kind of meh, the rest is fine. Okay. Yeah, I worry. I mean, if you're getting into it knowing it's a survival multiplayer and not like the Dune MMO, then I think that's going to be a lot more of a successful long-term approach for people. But I hate that they spent so much marketing time on the Dune MMO. Dusty is not from Florida. Lil Jit. How is that? I have friends from Florida. They taught me the way. They taught me the way. I feel like I would just have to walk around saying that to everybody and then I'd be good in the hood. I wouldn't say anything else. I would just say that and then dap them up with a crispy dap and then we're good. I only spend so much time in the desert before I lose my mind. Fair. What's your definition of MMO? I consider it the gameplay loop elements personally and like what you're actually like building around. And I think a lot of the core elements, I've heard a lot of these actually get boringly arbitrary as you get to the actual late game to where you don't have to worry about them. But the core survival elements of base building, surviving out of your base as an individual or as a small group, you know, the survival elements, what do you have, like sunstroke, the thirst, you have to harvest water from people's blood and like suck their poop out of their butt and stuff. So all of those give me survival-y vibes. And then the survival multiplayer working in like small groups or like, you know, very small numbers to accomplish like an in-base goal more than something like Ashes where it's like you have those small groups, but those small groups come together to form a very large group, which culminates in a community where that community impacts on a large scale, a town that's accessible from everyone. So past that, there are a lot of differentiators. But I think that's the biggest thing in terms of Dune that I feel like, for me at least, shifts it into more of what I consider a survival multiplayer. Similar to like Once Human, more than an MMO like, you know, even something like a New World. In your opinion, could we expect Ashes to release next year? I think it'll be 2027, personally. I think like mid to late 2027 would be reasonable. Phase 3 servers start in August, on August 4th, and that will be at least a year. Just in terms of those servers. Those servers won't have an end time. It'll just go like until it's done. In that time, the game is going to become feature complete, or at least very close to feature complete. And they want the actual like betas to be measured in weeks and be a final coat of polish. So, very important to keep that in mind. What was this leak you spoke of? So, Steven was active in the Discord and clarified that the base summoner class will have one summon. And that some classes, like the base summoner archetype, will have one summon. The class, which is your combination, you may have the ability to summon more than one at once. So updated and answered some questions about that, but also gave us some concept art. So as we know, summons will be able to be DPS, tank, or healing and support. So they've released 3 pictures, and what we think is that these are the tanky summons, at least a few of them. And keep in mind, he also clarified that you would be able to level your summons, and notice how they have rarity or like elite mob indicators in a sense. He mentioned that you'd be able to level your summons through adding additional points into the abilities. So active abilities will soon be getting ranks to further differentiate builds. So I, as a tank, if I want to be really poppy, I could put more points into my pulverize. So that'll be a big guaranteed crit, hit super hard. If I want to have a bigger or wider wall, I may be able to put points into my wall to augment that wall, make it taller, make it larger, make it longer. So we'll see how that works. But you have one summon that's back into more. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like by like secondary combos. So certain secondaries will give you the accessibility of more than one summon. So these seem to be tanky boys. Then you have your, what I would assume are DPS. You've got a couple of Bork variants. This guy looks fucking sick. I think this guy is the coolest looking one. I picture this going on a healer or like a backline and just sticking on them. Like jumping around, flipping around, like putting a smoke bomb poof on the ground and then popping up behind somebody and backstabbing them. Like, I picture this summon going fucking insane in its movement. I don't know why. But I could legitimately just like picture this jumping, puff of smoke, pops up behind a summoner, backstab, or pops up behind a caster, backstabs him. It looks so fucking sick. And then you have your supporty types. Now, these are just a few of the concept arts, but I like this one a lot. This gives me like Mercy vibes. I don't know why, but full raid full of summoners that summon a world boss, make it possible. Monster token. Be the world boss. As a kid, I used to always have a conspiracy that bosses were controlled by developers. And that can finally be a thing with monster tokens. I can't wait. Or monster coins, right? Coins or tokens? What's the denomination of the monster currency? Monster coins? Fucking hell. There are too many round doubloon-shaped objects. Monster dollary dues, monster clams. You've already fought the ancient one and bested him, yes. Yes. Some say he kneeled before me and offered me a mount to spare his life. Coins, thank you. Monster doubloons. Sounds nice. Sounds nice. Monster clams. Yeah, monster coins are gonna be nuts. Siege summons will also be nuts. Monster ditties. Diddy coins. Oh no. Oh no. You summon enough rogues in one area, and then that summons one giant Diddy rogue. Man, there's going to be a certain point in PvP, because it's a sandbox. It's like, whatever can happen will happen. Like, it's a sand park, but it's very sandbox leaning. At a certain point, there's going to be a community that has too much fucking time, and everybody's going to make a rogue, and there will be an initiate in Ashes of Creation eventually, where 30 rogues simultaneously diddy dart 30 people on a backline, and the entire backline sleeps. I'm just, like, it is inevitable. It's going to happen. In the current version of the game are their gliding mounts. There are not yet gliding mounts. Flyers are being tested extensively. We do not have, like, non-mayoral flyers anywhere yet. So, gliders, I don't know when they're slated to come in, but those will basically be flyers that are owned by somebody without flyer perms, and will be like the tier 2 mount. So yeah. Yeah. Now that's a lie. What's a lie? Are there gliders currently? Or the ditties? Dusty tells no lies. Yeah, I've seen flying mount. Flying mounts exist. Gliding mounts are different than flying mounts. So there are 3 tiers of mounts in Ashes. So you have your basic mounts, which are your ground and your aquatic mounts.
And then you have your glider mounts, which are tier 2, and then you have your flying mounts, which are tier 3 royals. Tier 3 royal flying mounts are given to mayors of nodes right now, and it's every node for alpha testing purposes. Long term, it'll only be mayors of metropolis nodes as well as guild castle owners. There will be 5 guild castles around the map. That'll be 10 from ownership. And then you'll have ones that drop from the hardest content in the game as adolescent or eggs that can be grown through animal husbandry into flyable mounts. Total estimate for flyable mounts is 15 to 20 for a fully developed server. But as of right now, there are no gliding mounts. There are flying mounts. Those are 2 different categories of mounts. So much less a lie, much more just, I think a misunderstanding there. But I appreciate you inquiring. Yes. So, yeah, gliders are just in between the 2. We can look up the wiki as well if you'd like, but I'll pull it up just in case there are questions. Also, flying mounts will eventually have to be launched from a royal stable. And the royal stable will be buildable in a town. Or every guild castle will have one. All right, gliding mounts are tier 2 winged mounts that jump, glide, or hover close to the ground. Unlike royal tier 3 mounts, gliding mounts are not capable of true flight by default. The higher the level of the mount, the further it can glide. Gliding mounts gain the ability to fly from mayors of metropolis nodes or kings and queens of guild castles. Certain tier 2 mount skins can be upgraded to tier 3 skins if they also apply to royal mounts. Gliding will require some level of player skill in relation to gauging the speed and distance needed to successfully glide to the desired location. Any questions on gliders versus flyers from the class? I may not know everything, but I promise I will not yap decisively about something that I don't know decisively. I would never lie to the Ashes community. I don't say things for views. I say things to educate people. So if there's ever a question on a difference, or like if there's ever something where it's like, you know, what's going on here or there, more than happy to clarify. Will any player be able to have a glider? Any player will be able to have a flyer. So even with tier 3 mounts, they have a good breakdown here. Flying mounts are a tier 3 class of mount that are capable of true flight when utilized by mayors of metropolis nodes or kings and queens of guild castles. But there will also be mounts that drop from legendary world bosses. So you'll have your 10 from the 5 metropolis nodes on a fully developed server. Keep in mind, metropolis nodes can be sieged and de-leveled down to level 0. So you'll have 5 if there are 5 metropolis nodes. Those are called metropolises in Ashes of Creation. It's the plural for metropolis. Then you'll have 5 guild castles. The guild castles will be a big guild castle surrounded by 3 guild castle nodes, each of which can level up to village, which is tier 3. That's kind of like a sped up leveling process through questing. And once a month, there's a re-election process for each node. And then there's also a siege at each castle. So you kind of like have that once a month re-up. Then you'll have your royal mounts that drop here. Flight capable royal mounts are also dropped from legendary world bosses as eggs. These mounts will have a lifespan likely between 15 to 30 days, after which the mounts will pass away. So same thing as like those mayoral or those guild mounts. If you want to have those constantly from a castle or a metropolis, you have to get reelected. Same thing with these, you'll have to get them every time they die. Royal mounts are dropped as eggs that can be cultivated through animal husbandry for artisans with a high enough stable upgrade on their freehold. The eggs themselves also have a lifetime. Royal mount eggs are able to be sold to other players. So you could get one, you could sell it, you could get one, you could use it. Yep. But mounts will also have like a stamina bar. They'll have to be launched from a royal stable if it's a flying mount. Yo, what up, C's? Recommend Fizz Power plus crit build for Rogue, or what do you think will scale best with Rogue Kit? I would say crit chance, crit power. I mean, I think Rogue is a naturally very... Sorry to burp. Rogue is a naturally very high crit scaling class in the first place. So I think leaning into that, I don't know like what Rogue's 90% evasion. It's getting nerfed. Dusty, what are you going to name your dragon?
Steven.
Moving on. So basically, my ground mount's going to be Planendorf. So I would say get to the like do exclamation DR and then look at how the diminishing returns are shaping up. So that's a rough estimate on everything. That's obviously not like a one-to-one for every class in terms of diminishing returns for power rating to power output. But I would say get to the power rating that you're comfortable with and then start ramping up like max HP and then also ramp up your crit power or your crit chance, whichever one you're able to get more value out of. That tends to be pretty cookie cutter for most classes that want to do damage right now. Max HP is a huge value piece just because of how well it scales. And so many classes benefit so heavily across the board from that max HP. So just something to keep in mind there. I don't think you can go wrong right now with like power plus crit by any means. I think just generic cookie cutter, like I have this set up for my tank build. Obviously that's not going to be like a rogue build, but like so many of these pieces are just applicable to so many classes. Like loom earrings, loom neck. Loom neck is going to be max HP as well as crit power. Something as simple as an iron longbow giving you crit power rating. That's what I have a gray iron longbow on my tank right now. Then you have in terms of max HP scaling that's super easy, super accessible. Like you've got Lungs of the Abyss, which is another 275 to 277 in a green. If you want to go legs, there's some good leg options for power as well. So there's a lot, man. There's genuinely a metric fuck ton that you can do to shape it up. But I would say biggest thing is probably prioritize that power band that you want to get into. Yo, what up, Victor? How are the yaps going? Oh, yaps are going amazing. Yaps are going amazing. It's been almost, what the fuck? It's been almost 8 hours, dude. We've just been answering a lot of questions for a lot of people, helping people understand a lot of good things, and had a lot of cool people come through. So it's always a vibe. And I think Corla and I have been planning to finish the last couple episodes of Severance. So I think we're going to do that. And TGFT is streaming, so we might be able to go say hello to our friends. So the apps have been amazing, dog. Always amazing. Super excited for uptime. We have big plans. What's the minimum party size to do most things in the game? Do you have to be in a guild for endgame content? Endgame content will be best served in a guild, yes. Especially right now, as a lot of things are like mob competition areas. And like it's very, very, very highly competitive. That is also a byproduct of this being a stress test where a lot of players are forced into one area at the same time. It will get better and it will alleviate that kind of like logjam of competition, but Ashes is definitely best served, and all balance is intended for 8-person groups. PvP, PvE, everything. Community provides a lot of good like opportunity for you as a player too, just from like infrastructure support as a player, finding groups around your level. Exclamation Guild, if you guys are going to be joining for that, would highly recommend checking it out. Very, very good community to be a part of, in my opinion. Discord.gg/catswithabs as well. Room temperature Dr. Pepper is the best Dr. Pepper, yes. I absolutely agree with that, by the way. Room temperature Dr. Pepper is the best soda in the entire world, and I will not be convinced otherwise. I'm going to get Taco Bell. I'm going to watch Severance with Carla. I'm going to, in my Taco Bell order, get a large Dr. Pepper with no ice because it's going to be warm. And warm Dr. Pepper is amazing. It unlocks the flavor. It keeps the bubbly there. It is the single best option that a Dr. Pepper enjoyer or a human being can make for them. What about Pib? Pib is acceptable as well. Pib, I encountered that at Chipotle. And I live in Maine. So the Chipotle that I used to go to growing up in like Maine, I went to the Augusta one a lot. The Augusta one unionized and got shut down. I no longer have Pib. There are other Chipotles, but every other Chipotle that I've been to in Maine just fucking sucks. No like quantity, no quality. They give like half dainty scoops, just here's your rice. And I hate it. I hate it. It sucks. I want my big bulky burritos back. You know what I mean? Like there were days when Chipotle was truly on top, and I feel like the best days are gone. If you drink warm Dr. Pepper, you're a sinner. Well, I'm also going to jerk off before bed tonight, so I guess I'm just embracing it. It's not a simple misunderstanding. Oh, it's okay, Bafos. It's okay. Ashes has so many like core systems to it that go very, very deep on a lot of different levels. I appreciate you though. We try to, especially on these 2 downtime days, we try to do like a bunch of like wiki dives for people. And I've been here since late December. So I still learn stuff every single day. Literally every day. So for me, I always love to just like double check. And sometimes people just kind of like, with Ashes being so deep, they're like, oh, I understand this. And then there's another level that they haven't even encountered yet where they're like, I didn't even know that was coming. And I do that myself, even being an Ashes content creator. So it's all love. I appreciate you bringing it up. If there ever is anything, please feel free to ask where it's like, yo, Dusty, I thought it was this. I've been wrong before and corrected by chat. And I'm always like, yo, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for pointing that out. It's solid. How does work the experience split in a group? I have the feeling that when in party 2, the XP is reduced, but it's not half the original. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what all of the splits directly are as you add more people. It definitely tends to be the most efficient between like opening up higher elite mobs that you can kill, as well as like kills per minute. Fuck, I should probably do some research on the actual splits. Remind me to do that sometime when I'm looking bored, because that's something we could definitely test. We could see. We would just need 8 people, and then we would need to kill the same mob 8 times. Pretty easy test. Remind me someday when I'm looking bored. Chipotle isn't what it was. Yeah, no, I agree. What are the top most valuable characters? Whatever I'm playing. No, I'm kidding. Everything brings its own level of value, its own worth to groups. I would say in terms of what's always in demand in groups, like the classic tank, cleric, bard, like cleric's your true healer, bard's your omni support, tank. I play tank. So those will be your easiest group finds, but it's 8-person groups in Ashes, and every DPS kind of has its own like its own flow as well. Exclamation classes will bring up like the primary secondary chart, and that'll help you guys kind of like understand how deep it'll be. There will be 64 possible classes with the full iteration of everything. So there will be so many small variances where like it won't be, you know, what class do I play that's the best? It'll be what do I play that I think I would vibe with. I'm going to go tank primary with rogue secondary when it's available, which will be Night Shield. I play very, very different than a lot of other tanks who may go other things based on what they want to do. So for me, I play Night Shield because that's going to be a big like personal hit for me in terms of my play style. Fits with that in and out, fits with how I initiate, fits with how like zoomy I play. Does this have a breakdown on the splits? Experience gained from killing mobs and bosses when in a group is divided by the number of party members. Based on damage done by the group, a multiplier is then applied that increases with the number of party members. The multiplier is between 1.3 and 1.4. Yeah, this is the write-up of it. I don't know if they have like the exact like splits on it. It would be pretty easy to kill something with just like a group of 8 total people. What are the high level tank abilities? I seen global tanks are always in demand. Holding threat and surviving are the biggest things. So we have a good amount of like damage mixed in with our kit, as well as like uptime abilities. So we have grit, which is a 20-second uptime for courage, which is our class like resource. Grit is that once every 20-second cast. Fortify is another mitigation for courage. You have slam, which is an offensive for courage. Then you also have your mana cost abilities. You have offensives, trip combos, CCs. You have shields that you can put out on your team. So like tanks, especially as you get into late game, are going to be very, very, very in need. Very in need. Yo, Zevo, how you doing tonight, my friend? You're not streaming until the realm comes back up. Yes, exactly. What's your favorite Dr. Peppy snack combo? I feel like Dr. Peppy goes with anything, but honestly, like, I'm not even gonna front. If I'm just embracing it, Taco Bell and Dr. Peppy hits so fucking hard. Dude, it hits so fucking hard. Just got back from trying boxing for my first time. Ooh. Sounds fun. Did I hear you back on the Taco Bell? Dude, I might get it tonight. I haven't got it in months, but I'm nervous. Cause like, if I go back through the drive-thru after not going through for months, they're gonna be like you again. Like, I don't want to open up that can of worms, but like Taco Bell sounds really good tonight. And it's like, I usually stay and I eat in so I don't have to spend money on things like Taco Bell because it's not efficient. Even if I get it in the app, which I would, it's still like $12 I don't want to spend, right? Like, I'm just a fucking Ashes content creator. The game that I'm playing isn't even up today. So, it's a bit of an issue. I'm trying my best to deal with everything eternally. Melt the toilet tomorrow morning. Chat, someone type /gift5 so I can feel better about getting Taco Bell. We have the TGFT raid in the bottle, like in the cork, ready to go. We're ready with it. We're all set up. Somebody get 5 subs and 5 rolls of TP. That's dangerous territory, dog. That is a terrible place to be at. I don't want to go down that route. As a multiplier for XP for groups, but it feels more XP than just dividing. Yeah. That's the 1.3 to 1.4 figure, I believe, that was in there. Yes. Thank you, Boyle, for dropping that. I appreciate you. All right, boys. I may have to go fend off the cravings, the T-Bell boss, and everything. Wow, Nin, thank you. You tried so hard. Boys, we're packing up for the night. We're sending off the raid. I'm going to go catch the last couple episodes of Severance with my dear Corla. If it's your first time being here, I greatly appreciate you coming through. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST, right around there. It has been 684 days in a row now. So if it's your first day here, make sure you drop the follow so you know when to come back each day. I do make Ashes content every single day, as you can see, even on the downtime days. I've been here since December, and I don't plan to leave. Yo, Ja, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, with that being said, I play tank. If you guys have any questions, if you're ever wondering anything about Ashes, please feel free to hit me up. Exclamation socials for my Discord, for the community, my Twitter, all that shit. So, feel free. Boys, make sure you come back tomorrow. Bring some good vibes, bring some good questions. We'll be prepping for Uptime on Thursday, where we will hopefully have some very large things to look forward to. And I can't wait. I'm trying to get see. Have you tried PTR? Me? I don't have PTR. No, I don't have that. Boys, raid's going. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Have a good night, guys.